I think I have one of the really strong ones.
Oh, good. Are you excited I got back in my chair before 1 o'clock?
Oh my gosh, we actually
Hi,
have
Ruthie.
Wow.
Would everybody who's a frequent flyer in this room, please take a moment to turn around and appreciate the fact that we have a working clock now.
Look at that.
Yes, ma'am. Yep, I am. I was waiting for them to kind of, I know. After I got everybody all excited about the clock, now I got to settle you down. I'm going to call this meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners to order. Today is July 23rd at 1 o'clock, and we have a special guest, Pastor Ken Lawson from Grace Bible Fellowship Church in Inverness, to give the invocation followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Has Luis Sanchez appeared? If not, then I'm going to ask my dear friend Commander Hunt of Purple Heart to come up and give the pledge, if that's okay. And if you're ready, if you're willing to rise, please join us. Thank you. Prayer first.
Oh, sorry.
We
Dear
pray, then we
Heavenly
pledge.
Father, we thank you for this time that we can be here. We thank you for the Lord Jesus Christ and for the blood of the cross that made it possible that we can have life through faith in him. We pray for this meeting this afternoon that each and every one of us will be civil and intelligent and present each point of view in a way that is understandable, that we can take study of these issues and make wise decisions, that we might be guided by your Spirit to make Citrus County even better and better in the future. We thank you, Father, for the Board of Commissioners and for their stance that they've taken over the years, and we pray that it will continue in the vein that you would want us to go. We thank you in the name and for the honor of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Pastor.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Commander.
Welcome.
I believe that may be the most commanding pledge we've ever had. No microphone needed. No, ma'am. Okay, roll call, Madam Clerk.
This is a regular meeting of the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners. This 23rd of July, 2024. In attendance are Chair Holly Davis, First Vice Chair Rebecca Bays, Second Vice Chair Diana Finnegan, Commissioners Jeff Kennard and Ruthie Schleba, County Administrator Steve Howard, and I know I saw Denise Lynn. Okay, County Attorney Denise A. Diamondlet.
Excellent, thank you. And let's see, Mr. Howard.
Just one item is additional information, U2 amendment to LDC multiple sections, correction to ordinance attachment section 3730 .a, animals, first paragraph, last sentence should read, in addition, developed parcels in the above noted districts containing more than 10 acres are not subject to the restrictions of this section. That's all I have.
Thank you. That's to take care of what we talked about at the briefing? Yes? No?
No,
Something
ma'am,
different?
that was just a typo.
Oh, just a typo,
That's not
okay.
taken
So
care
we'll
of yet.
discuss that, all right.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
I move to approve the agenda with the additional information U2.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleba, a second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, consent agenda, would you like to take it in its entirety?
Motion to approve consent agenda.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda? Seeing none, is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right.
Motion to approve C1 through C7.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any board discussion? I hope Cheryl ate her Wheaties. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Those representing Purple Heart Day, if you could please come forward. Whereas the Purple Heart, originally known as the Military Badge of Merit, was established by the general orders of the General George Washington 242 years ago on August 7th, 1782, and is the oldest military decoration in the world in present use. And whereas the War Department first adopted the Purple Heart as a combat award on February 22nd, 1932, exclusively for those members of the armed forces who were killed, died of wounds, or wounded by an enemy instrument of war. And whereas the National Purple Heart Hall of Honor estimates that 1.8 million members of the armed forces of the United States have been awarded the Purple Heart and merit the reference of their fellow countrymen for their selfless sacrifices in defense of our republic and its cherished freedoms. And whereas the governor of Florida enacted legislation passed by the Florida legislature in 2012 designating August 7th of each year as Purple Heart Day. And whereas Citrus County is a Purple Heart County and home to 18 designated Purple Heart entities that have pledged their support of the proud legacy of the Purple Heart. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of County Commissioners of Citrus County, Florida recognizes the 242nd anniversary of the Purple Heart and its proud legacy by proclaiming August 7th, 2024 as Purple Heart Day. Be it further resolved that the Board of County Commissioners invites Citrus County residents to join with the board in paying tribute to all Purple Heart recipients for their extraordinary sacrifice and bravery executed this 23rd day of July, 2024.
Thank everyone here. We, as Purple Heart recipients, gratefully accept this. We are honored. This is one of the few places in the entire country, in the entire world, where folks do things like this, and it really is something that comes from the heart. The cost of freedom is not free. This county recognizes this. I can think of nowhere else that I would rather be as a veteran. Thank you for having us.
Chief Craig Stevens, if you could please come forward to present the Civilian Commendation Award.
If I could please have Michael Moore and Victoria Moore please come forward. On November 17, 2023, Victoria and Michael Moore were on their way home from a date night when they encountered a vehicle accident shortly after it occurred, before emergency responders arrived. One of the vehicles involved in the crash was on fire, and a 75-year-old male was trapped inside. Michael was able to open the door and rescue the man from the burning car before it was fully engulfed in flames. Meanwhile, Victoria called 911 and rushed to assist an 82-year-old male who was unable to exit the other vehicle involved in the crash. While aiding to the older man, Victoria noticed a car rapidly approaching. Tragically, the driver struck both Victoria and the 82-year-old man, resulting in the man's death. Michael and another bystander quickly attended to Victoria, who was critically injured. They applied a tourniquet to her leg. Responders then rushed Victoria to HCA Florida Ocala Regional Hospital, where she was treated for multiple injuries, including an amputation of her leg. Victoria has since endured a long recovery and has made tremendous progress. Michael's swift and selfless actions likely saved the 75-year-old man's life. Both Victoria and Mike displayed remarkable courage and disregard for their own safety in an effort to save others under extremely hazardous conditions. In recognition for their bravery and selflessness, Citrus County Fire Rescue and the Board of County Commissioners would like to present Victoria and Michael Moore with the Civilian Commendation Award. The award honors both civilians for meritorious actions that result in life-saving and reducing serious injury or preventing significant property loss. Thank you.
If I could please have Ms. Tina Sweeten, Executive Director, Chris Abell, Disaster Program Manager, and Leslie Maloney, Board Member of the American Red Cross, to please come forward.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. It's unusual for me to be standing here giving you an award. Usually when I come to the Commissioners, I ask for proclamations and they're being presented to me. But this year, as all of you very well know, last fall we had Hurricane Idalia that came through Crystal River, and then not very long after that we had a tornado that came through. And so at our annual meeting in June in Winter Haven, we honored some heroes. We usually are the ones going into places and people are saying thank you to the Red Cross, but we absolutely cannot do our work without the help of volunteers and without the help of elected officials and communities that embrace us when we come in to help people. So one of our heroes this year, of course, was the Citrus County Board of County Commissioners for their help with both of those storms. And I just wanted to give some information. So as you all recall, Idalia landfall was on August 30th. At that time, we had 3 of our mid-Florida chapter counties affected, Pasco, Hernando, and Citrus. We did open 1 shelter in Citrus County to help families, and to this day, we are still assisting those families. So we still have about 91 individuals that are being assisted by the Red Cross, trying to help them get back to places where they can have a stable, forever home. In addition to that, on October 12th, so not very long after, an EF2 tornado touched down in Crystal River. It touched down and it destroyed an apartment complex. We contacted the county and said, we need help, we need a shelter facility. The county said, of course, and allowed us to use your community center. We opened that. We had 19 clients who stayed there, were fed there, got services there, like case management. And with the help of United Way, Catholic Charities, the Citrus County School District, and the Board of County Commissioners, we were able to get all 19 of those clients back into stable housing. So today we're here to say thank you to all of you and for all that you do. And in our mind, a hero or true heroism is remarkably sober, very underdramatic. It is not the urge to surpass all others at whatever cost, but the urge to serve others at whatever cost. So this is our Red Cross Hero Medallion, and we'd like to present it to you.
Okay, I'm just going to say one thing. This is kind of odd to be at this position. The actual Board of County Commissioners, we set policy for the county, but make no mistake, the applause is for staff. They're the ones that execute all of this, especially our housing services, Michelle Alford, and emergency services. They're the ones that really, really bring it home when we have an emergency. So the applause goes to staff.
Eric Head, Community Services Director, if you could please come forward to present the Florida Library Association's Award for Library Web Presence, as well as for Outstanding Citizen.
Thank you. The Florida Library Association, I'll have the library staff come up. Thank you. The Florida Library Association honors outstanding libraries, individuals, businesses, library supporters, all during its annual conference each year. Citrus County Library System was recognized this year with the Library Web Presence Award, presented in May in Orlando. The award recognizes the Florida Library that provides excellent service via web services with outstanding examples of effective library websites and library overall web presence, which includes social media, special attention to the importance of good design and usability in web page development. Since its launch, the website continues to be meticulously maintained by the same team that developed it, and providing daily updates to keep pace with current technological standards and streamlining access for all of our patrons. Thank you. Additionally, the Citrus County Library System was honored to nominate Debbie Savage as the 2024 Outstanding Citizen for her amazing work in our community. She has presented the award additionally at the conference in Orlando in May. The award recognizes the distinguished activities of a resident of Florida in advancing the stature of libraries. Her tireless commitment to assisting those affected by dementia and Alzheimer's disease in Citrus County and beyond, coupled with her compassionate care and support for families and caregivers, is nothing short of remarkable. For the past decade, Debbie has collaborated with our libraries in Citrus County, leaving an indelible impact. Debbie hosts numerous workshops providing vital information and assistance to those in need. She also facilitates support work group meetings, both in person and virtually. She supports the distribution of SIN kits at the libraries and has generously donated countless books and other valuable resources to our system. Debbie's unwavering dedication inspires hope, resilience, and a profound sense of purpose in everyone fortunate enough to work with her. Thank you, Debbie.
June Randall, Human Resources Director, if you could please come forward to present the second quarter Employer of the Month recipients.
Citrus County appreciates the efforts of employees to become integral member of Team Citrus by showing commitment to delivering responsive services to their fellow colleagues and citizens of Citrus County. The Employee of the Month program promotes recognition of Citrus County employees who show exemplary individual achievement, contribution, and performance in their job duties. These individuals consistently exhibit a positive and supportive attitude and make contributions beyond the usual expectations of their employment. Our first recipient was in April of 2024, Catherine Correa Morales, who's our audiovisual technician, Office Communications. Kat, if you can please join us. Kat was nominated for being a superstar, helping hand, and of the core values, teamwork, reliability, and service. Our next recipient, Bobby Baird, Senior Customer Service Specialist with Management and Budget. Please come forward. Bobby was nominated for Superstar and all of the core values, which is committed to community, integrity, teamwork, reliability, unity, and service. Thank you, Bobby. Our next recipient comes from Transit Services. Susan Morin, if you can please come forward, Social Program Assistant and Driver Trainer. Susan was nominated for being a superstar and all of the core values, committed to the community, integrity, teamwork, reliability, unity, and service. Thank you, Susan. You're welcome.
Steve Howard, County Administrator, if you could please come forward for the Government Finance Officers Association GFOA Distinguished Budget Award.
This is really a big deal. Fewer than 2% of all the governments across the nation actually have been able to accomplish this goal. So that's really a big deal. When I come into an organization, I look at a lot of different things. That's one of the things I look at. This has happened for many years. We're going to be doing something, I think, we're actually going to be doing something now, I think, a Triple Crown, which is going to be tomorrow, which is going to be another opportunity. But I just want to applaud the staff of OMB. They do amazing work throughout the county each and every day. They're an integral part of Team Citrus. And thank you for all the good work that you all are doing. You are a team to do this, and we're getting into the budgeting, which we'll talk about that tomorrow. That's another in itself, all the hours that they do. I wear out errands sometimes on the weekends and stuff like that. I have uncharted territories as we're moving in with growth and things like that. So we're constantly working with these folks across the county, and they're doing such good work. So I'm going to give this to you. It's an honor that you're able to get this today.
Great, thank you.
I was going to say one last thing. That thing is so heavy. If they get out of line and their budgets are too high, she can actually drop that on their foot, and that'll get them right in line real quickly.
What's that? We're done. All meetings were like this, would be awesome.
Keep the rest of the meeting this happy.
Yeah, I'll work on that.
Madam Chair,
Yes?
before we dive into our agenda here, I just want to, I guess, tag along with your comments regarding staff following staff's efforts following the events on the west side of the county. The morning after the tornado had hit, I got out and made a drive around the district there just to see the absolute devastation of where the tornado hit. The destruction was truly unbelievable. I mean, it was moving just to see what had happened, and to see the folks from Crystal River out there trying to at least start the process of getting back to normal. I'd reached out to the city manager and Mayor Meek and just said, you know, I don't know what the county can do, but I know we've got resources. Do you want me to reach out to Steve and see what we might be able to do to help you out here? And they both were very, very appreciative. It literally took one call to Steve, and he said, we're already en route, we're on it. And I mean, it was so moving within an hour, 2 hours, to see county trucks out there within city limits. I mean, just go into town to clean up the roads, to replace signs, to get signs reprinted. Really was a heartwarming feeling, and just wanted to piggyback on that and say props to you and your staff.
Yeah, I was going to say it's all staff, you know, because we always say this is one county, and it's Team Citrus. That includes all the cities as well, so we have a great relationship with them. But staff didn't hesitate. They were working minutes after that, and they did amazing work. I know I've had lots of conversations with the previous city manager as well as the mayor, and he's grateful of all the stuff the county did for the cities, but we'll continue to do that relationship building with them. And again, it's one county, and we're unified.
And I can back up what Commissioner Kennard said. You were all over it, and everyone the entire staff was, you know, really on point, taking care of all that. And I had a meeting with the Red Cross, and they specifically called out your efforts to make sure to get a public-private partnership to get a place for a shelter for the folks that had lost their homes, so especially in the tornado. So thank you. Thanks to all the staff. Would anybody else like to make any comments? Otherwise, I got to officially open it, open to the public for one person. Yeah.
I'd like to say that,
Okay.
excuse me.
Yes. Okay,
I just
go
wanted
ahead.
to say thank you. Thank you, Mr. Howard. And I don't think has been a time where the cities and the county didn't get along. So for you to jump in and help the city, it does mean a lot. And I don't think the general public knows that. So thank you. Thanks, staff.
Okay, I'll open to the public for one person. We have a speaker teed up, and then we're going to go to our time certains at 1:30. Let me go over the rules. Correct. So we have two open to the publics where you can talk about anything. Okay, for three, you're not supposed to talk from the audience. Let me just get through this. We have two open to the public, so you can speak for 3 minutes. You need to fill out a green card, and it can be on any topic. After almost every single voting item, we also ask for public comment, but the comments in those have to be about the voting item. So, not until after we finish our public hearings, our time certains that start at 1:30. We will then open to the public. Mr. Phelan?
Hi, my name is Gil Phelan. I'm from Lecanto. It's been a bad week, really been a bad week, and it's not getting any better. We, the people, are totally ignored. You know, we used to be respected enough to come up first. Now we have to wait for hours as if we're getting paid. You know, gaslighting, that's being psychologically manipulated by constantly being told lies to the point where you doubt your own perceptions. We're lied to from the White House on down. There are 3,142 counties with their boards and chambers and councils. The assassination attempt on Trump didn't start at the top. It started from the county level on up, from the constant lies from the woke liberal progressives. Like, there's no porn in the library. Lie. There's no internet access to porn in the library. Lie. We pick our books with what we call the national best practice. Lie. Should be called the worst practice. We are not sexualizing our children. Lie. Queer theory books are good for children. Lie. Transgender, which is a fake word, talk is good for children, and chopping body parts off of children makes them who they really are. That's a lie. CRT is not being taught in our schools. That's a lie. Women's right to choose. That's a lie. It's baby murder. Arresting January 6 protesters is good. That's a lie. Supreme Court even stood that one up. It's good to spend our tax dollars advertising in queer magazines, and good for our county to have drag queen shows. That's a lie. Alex de Tocqueville said, everybody feels the evil, but no one has the courage or energy to seek the cure. You know, that doesn't hold true here in Citrus County. There's lots of us today that are seeking the cure. Tigers don't change their stripes. We have seen and heard who on these boards do not represent us. As loud as you yell, you're not a rhino, doesn't change the fact that you are. Another lie is our democracy is working. First off, it's not a democracy, it's a constitutional republic. And I don't call it working when we have to fight our elected representatives for years to get them to admit they are using our tax dollars to buy porn for our children. So this election season, believe what our local rhinos have told us about their support for DEI and queer theory and raising taxes. Let's get rid of them. Thank you.
Nope. No, sorry. No. It's, we don't have interaction with the audience. I will address one way to you, but you have to stop talking from the audience, please. If you have something that the staff can address, staff can come and take a look at the letter and maybe get it handled that way. So, Maricel, can you send someone back, please? Thank you. Okay, we have a flood mitigation assistance program, time certain at 1:30. Michelle Alford.
Good afternoon. I'm Michelle Alford. I am going to be giving you today a progress update on our flood mitigation assistance program that we're going to be implementing through our housing division. And while I go through this, if you guys have any questions, please feel free to ask, and I'd be happy to answer them for you. So first, I'm going to talk a little bit more in depth about the FMA grant. This grant is specifically, the intent is to help individual homeowners. Programs like this can be difficult for homeowners to apply for. So that's where housing is going to come in, and we will be that person and group that will help them through the process from start to finish. And this grant is different than other disaster recovery grants. It does not have to be tied to a storm. It happens every year that families can apply to, and as long as they have repetitive flood loss to their homes, we can assist. This is funded by FEMA, and it is administered through the Florida Department of Emergency Management, and it's nationally competitive. Again, it's on an annual basis. We anticipate this grant opening around August. We've been watching a little webinars and such, and it could go into September. Once it opens, that's where we go in as a county and we do a notice of intent, basically letting them know that we're ready to do this to help homeowners, and then thereafter is where we can start applying on behalf of the homeowners. Priority is given to structures that are in severe repetitive flood loss. That determination is determined by FEMA. We've already started giving letters to the families that are interested in. They've submitted them to FEMA, so they should have their reports all ready when it's time for us to go ahead and apply for the grant. So, guess I didn't, oh, that's embarrassing. There we go. So there is my slide. I know we still have lots of questions. This is new for us in Citrus County, so we have been actively reaching out to FEMA with the questions just so we're going to be ready and prepared when this does open. So what can we do with this grant? It is home elevations. We can also go in and help with demo or reconstruction. FEMA is, they are prioritizing the elevations. If the home is structurally able to be lifted, that is what the homeowner will be approved for, if they're approved for the grant. If the home is not structurally able, then it would be a full demolition and reconstruction, and then at that point, that home would be lifted to the flood standards of that area. Mobile homes cannot be elevated. So if a family who is in a mobile home, that would have to be a full demolition and reconstruction. There is a homeowner match. In most cases it's going to be a 75-25 match. So there would be 25% homeowner's responsibility for that construction cost. It also depends on how severe the flood loss is. It could actually go up to 100%. It is, we're being told the FEMA share will pay up to $200,000 of their federal share on construction costs. But that doesn't include, and that is just construction costs, any type of permitting and anything like that, that stuff would also be an additional to that. These families must, at time of application, have flood insurance. If they are not insured through the National Flood Insurance Program, they're not going to be accepted for this grant. And once they go through this grant, it is a requirement for the life of that structure that they carry insurance on it. This grant, it's definitely a work in progress, but we are confident that we will be, our division will be a good resource in helping families through this process. So where we are at
Michelle.
right now, oh, sorry.
Ma'am,
Yes.
just for when I'm asked questions later, you said for
Sure.
the life of the grant, if they're accepted, that they must keep insurance,
Correct.
homeowners insurance or flood insurance, even though they're out of the floodplain?
Flood insurance through the National Flood Insurance Program for the life of the structure.
Okay.
Okay.
And then what happens if they sell the home?
It stays, that will go in and it's part of the deed where they would have to continue to do that. And if they didn't and there was loss, they would not be covered or receive anything back from FEMA. And that's my understanding. Again, we're still learning, but that's from our research, that's what we're
I
being
mean, I
told.
guess if they didn't have insurance, they wouldn't receive anything
Well,
from
and then,
FEMA anyway.
no, through their insurance, but when FEMA comes in and they try to go ahead and do a claim or not a claim, where they go and try to, when, after floods, where homeowners go in and try to get assistance, and they wouldn't be eligible for that.
Understood. Thank you.
You're welcome. That was a good question. So where we are at, and thank you for your support and approval. We have started a full-time position. It's already been created. It is our housing mitigation specialist. Marina Edwards started with us about a month ago on June 24th. She has definitely hit the ground running. She has been wonderful. She comes with us from Guardian Consultants, where she has an extensive background in disaster recovery grants. Right now, she's working with approximately 20 residents, and her phones are ringing each day, and we are hopeful we will get more people on that list before it's time to apply them for the grant. She is monitoring the websites and just keeping an eye on, because right now we don't know when this grant is going to open, but she will definitely be making sure that we're ready to apply on behalf of these families. And what we need to be doing, continued marketing and outreach. We need to get the word out there. We have put it out on social media, Facebook. We did a PSA radio clip. We're doing press releases. I'm also going to be doing a feature article in the Chronicle. Hopefully it will be coming out soon. We are working on transit bus advertising, and this is going to stay on the buses because, again, this is going to be year to year, so we need to keep that advertising going. So we're going to be targeting Homosassa and Crystal River areas. We've been getting ongoing city referrals, so thank you to the city of Crystal River. Families that haven't been eligible through them that aren't in city limits have been coming our way as well as our building division, our Dawson, and our flood mitigation has been wonderful to work with.
and he's been forwarding people to us as well. One thing, as mentioned, since this is going to be ongoing, we're also doing like yard signs. So once projects start, we're going to be putting it out front of the house because a lot of times it will be the neighborhood, word of mouth also, that would be helping get the word out. So that way, once construction starts, maybe we can get a waiting list started for the next year of funding. So
That's a great idea, by the way.
thank you. So does anyone have any questions for me? And that is my update.
Commissioner Bays?
Do you happen to know what our CRS is throughout the county and maybe possibly even Crystal River?
Our CRS,
Our community rating system?
you know, something, I do not know the answer to that, but I believe that is, if I'm correct, that is something they're doing through our building division, our flood mitigation.
Right. And the reason I ask that is when FEMA put in place the 2.0 rating system, they basically forgave all past floods. But once you made a claim for a flood, then it drew in any kind of flood from 20 years back. So the housing that we're looking at today, I don't know how much of that would pull 20 years in.
Oh, I can't answer that. But I do know I did see training that Steve Howard just put out for the community rating system. And I do believe that is something that is being addressed through our flood mitigation.
So I guess, I think it would be really nice to have Tiffany and her team in here and kind of go through that flood rating system. Because I would think that maybe Crystal River or Homosassa, I'm not sure in the county if different levels get different rating systems. But that's a huge savings that gets passed on to the consumer.
Absolutely.
And then I would also like to see that worked with stormwater management because I worked with Tiffany. Pinellas County has actually gotten most of its county down to a 2, which I was shocked. It's unheard of, especially Pinellas County. And I thought, wow, that's a great achievement for Pinellas County. And if they can do it, we should certainly be able to do that. So I think great work. I appreciate what you're doing, but I would love to. I'd love to tie the two together.
Absolutely, and this is just the start. It is showing our part as a county of what we're doing to assist our residents. One thing that we had one question that is unanswered is right now I know the city of Crystal River, the only thing they're doing is elevation. They're not, so the families that aren't eligible, whose homes aren't structurally sound, I don't believe they're gonna be doing the demo reconstruction. We do have families that have come to us. We are treating them just like they're ready to go with the grant. We're collecting documents. We do have questions out to FEMA. Hopefully, we'll be able to help families within city limits, but we should know that probably within the next week or two. So I thank you.
Just to tag on to that, because if these really are, I don't know how many of these are in repetitive, but one of the things that Pinellas County is doing is they're actually integrating higher base floor elevation than what FEMA regulations are requiring, just because if they're already at that base level and they've had a repetitive flood, you know that that level is going to surpass what it, in probably 5 years when they do the next flood elevation levels. So that's the reason I think it's important that we tie these two together and we really probably start to take a more holistic approach to this to figure out what we need to do, especially on those coastlines.
Absolutely, and one of our most recent grants that we closed was our CDBG-DR, our disaster recovery grant. Our granting agency actually wanted us to go 2 feet over that base, so
that's exactly what they're doing in Pinellas, but they require that in certain areas.
Right.
So, good work, thanks.
Thank you. Any more questions? Good.
Madam
Excellent.
Chair,
Commissioner Kennard?
I believe our building code requires a certain level above base flood elevation. I don't know if it's a foot or 2 feet, but I think that's currently in code that 1 foot.
Well, thank you.
Thanks.
And I think we're a 6, I think, just from memory. But we're actually under an audit now. They do that every year. That's why it's important about the elevation certificate. We get audited on that, so I remind citizens, and when they're constructing, it's critically important that we have those. So there's like you said, hundreds of thousands of dollars that the citizens enjoy with these discounts. So we're always looking at ways to get that down. That's a big deal. So we're going to continue to do that. Good suggestions.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay. H2, we have 1 minute to go, so by the time you get up here, we'll be ready to go. Oh, there we go. We're on time. Mr. Hall, here he comes.
Good afternoon, Chair, Commissioners. Carlton Hall, Interim Public Works Director. So H2 talks a little bit about the solid waste management fees and assessment rates for fiscal year 24-25. So you can see in the backup the existing rates and what they are now, and the increases that solid waste is requesting at the scale house for the next fiscal year.
Board, any comments?
Madam Chairman, I
Yes?
believe you need a motion to conduct the public hearing.
Yes.
I'll make the
I didn't-
motion.
Second.
Nope, we just conduct the public hearing and then the motion is to adopt. So is there anyone to speak for or against this matter? For this particular matter, for solid waste?
I'm looking at you. Okay.
No, you're.
Marisol, did you look at, this is it? Okay, here you go. Yes, this is your time. Yes, please, and speak into the microphone.
Well, she's walking up. Can I ask a question?
Yes.
So, according to Robert's Rules of Order, we
Oh, boy,
are
she
to
did the
do
seminar.
Class 102, second one. You were supposed to do a motion for a public hearing in a second.
Okay.
But the attorney's saying no, so I don't know if we have a mix, we do a combination of the two rules or what. But I just want to make sure we were covered.
Yes, ma'am. You conduct the public hearing first, and then you do the motion to adopt and authorize the chairman. So
That's what we've been doing so far, but
And if I'm incorrect, or there's something in Robert's Rules of Order that you'd like to provide to me, I'm happy to look it up, but for now,
Thank you.
that's what we do.
Just want to make sure we're covered.
Thank you.
okay. Yes, ma'am.
So my name's Lisa Miller, and I'm sorry for speaking out. I thought this meeting was at 1 o'clock, and I do not know the rules because I'm new to Florida. I just escaped communist New York, and that's why we came here. And now I lived here for 1 year, and I've received 4 different notices talking about increases already on my taxes. This is one of them. And is this for garbage removal? Because we drive our garbage ourselves since we've moved here every other weekend just to save $400 to $600, because all of my income is fully expended for all of my increases. I've moved here and we have exorbitant increases in our homeowners went up $600 from our year we moved here to this year. So that was a 30% plus increase. Our flood insurance, we just only carried it for 1 year because it was $600 last year, $611, and now it's $722 this year, and they don't allow you to make payments. We don't live in a flood zone, and I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about floods, but I'm here to talk about all of these different things. I can't afford any more money, so I don't want my taxes to go up at all, not for beautifying Citrus Springs. I don't have a single street light. My road is not paved. I don't have garbage services. I've gotten taken advantage of. Let me just name who took advantage of me since I moved here. Discover Marketing, Florida Energy and Water, and Air. That was a rain-soft water filtration system that they ripped me off on that, like charged me 3 times what they should have. They told me things like I could refer 6 people and tried to have that completely free. They won't even give me the referral instruction. Oh, my lip touched your microphone. They won't let me, they won't give me the instructions how to go about getting that referral program because that system cost me over $12,000. Brevera Health, Erie County, Citrus Hills, and your Family Life Insurance Company. I bought health insurance for my family last year. They took money from me. They did not pay my claim. They refused to cancel the policy that was misrepresented to me. They still haven't refunded me on top of numerous claims or my requests. Because we couldn't have our insurance, I literally had to buy my daughter's braces for $7,000 and had to finance them interest-free at $342 a month from the month we moved here till hopefully December those payments end. I can't afford it cost me $433 to register my car. I have a 2013 paid off Honda Pilot, and it cost me $433 just to register my car. My husband's cost us $495 to register his car. I went to file my taxes. The tax place didn't file my taxes on time. They charged me 30 days before they even filed. I have penalties and interest. I have so many issues. I've reached out to Gus Bilirakis' office as well as Mizzoulo's office. Nobody will help me. Nobody will return my calls. They all say it's civil matters or I could write up complaints. So I've moved here. I have many issues and so far no one's helping me. So I forgive my...
Thank you.
My son, I had to pull my son out of schools because the elementary school here was abusing my son.
Thank you, ma'am. Looks like we have several others. Just so you know, there'll be, when we close the public hearing, commissioners will continue and may or may not address your concerns.
May I just make one
No,
sentence?
no, ma'am, you get 3 minutes. I'm sorry. It's the same rules for everyone.
Bobby Remiller, Citrus County, yeah, Floral City. My heart goes out to the previous speaker, but you have to compartmentalize the discussion. You can't cover everything. So if we compartmentalize what the current discussion is, it's the landfill assessment fee. Mm-hmm. It costs money to protect our environment. And I think it's very important that the people in Citrus County understand how the landfill operates. But even more importantly, I stop by the landfill. I drop off my own garbage, just by the way. I'm a regular visitor at the landfill, and I like going there because I like looking at probably one of the most fantastic operations occurring right now in the building of the new landfill. It's a work of art, but it's extremely expensive. But the underlying body, the reason we're doing that is to protect our environment. So I'm going to make a suggestion that when you have the public hearing, that you create a video of the construction of that landfill, because it's spectacular. Let the public understand visually why the rates will go up. Because if you see something, understand the cost of doing that, it will help approve the assessment. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Rudemiller.
Good afternoon, Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. The landfill, from what I understand, is an enterprise product that we have. That means it's supposed to make money and not cost us money. When I went through and looked at the proposed increases, the cheapest proposed increase is 9%. 9%, 10%, 33%, 25%. I went through all the different numbers that were proposed, okay? And then I wonder, if we get this through, okay, how can you say you're not raising things? We have to watch what we're spending, and we have to watch what we're taxing our residents. I know I get my garbage picked up weekly, once a week, and it costs me $75 every 3 months. But I don't take it to the landfill. My best friend takes hers to the landfill. And she does that because she said she can't afford the $25 a month that it costs to have them come to the house. They're on Social Security, I'm on Social Security. You have to watch what you're doing. We have a significant number of residents that will not be able to afford this. When you start, it may look like nothing to you. Oh, it went from $1.50 to $2. That's a 33% raise. Well, that 50 cents and 50 cents and 50 cents, they do add up, especially over time. If you've got garbage and want to do stuff, and I'm not using that, I'm just using the number, okay? The one that the people would be taking are going from like 27 to 30. That's a $3 raise. Okay, so when you start thinking about these raises, God bless you, you need to realize people only have whatever COLA is gonna give us, which probably will only be about 3%. And the cheapest raise that you're gonna be charging for the waste is gonna be 9%. Where does the 6% come from? We need to keep in mind, it is an enterprise project, and I know that, and they have to make money. So somewhere, something's got to give. I don't know how you're going to do it, but I do know that this is a significant raise to everybody that uses the waste management program that we have set up on 44.
Is there someone else over there?
Hello, Susan Barrett, 1923 West Rolling Place, Citrus Springs. I wasn't going to speak today, but this young lady, we have to talk after. It's wonderful to meet all of you. We watch you on YouTube every week.
I'm sorry.
We watch you guys. Oh, funny. Okay, so I'm here. The poor girl is upset. I get it. We were here about a year too. Guess where? From New York. We've gone on. I don't want to digress and use up my 3 minutes of time, but we must say there is some bullying, Facebook, Yankee go home and all of this. And it's this conception that we're coming in here, taking everybody's jobs and properties, and we're the reason why the properties are so high and all of this. We bought a spec house. It was a pre-built house. We didn't, it was, somebody was going to buy it, right?
Ma'am?
We moved here for better.
Ma'am, I love your heart, and I don't want to be a big meanie, but are you going to talk about the landfill?
Yeah, it's about this. It's about, I know,
Okay,
I got to get to the point. I often do it. I know I don't want to use up my 3 minutes. The beautification tax, all right, the beautification letter. It's what? Our road on the 4th of July, we went out there to take care of our lawn. The road is coming up in pieces. Now, they came and they cold patched, we call the number, but they don't remove any of the loose pieces. Not even a year later, and our road is right in front of our driveway. And then we get this letter for this beautification tax. We have no street lights. We have the fountain on the corner, but beautification, what beautification? We don't have sewers. We have septic. The same thing with the trash. We get this letter with the solid waste disposal. We take our trash to the dump to save that money. Because this massive move at our age, we're on fixed incomes, like Janet, it was huge, you know what I mean? And we were coming here for a better quality of life, and it feels like, sometimes we feel like we're back in New York. As a matter of fact, and I get what she's talking about. The other thing is there should be some sort of a watchdog unit for transplants, because this poor girl was a victim of the predators that we were almost. You get these, you move here and you get these free gift cards and they're predators that are trying to sell these water treatment systems. But see, we do our research. My husband, Gary Litfin, is just amazing, and he's really good with research, right? And we look at things. You have to look things up. The same thing with the health insurance. There are predators out there. They want to charge you. I understand. We use Optimum. It's great, but it wasn't easy. And then you have to kind of sort out what's what. I get that. That really has nothing to do with what she's saying with the letter. She's upset. All these bills are she's overwhelmed. I get that. Because we could have been in that position. We got lucky. But the other thing is that when you get these letters, for this beautification and the solid waste thing, we're already paying for the waste and beautification where? I mean, it is a beautiful area, don't get me wrong. And that's all.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you, ma'am.
Stephen Schwartz, Beverly Hills.
What I see is everything going up, and that's understandable with the price, we're paying on everything, from goods to trash, etc. What I would like to know, though, is that if they're going to start charging more, I was getting my garden mulch for free for years. And all of a sudden, I called up the other day because I needed another trailer load of garden mulch. And I was said, oh, we no longer do that. We're putting it back into the landfill. Why is it going back into the landfill if garden mulch is coming from the grinding up of trees, bushes, and shrubs, and then it's not being given away? All right, or if you want to charge a small amount for it, that could offset the amount of money that people are paying for garbage that aren't getting rid of it in another way. So there are many options that we can look at. And I would hope that this board would look at the rising cost. And I know it's a difficult thing to keep things in balance and check. Thank you.
I guess I don't understand.
Wait till you get to the mic, sir, and start off with your name, please.
My name is Johnny Bogle. I live in Hernando, Florida. I guess I don't understand that they're adding a landfill tax onto my county property tax when I pay for a garbage company to pick up my garbage. I could understand it if county was going to have a countywide, we're doing countywide garbage, which a lot of counties do that. Okay? That I would understand. But I pay to have my garbage picked up. In my neighborhood, there's 5 working days in the week. There's a garbage truck comes down the road every day of the week, a different company. If 5 different companies can drive down my street picking up garbage and still make profit, why can't they lower the cost by the county taking over landfill? I mean, garbage pickup.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Hall, would you like to, I'm going to close the public hearing. Is there anyone else to speak for or against this topic? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Can you address all of that, and we'll do cleanup?
Sure.
Not all of it, but the technical aspects of running an enterprise fund and what the money is for and all that good stuff.
So the last gentleman mentioned the county taking over or there being universal collection that came before the board years back and was not voted for. So we're in the situation we're in with the different haulers that pick up. The rate increases that we're talking about in H2 are for the services provided there at solid waste. And of course, everyone knows everything is getting more expensive. It costs more to run. It is an enterprise, but of course it has to pay for its future expansion as well as the services that it does offer for free.
So to be clear, it's not a profit center for the county. It is supposed to pay for itself.
Correct.
And we are opening a new cell.
Correct. Every dollar collected is spent back with solid waste.
Yes. So that's fairly expensive to open a new cell.
Right. And then the $27 assessment that goes onto their taxes is also collected for recycling and different things that the county offer that are free as well, that we have to actually pay for out of the funds as solid waste.
Right. So so everyone in the county pays for the landfill.
Correct.
Additionally, some of us pay for private haulers to pick up at our homes. That includes a profit center for the private haulers. Correct. And typically, our rates may end up going up for private hauling because the county rates have gone up with the tipping fees, correct?
Of course, every time we increase our fees, the haulers are going to increase their charges.
Yep.
And we have a rate study that we're doing right now for solid waste to kind of bring out the expansion that we're doing currently and the expansion that we need to do in the future. We're going to present that to the board through a workshop in February, hopefully. And we'll have a consultant come in and just show everyone where we're at with cost of the increases and the changes that need to be made there.
And to try to make this as clear as possible, the tax that we pay for the landfill is specifically for running the landfill. That's it.
Correct.
Additionally, my neighbors across the street, for example, have an annual pass to access the landfill to drop off their garbage and recycling and all that other good stuff. I don't pay that annual fee because I have a private hauler. I have Waste Management. So there's the base level is just to pay for us running the landfill. And then you have 2 different choices. You can go the inexpensive route and take your own garbage to the landfill, or you can pay a lot to have it picked up. My bill is about $35 a month, I believe. So, would anybody else like to address anything? Yes, ma'am.
Are you able to, I wasn't aware of the mulch situation. Are you able to answer that at this time?
So we're required, with the permit we have for solid waste, to do daily cover. So all the garbage that's brought in each and every day has to be covered by the end of the day. Anything that's on a slope, we try to cover with that mulch or those trimmings that are brought in, ground up, and then we utilize that to cover the slopes so we don't get any dirt that's put on running off back down into the swales. The dirt is used up on the top of the cell where the trash is flat, but we are required to cover all the garbage every day that is brought in before the end of the day.
And why are we required? Just
Part
to
of the
give
permit we have.
Okay.
I'm happy about the garbage being covered. I also, for the young woman that is in distress since moving here, not with the landfill, but you have a lot of issues. I'd be remiss in not giving a little bit of advice. If you feel like it's criminal, obviously call the sheriff's office and have a detective talk to you. If you think that there's a bad business practice, there's the Department of Business Regulations with the state of Florida. If you look, like Google the state of Florida, DBPR, maybe look at that. And then there's a legal aid in Citrus County in Inverness. I'm not sure if they would address that, but they might be able to. No, okay. But that's all. I wanted to offer something, and that's just about all I have to offer.
Would anyone else on the board like to speak? Okay, I will say, Mr. Rudemiller, our media department does a fantastic job with videos, and I'm sure they will get to it, especially after this lengthy of a public hearing. Obviously, it's a hot topic that needs to be explained better with the new cell opening.
We actually have a video there already online right now as we speak. We can use
See,
it.
they're already ahead of it, but we should have maybe pushed that out or shown it in the public hearing. We'll see. Anyway, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, looking for a motion? That was, no, we didn't, we conducted the public hearing. Now I need a motion to adopt and authorize the chairman to execute the resolution. H2.
Motion to approve H2.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Bays, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any further board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries 4-1.
Chair,
Yes.
I was trying to get clarification. Is that A and B?
Yes, ma'am. It's just
Well,
B.
it's just B.
Okay.
Yeah, A is just a public hearing.
Madam
so-
Chairman,
Yes.
I do not agree with this. Carl, you know that. I didn't agree last year when we got rid of the senior discount. People can't afford these hikes. I know you're doing this, but she's a perfect example of people are struggling. And I know it's just a little bit of money here and there, but all that little money adds up. And last, I think I'm gonna be nay on all three of whatever you have for the landfill. Sorry. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hall. All right, H3.
H3 is to reimpose the annual disposal assessment for solid waste residential rural. So that is the $27 that was mentioned before. That is a tax that goes into every resident's tax bill to help with the expenses at the landfill.
Okay. I'm going to open the public hearing for H3. Would anyone like to speak for or against H3? It's H3, 146. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, excuse me. I'm Leslie Dahlquist, and yeah, I got these 3 letters telling me $227. It's not just nickel and dime. That's a lot. And I'm also wondering, how do you decide who gets these letters? I'm the only one on my street that got this. Oh, yeah, I talked to my neighbors. How do you decide who gets these and who doesn't? It's pretty much what I wanted to know.
Yes, ma'am.
Besides saying, you know, we can't afford this. Was it only for new houses being built? Because other new houses didn't get it. The old houses didn't get it.
Once you're done speaking, I'm sure staff can take a look at the letters and let you know. And did you state your name? Did she state her name? Okay, thank you, I appreciate it. Yes, ma'am.
Susan Barrett, 1923 West Rolling Place, Citrus Springs. So I thought, if I heard right, I think the man that runs the waste disposal said it's free if you have the annual pass. It's not free. It's not free. That's why we were wondering about this proposed, fee, tax. That's what kind of makes us feel like we're back in New York State, because they just call it other names and it's just other taxes. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I think it's important to bring out that the $27 fee or tax was the same tax or fee we've had for the past 10 years. There is no increase to that tax, so if they were paying their taxes last year, it's the exact same amount without any increases. The only increase was H2 for the fees at the scale house when you bring certain items in that are not free.
And that is certain items, but the general trash is free, correct?
No, the
No,
general
I
trash
mean,
is
with
not.
the annual pass, no?
If you have an annual pass, yes, it's free.
Yes, thank you. Again, I have never actually done that with our landfill, so I don't have personal experience, so thank you, I appreciate that. Yes?
When can universal trash hauling come back?
From what I've been
Never.
told, that is a large undertaking. Yeah,
Well, yes and no.
from what I've been
I
told.
mean, I get what you're saying, but when you've got 4 trucks running up and down residential roads, there's a wear and tear on the residential roads of 4 trucks running up and down.
I agree.
So if we had universal collection, I mean, there's a give and take on a cost ledger, both sides of the coin. I mean, you can pick up some scales of efficiencies by having universal trash hauling to segregate the county up and have them bid out on it, and you have 1 truck running up and down the road.
Staff was in favor of universal collection when it came before the board, but it got voted down. And from what I've been told, to implement it again, there's a 3-year window of payment we would have to give to the private haulers to be able to implement universal collection again. We would have to come up with a fee or an amount of money that we would have to reimburse them for their losses for a 3-year period.
So we're paying for it in roads. We're getting ready to undergo a study to increase the turn lane to get into there, so to keep traffic off. So we're gonna pay for that too. I mean, sometimes there's not a savings in all of this.
I agree.
Plus, I mean, we hear every day about the trash all up and down the roads by people hauling, and they're not covering up their trash. I don't know.
Commissioner Bays, you should go back and look at when.
Oh, I've been here for universal haul.
No.
And I thought it was a mistake not to implement it back in, when I was on the board
You should review the
before.
video when we heard this before, and I did a very deep dive into the finances of it and the intelligence of moving forward. I thought it was a little early for the county, but not a lot early, and we can never afford to do it forevermore. And unfortunately, I made all the same arguments you did. Too many trucks rolling down our roads, beating the roads up, all of those things. Made every single one of those arguments, and it failed. And one of the issues, and I even couldn't be for it the way it was positioned, because my bill at that time was about $29 a month for someone, a company to pick it up. And it was actually going to go up by $3 a month. And the outrage with citizens would have been enormous, because no one is winning in that, point. I was hoping that those who paid the bill would actually go down a little bit, or at the very least stay static, and then try to figure out a way to make it more affordable for everyone. And it just wasn't working. Just wasn't working, but
Madam Chair.
it's ridiculous. Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, I want to make sure I completely answer Commissioner Bay's question. So it was cost prohibitive and there was a statutory change. I can't remember exactly what the statutory change was, but I think that citrus was carved out of purposely carved out of the statutory change. So I'll go back and look at that statutory change so we make sure we give you a complete answer.
You're talking about us being grandfathered in for a little bit, because we had announced the intent to look at universal garbage, and so we had a grandfather period where we would not have to pay the profits or the revenue or whatever it was for the 3 years. But now it's completely unaffordable for all of us, residents, county, everyone. So, yes.
Commissioner Baves, you and I weren't on the board then, and I would like that information too. And I've asked about it, and I think that we should get the information. You and I didn't have a chance to take a stab at it, and maybe it doesn't work out, but I commend you for bringing that up. And why shouldn't we at least review the information and take another look at it? I'm not done, but do you need to say something on that
Do you
topic?
have a commercial dumpster?
Yes, ma'am.
What are your fees?
Oh, we have the fee for the trash hauler, and then the county has a separate
I
solid
know,
waste.
but what are you paying for your commercial dumpster?
I pay so many bills. I want to say 112, maybe. I can get that back to you. It's a lot. Yeah, we pay a lot. And they
I mean,
come on
commercial
little-
dumpster hauling is extraordinarily expensive.
And my other complaint is they come on tiny little postcards about this big, and sometimes the mail, it gets shuffled and lost, and many people call and complain about, they get a notice that it's late, but the notice is sent on a real piece of paper. Anyway, I digress. So yes, I would also like some information along with Commissioner Bays, and thank you for bringing that up. The two questions. One, the lady that said, how did certain people get the notices? I think that's worth an answer. I mean, I didn't get any notices at my house.
So they would have gotten a notice for any one of these public hearings. If they live inside of a beautification district for like an MSBU for Citrus Springs or for Beverly Hills, they live inside of a boundary that is taxed on that beautification service. And that service actually is my responsibility. So Citrus Springs has 2 full-time employees that take care of mowing and weeding on certain roads. They take care of intersections as far as flowers, the fountain. They also do trash pickup on certain roads. The other roads within that district, we can't do them all. So the other roads are covered through road maintenance with contract mowers and road maintenance staff themselves.
And then, so the minimal on certain things that we just voted on, that was okay. The $27, and I know that has been on our taxes for quite a while. To Commissioner Bays's point, what we do pay commercially. So we have, not including home, but I'm talking business, several dumpsters. So we have the commercial hauler picks up, then we pay someone else for cardboard, and then we take, we have other yards and dumpsters for recycling. So we pay for all these things, and then the county, of course, has fees. And for our residents, whether they are picked up at home and then we pay the hauler, or they're hauling themselves, every time they go, they're paying. And if it's an annual pass, they're still paying. I struggle philosophically why we would have an assessment for this enterprise fund on their annual taxes.
So the assessment was put in place years back. One of the requests that we were looking to do is remove the commercial assessment, but we found out after talking with the county attorney that really the commercial assessment is tied in with the MSBU for residential. It's all one package that was implemented years back. So during the presentation of the workshop we're going to have in February to come with a rate study, part of that presentation is going to be removing this assessment, both residential and commercial, and then just have the fees at the gate pay for the services at solid waste.
That's exactly how it should be, and that's why I feel like when I look at this, I'm leaning no on this one, because I don't think this is how we should be assessing for the solid waste. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comment, Mr. Kennard? Okay. Thank you. Need a motion and a second? Anyone? Not in favor of it, Commissioner Kennard?
I'm just waiting to see where the board's going on this one. Doesn't look like there's any support for it.
May I?
Yes.
I would just ask you all to consider, and it sounds like there's some confusion and I haven't heard it. There's two aspects to solid waste. You have hauling solid waste and you have disposal of solid waste. So what you pay for your haulers is for hauling. What you pay for the solid waste MSBU is for the disposal of the waste. So I don't know if y'all are, if anybody's tracking that way. But that's the whole concept. And when Carl and them had the agenda item last time, they wanted to remove the commercial solid waste disposal assessment, which is tied to the solid waste disposal assessment under the MSBU, which has nothing to do with hauling, which is what you pay your hauler, which is what people pay their annual pass, or in lieu of an annual pass, they pay to their hauler. So there's two aspects of solid waste, and I'm not hearing that distinction in the discussion. And I don't know if it helps you or not.
Are you helping us because there's something legal, or are you just arguing a point?
I'm not really arguing, I just want to make sure, because I haven't heard it from, I hear from the citizens.
But you're not giving us legal advice?
No.
So then you're, okay.
Mayor?
Yes.
So this is what we're voting on, is the $27 fee that we've had.
The disposal fee.
Yes,
Not
that we've had
hauling.
forever.
Yes, ma'am.
I'll make a motion to approve H2,
3.
3, whatever we're on.
May I respond to Commissioner Finnegan?
Yes, ma'am.
So it's just that I'm hearing from the citizens and I'm hearing from you all, and sometimes when y'all get in the heat of the moment, I'm just trying to help, because I didn't hear that from anybody. If it's not helpful, I'm sorry.
I, for one, appreciate the help. Would anyone like to second it?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any further board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay.
Nay.
Passes 3-2. Can we go back to the proclamations, please? That was all fun
I think I should just.
and happy. All right, H4. That's, who's doing H4? Mr. Hall, we have coffee up here if you need it.
Did so much talking, I thought I was finished. So the H4 would be to certify the non-ad valorem assessment roles. So the backup shows some of the beautification that we talked about. There's some street lighting districts, certain services for certain areas of the county, and they are taxed for those services. There is no increase from the previous years. This is the exact same thing we had previous.
It's just certifying the tax rolls, that's it. Okay. All right. I'm going to open the public hearing. Would anyone like to speak for or against the tax rolls?
Janet Barrett, Citrus Springs resident who did not receive one of those beautification notices. And I've been there a long time. The MSBU, according to this, looked a little screwy. Residences pay $35 and non-residents pay $30. And when I go down to Citrus Springs, it says a lot or a tract pays $350. If I'm reading it correctly, okay? And I was like, you know, I do know the 990,000 for collected amount is correct. And I'm wondering if they took, and instead of doing per house or per, you know, because the way ours is set up, if you have a residence on there, you pay 35. If you only own vacant land, you pay 30. And I'm wondering if they just took and said, okay, you got 3 per acre, and it's so much per acre. That's why I'm wondering how they came up with the 350. Other than that, our beautification is paid for by our MSBU. It's not paid for by a separate tax. We pay an MSBU. We actually, citizens, pay for those 2 employees, including their benefits. We also pay this gentleman to go to the MSBU meetings, including his benefits for the time he spends there. And the secretary that comes with this gentleman. And for any publications that we print out for the meetings. Because that's included in our MSBU. That's why we spend $990,000 per year. So I'm not saying anything wrong with that. I'm just wondering where that came from. Thank you.
Susan Barrett, 1923 West Rolling Place, Citrus Springs. Yeah, this beautification, fee, again, it is a beautiful area, and we do appreciate how it's kept, the grounds, the fountains, beautiful. It costs money, we get that, but the road. I know it probably doesn't have anything to do with the road, but still, when you have a road, I mean, we really are concerned that it's gonna start lifting up our driveway. It's that bad. And there's, we also have investment property, just like 2 lots that are just vacant land. The one road is paved over by the school, it's beautiful. The other lot on Dorchester Circle, terrible. As a matter of fact, our neighbor in the back on Blackhawk got her house up for sale. This is a true story. Just talked to her yesterday. Lovely lady, 87 years old. She's going back to be with her sons in her late final years. She got the house up for sale. 2 people walked through her house. One considered her house, loved her house, except they decided, true story, not to buy her house because of the road. Thank you.
Mr. Hall, do you have an answer for Ms. Barrett?
Yeah, I'm going to look into that line for Citrus Springs and neighborhood beautification as far as lot and tract, because it's a large amount, just to find out, and I'll get back to Ms. Barrett on what that's for, exactly that line item. In speaking about the roads, Citrus Springs MSBU has decided, and have for the past 3 years that I've been involved, to put some of the money that they collect through this beautification tax towards the roads. And every year there's a list of roads that they pay for to be resurfaced out of their own funds collected by this tax, in addition to the county's service for road resurfacing or repaving.
Thank you. And to our recent transplants, welcome to our county. I am fully aware, however, that you paid a heck of a lot more in taxes in New York State than you do in Florida. So one of my business partners lives in New York. The roads have been an issue for a while because former boards, quote unquote, kick the can down the road. So we are, hate that pun, but it's just so apropos. We are now funded at a 25-year road resurfacing program, and we are going to get to you. We had 2 developers, to go back into the history. We had a developer that did 2 neighborhoods that did substandard roads. One was Citrus Springs, one was Pine Ridge. A former board accepted those roads for maintenance, and they shouldn't have. There's also, way back when, they actually built out entire enormous neighborhoods rather than doing them section by section, like Citrus Hills did. So then you don't have the tax base to actually support keeping the roads up. So we are going to dig out of that. I see huge difference coming over the next 5 years or so for both Pine Ridge and Citrus Springs. So we're on it. And anybody else further? No? And Citrus Springs is lovely to drive through. I appreciate the flowers and how clean and neat it is, other than those doggone roads. All right, looking for a motion for H4.
Motion to approve item H4B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any board comment? Seeing, yep, go ahead.
This is housekeeping, no increase in the fee?
No increase.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Now I think you're done. And we are actually going to get back to general open to the public at some point. We have 2 more? No, we have 4 more. Bernadine, I don't think I realized what your last name is, and you're in Water Resources with the last name of Flood.
Flood-Nichols. Thank you.
Hi.
Okay, this public hearing is referred to as the Northwest Quadrant Water Main Extension Project and the assessment for that project. Years ago, the corridor along Highway 19 was identified as an economic development opportunity for the county, and ultimately a feasibility study was done. This is ultimately the outcome of that whole process in terms of the water line that has been completely installed. And now this is an assessment to pay the difference between funds, the actual cost of the project, and what we were able to get in grant funding.
Thank you. All right, I open the public hearing. Would anyone like to speak for or against this matter, H5? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing. Board, do you have any comments? Or, excuse me, I guess I need a motion. Sorry, it's all running together at
Madam
this point.
Chairman.
Yes.
Make a motion to approve H5A, B, and C.
It's actually B, and C.
I make a motion to approve H5, B, and C.
Motion by Commissioner Schleybaugh.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. H6.
Okay, since I'm still up here. The next public hearing addresses the Citrus Springs water line assessment. Throughout the year after year, we are under obligation to extend water lines in Citrus Springs under what is known as a Topeka agreement. So the hearing that we're having today is 4 water lines that have been completed last year, and this is establishing an assessment to repay for the water lines that were put in. And it's created in a way to equally charge all benefiting property units.
Okay. Now open the public hearing for H6. Anyone who would like to speak for or against H6?
Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs resident. We are very, very thankful in Citrus Springs that we have the Topeka agreement and that the water is coming to all of these wonderful new houses that keep getting approved at $500 and $600 per year. And I know that Ken Cheek's department has been trying to keep up with getting the water there, and sometimes they're not able to do it. So we also know that some people get upset because they get this assessment after they've put in a house and had to put in a well. But if they were to call Mr. Cheek's department, they would find out what I found out. As soon as they get the piping, they will be there. And sometimes you want your house before the piping. But we appreciate everything that the water department is doing in Citrus Springs, and they are doing a wonderful job. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak for or against? I concur. The Water Resources Department does an outstanding job. Looking for a motion?
Make a motion to approve H6, B, and C.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleybaugh, second by Commissioner Bays. Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Eric's time on the hot seat.
You only have one.
I do.
Lucky you.
Until 5. Good afternoon, Board. Eric with Growth Management. H7 is to conduct a public hearing and consider adoption for imposition of special assessments for properties relating to abatement cases. So this is when the county steps in and they have to spend money to abate properties for code enforcement. If there's a life safety or threaten to the health of the public, then they step in and clean it up. They recover those funds, they being the county
by putting liens on those properties. So it is an assessment, but only for those properties that the county had to step in and spend money on.
Thank you.
And there's a list of about a dozen of them in your backup material.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak for or against H7?
Good afternoon.
Yes, sir.
My name is Richard Romeo, and I have a property on Atkinson Court where the city came in and illegally just demoed my house that I saved up.
City or county?
The county, the county that I saved up, part of my life for to retire on. They came on there without my permission. I specifically moved on a private road where it's not maintained by the county at all. There's no light there, no garbage, no road, anything. They came on the property without my permission. They came on the property with no rights at all. They just came in there and they dug up my well. They dug up my septic tank and told me that I won't exist anymore. They took my cars and illegally took them 20 miles away from the property. And I was reading the code and I noticed it says no more than 10 miles. And, now I got this letter here where they're going to be opposing some kind of lien on the property, where they're going to actually take the property away from me. And I want this motion here stopped until it's really investigated. I don't want any kind of things done by this organization here until it's been investigated why they took my house away from me.
Yes, sir. Is that all?
Yeah, well, I'm going to be leaving a letter with the county here where they could look and investigate what was done. Here, this is you. I already gave it to them.
Mr. Landon, are you familiar with this gentleman's address? Did we?
Not with this specific case, but I know that each case is individually vetted through our code enforcement office and county legal. And when they go onto the property, it also involves the sheriff's office. So it's a lengthy process. It's not overnight. And I know they make every effort possible to contact.
I was just making sure that someone else didn't come and demo his property. Because I know our process, but.
If he's on the list, then it was a county one.
All right, thank you. Can you ask his address separately on the side and just see if it's on there, just to verify? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Tony Daniel. I'm here to speak on behalf of Mr. Richard Romeo and his situation. I've been assisting him with it in one way or another. And what we have discovered in going through this, what the first thing I think any citizen discover is that when the city, the county, the state, the federal government comes after you, if you don't have proper representation, if you can't go out and afford to put down an attorney, if you don't have $5,000, $10,000, $20,000 retainer fee for an attorney, then you're just left out there to fend for yourself. And that's what Mr. Romeo experienced. It is a lengthy process, as the gentleman said, and it was a lengthy process from them going from point A to point B. But throughout that process, every step along the way, they did something that was just outside of what I would say of the United States Constitution. He had a squatter in his property. They dealt with the squatter. He was trying to get the squatter off the property. He turned the electric off. They told him he would be arrested and he was trespassed from his own property. So they went onto the property without permission. That's one of the things, and it's all detailed. He has a letter that he gave to one of the assistants at the beginning of the meeting that details what he thought was, what they didn't do that was right. And so now they're saying they want to assess like about $16,000 against this property to do an offset with this abatement process. And what he was asking basically, if someone can look into this with just a little more serious to see if they can stop this process from taking place. Because right now, with his financial situation, he's in the process of actually losing his property. They say they're gonna put a lien against it, put it on the tax rolls. If it's not paid, then what happens? But it's many missteps along the way that if he had legal representation, that would not have happened. When he attempted to clean the property up and whatnot, it was some violations on there, and not violations in a technical sense, but just in, let's say, a neighborly sense, okay? As far as those standards are concerned, that never happened. He took care of it, and for some reason, the process continued rolling, and they ended up coming to this situation. He attempted to do something in circuit court, but that didn't work because once again, he filed himself, and that didn't go through. Thank you very much, and hope you guys can really assist him. Good day.
Thank you, sir. You're a good friend.
All right, thanks. Okay.
I did confirm Mr. Romeo's property is part of the county's list.
Okay. This is the first time this has come before me, at least, as a commissioner. I know my email box is quite frequently have people land in there complaining about neighbors that are violating code. And I know that our code enforcement will about half the time come back and say, it's unsightly, but it's not breaking code. So first of all, it has to be a code. It's not a neighborly thing. It is definitely a legal aspect. Then I have people that come back and say, I've been complaining about this property for 2 years. You said it was code violated. Why has nothing been done yet? It's not cleaned up yet. And there's I want to say it's about a 2-year process, correct?
For these particular cases, it's extensive because it's considered to be a life safety issue.
Right, right. And then there's also, sometimes there's health department violations. It's a complex issue. On the flip side, folks that have code violations that serious are typically of a lower socioeconomic status, so they don't necessarily have the wherewithal to fix it. We also have a homeless problem, so then now we've made someone homeless, which is all bad. But then you have folks, like one that's in my email box a lot right now, has rats running through her property from the house next door, and it's a serious health issue. So we have to balance the entire community, and these types of stories is what makes this job to sit up here excruciatingly hard. I do know that our staff is very caring staff, and if there's any legal way to help, they will do so. So I appreciate you coming in, sir, and I'm very sorry. Board?
I have their lights on, are they before me?
No, everybody's had their lights on the whole time. Would you like to go?
I'm going to address it to you, Eric, and to Mr. Howard. Mr. Howard first, and then if you will, through you to Eric and Denise. I sat on Code Enforcement Board in the 90s when we first moved here, and it is a very difficult thing to do because if there is junkyard conditions and it affects the neighborhood, then it has to be cleaned up. And code enforcement, past commissioner got some teeth into code enforcement because people were just ignoring and not cleaning up, and it became unsanitary conditions. Let's take that aside. Maybe that was the case. Maybe the home needed to be demolished. But the reason why I'm sitting up here today is because for 10 years, we were caught in a code enforcement case. And we aren't the lower economic social ladder.
No.
And we were in it for 10 years. And it cost us over $60,000 when we stopped fighting for attorneys. So I very much sympathize with people that are not properly represented, because there were many times that we wanted to, my husband said, let's just stop fighting them, let's give in, and I'm too stubborn and Irish to do that. So I would like to, I'm not gonna vote to approve this today until I get more information and see, because it's just a snowball, and I sympathize so much with you, because if you don't have it together and you can't afford an attorney or anything, you're just going to be caught in that system. And we were caught in that system for 10 years. So and it was a business, and we won the case. We did win the case. But so I'm asking you all not going to vote for this until I find out some more information. So how do you want me to handle that?
Ms. Roberts' rules, you just told me at the conference something that, what did you say? What is the proper, if you
That
want?
I would like to postpone this, but
the
I
next
don't know
meeting?
if the board would be into that, be amendable to that. But I would like to postpone that because I think that this is definitely a case that we need to look at. And I'm not saying you're all right either. I just said we just need to look at it.
Mr. Landon, what is the ramifications of postponing one meeting? Or
I'm not talking.
why? Go ahead.
You addressed Mr. Landon, I'm sorry.
Honestly, I don't know the ramifications of postponing one
I'm
meeting.
not talking about legal. I'm talking about, does this hang us up on anything or slow?
No, this is, go, I'm sorry.
Might I suggest, without butting in, that you consider just removing this one particular item from the entire roll?
Okay.
I would like that, so you need a motion?
Well, I'm not sure how many items there are on there. I'm not sure whether the land section, I'm not getting any reaching out from the land section, which I know they watch us, as to whether or not there's any time-sensitive nature of getting this put on the tax rolls, but at the very least, you can approve the remainder and just keep this one out. I can tell you that while we've been sitting here, I've been getting emails from folks. This code case started in 2020 with a notice of violation. There was an order to demolish. That order to demolish was appealed to Judge Falvey. Judge Falvey denied that motion. That's just what I've been able to get from people watching and sending me text or emails. Sorry, I didn't mean to say text. Sending me emails. So it sounds like this respondent exhausted their administrative remedies with both the code compliance special master and Judge Falvey in the circuit court. So I don't know if that weighs on your decision on whether or not you want to continue, but this has been going on since 2020. It's now 2024. His case was dismissed by Judge Falvey. I'm sorry, I have all these windows open.
Board, what would you like to do?
The complaint was filed with Judge Falvey in 2022, so it's been out there for a while. So to summarize, if you're concerned about this one particular one, if what I've told you doesn't show that he's exhausted his administrative remedies, then perhaps you can just excise that one, approve the rest, and then if the land section can, if it's still timely, the land section can bring it back at a future meeting.
Commissioner Kennard.
Motion to approve item H7, B, and C.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any further board discussion?
Yes. I appreciate your legal jargon, but exhausted all the administrative responsibilities is very difficult if you're underrepresented. So I implore you all to pull this out of this group and let's just go, give us, a month to look at it. Postpone it for two meetings, 1 month. Because I'm telling you, to be in that red tape is awful, awful. And I was properly represented, and it still was 10 years and stop counting at $60,000. So I implore you to just look at this one case. They've made the effort to come here, and 2020 was COVID. This is only 4 years ago. This has not been going on for a long time. So I just ask you to do that. Thank you.
Madam Chair, the voices heard me, and if you do not vote, there will not be enough time to get it on the tax roll this year. If you take this one out, but that's not what the motion is.
Commissioner Finnegan?
So the reason I second it and the reason why I will vote yes, Commissioner Schlabaugh's wasn't a life safety issue, as this apparently was. And I do understand that, and I'm happy for Eric or Steve or anybody else to take a look at this. moving ahead with what we're supposed to do with government doesn't mean that this gentleman still can't have it reviewed. And if he has these assessments and that's on this property, if somebody along the way is reviewing that, that could still be taken back. What we do today doesn't change the procession of what this gentleman is going to do or find out. Nothing else is going to happen. So we have a duty for, if we're moving ahead with this, to just move ahead. And if he has his property looked over and it works out, well, then all's fine. But it seems like he's went through a lot of process and it's not.
Mr. Landon, it looks like you have something on your mind.
No, I was just asking a legal question on if Mr. Howard had the authority to waive a lien. In some cases he does if it's a fine imposed by a special master, but not if the county has already expended money to clean a property. So
Right.
I was just hoping to find a solution during the discussion.
So for clarification, this is a cleaning up of a property.
These are,
that-
yes, sorry to interrupt.
Life
Go ahead.
safety issue.
So these are funds that the county hired a third-party contractor to come in and do work on the property to clean it. And then this is the county's attempt to recover those funds.
But I'm talking about the condition of the property. So it could have been, I mean, I've been out with the sheriff's office and code enforcement where we've had drug bust, and we then go in and take that piece of property down to abate it.
The county,
So,
the county will only step in to abate if it's a life safety issue, not if it's a junkyard or high grass or anything
So
like that.
these are, okay, these were all life safety issues.
Correct.
Okay, any further board discussion?
Yes, and I don't know that you all know my case, but you don't know if it's life-saving or not. So I've said my opinion, and
Anyone else? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
you're nay, you're making me say nay for the other.
Motion passes 4-1. Thank you, Mr. Landon. All right, is this Chief Stevens?
Madam Chair, as he's
Yes.
walking up, can I just say thank you to all the voices that helped by sending things?
Absolutely.
I was getting a bunch of emails, so thank you.
Appreciate the hive.
I like the coming.
Is yours easy?
I hope so.
We can complicate it.
This is a heartbreaking job sometimes, it really
ma'am.
is.
Ready?
Take it away.
Okay, so we ask you to conduct a public hearing to reimpose the fire protection assessment, adopt fees and assessment rates for the fire protection services for FY 2024-25, and adopt the fire protection services assessment roll prepared by the property appraiser's office.
Okay. Open a public hearing. Anyone would like to speak for or against fire? If you would like to speak on this, just come on up to the mic. It has to be about the fire protection assessment.
Janet Barrett, Citrus Springs. Having read this and having known Captain Stevens for a long time, he is doing a wonderful job keeping the $79. Okay? I don't like MSBUs, I don't like MSTUs, but this was a very good case. He's taking the extra money that he's getting from the new assessments, and he's not taking any extra. And I think that's wonderful. So $7 million for his department was a big bite when he went from the sheriff's department to making a standalone department. But the thing is, I feel he's doing a wonderful job. And I like the fact that it says that it can only go to this. It says this is what it's gonna be, and it can only go to a certain, the next amount. So I think it's nice that he, took the time to explain. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Again, I'm Lisa Miller, resident of Citrus Springs, and I disagree with this added fee because my income is below what I can afford. I get no food stamps, I get no help, I get nothing for free. I was made to pay thousands upon thousands in taxes when I'm a self-employed, commission-only worker, so there's something wrong with the taxes. And to cap $100 raise every year, why don't budgets stick within budgets and go down every year? Why does everybody just agree with increasing when nobody can afford it? And when you have your own household budget, you can budget well and give up things. When you guys take control over all of our expenses and expend us completely, I don't see how we have any choice. And like Century Complete Homes is who I bought my house from. They literally threatened to take the house I bought. I had a deposit on my house. They said if I didn't use their finance company that they could take the house away from me. So they made me give up the finance company that I had already in place and renewed my financing 3 times. So just to recap, in February, we came here to scope out Florida and see where we wanted to move, like hurricane-wise, because I don't see why you continue to build houses where hurricanes can clearly get them. They just shouldn't live in those areas, instead of charging us to rebuild every single year. So February, we did everything. We sold our house on April 2nd, and we didn't know when they were going to finish building our house here. So when we came in February, we didn't even know what it was going to look like on the inside. We only knew by location. We wanted a mixture between country and city because we're from the city. I've never not lived in Buffalo, New York my entire life. And in New York, we were kicked out of all of our doctor's offices, our schools, jobs, everything kicked us out because they're communists, and we had no choice. And we make too much for legal aid, so we get no representation because we're not poor enough for legal aid, but we don't even have enough for our bills. We don't, our food we're charging every month, and $79 a year is a lot. And if you do that every single year forever, just for one fee, I don't see how that's efficient. I don't see how that makes sense. And for this poor guy who got his house demolished, you guys said there's no ramifications of waiting, and then she says, oh, we got to put it through or we can't do something with taxes, so you force it through. You don't even listen to us. My family is in town until tomorrow morning where we get to drive to the airport at 5:30, and this is how I'm spending our last day. And then my daughter has a mandatory meeting tonight to play sports, or she can't play sports. So our last day of our family vacation is spent listening to I don't know how many award ceremonies that didn't say we're on the letter at 1 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Susan Barrett, 1923 West Rolling Place, Citrus Springs. I think I might be related to Janet some kind of way. This is the one fee that I say, yes, yes. I'm sorry, but fire and safety, I don't think they get enough. But, for paying for beautification, where we have the road is ridiculous and things like that, I have a little issue. But fire and safety, something is sort of upside down, and that's all. I'm for it.
Thank you very much. I can't see behind you. Is anyone else back there?
How you doing? Roger Miller, Citrus Springs resident. I just want to speak on behalf of all these folks here that have fixed incomes. These folks don't have the ability to pay out exorbitant amounts of fees or have extra money coming in because most of them are probably on Social Security. I don't know the average age of residents here in Citrus County, but I'm assuming there's quite a few folks that are on Social Security, being 65 and older. Coming from New York, we know, my wife and I, in the field of work that we're done, that there are over 1 million more residents in Florida that are on Social Security and collecting Social Security for their livelihood, basically. Their money is based on the years that they worked. There's no percentage of money that equals the amount of the cost of living today. So the amount of inflation today that affects the amount of money that they made 20, 30, 40 years ago doesn't add up. The field of work that we're in, we see a lot of older folks that are on fixed incomes that don't get any type of assistance because either their income is just above the amount where they don't get what's called a dual eligible to be on Medicare and Medicaid. So these folks are struggling. Groceries are going up. Cost of living, like I said, everything's going up. You have to consider these folks. These are the people that come here to retire. These are your residents. You should really consider these folks and all these fees and taxes that you're raising on them. Other than that, I don't have anything else to say. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair. Just want Chief Stevens to say into the microphone, Chief, just to reiterate, this is not an increase at all in taxes. This is just certifying what the people have been paying for fire services. There's zero increase in this,
That's
correct?
That is correct.
Thank you, sir.
Did you officially close the public hearing?
No, you came back.
All right. Officially close the public hearing. All right. Looking for a motion?
You want any board input?
Sure.
Don't you need a motion?
We need a motion first, though.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll make a motion to approve H8B.
Second?
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Board discussion, Commissioner Bays.
Yeah, you know, there's been a lot of discussion about fees and cost, taxes. And because you're here in the audience and you've brought it up, I think it's important to have a bit of a discussion about it. Well, they're leaving. Guess they're not interested. You know, if you go on to the Florida Tax Watch, you can actually see where Citrus County, out of 67 counties, ranks 41st in the per capita for tax levies. Controverse to that, you can go down and you can look at, we have what you call save your homes. So when you move here, you can homestead your house and you have a 3% cap every year. That's what the value of that home can go up. When you look at what you're doing on your per capita impact of Save Your Homes, where we rank in almost the bottom half, we rank in the top half, we rank 24th. Where that shift in tax burden, what some people aren't paying, others are paying for. So if you get your exemptions, somebody else is paying for you. If you pass out and you're not paying any taxes, somebody else is paying your fair share. And that's really what is going on in this county. And I think we've done a very good job. And when you talk about expenses and taxes, I mean, there's still people, the men and women that work at the county, they're your neighbors. They're the people that are going to pick you up in the ambulance. They're the people that are going to put the fire out. They're the people that respond to the car wreck. They're the people that respond to the burglaries at your home or your business. They still get a salary. They still pay their taxes. They still shop in your grocery stores. They still see your doctors. They're not absent from you as taxpayers. And all the costs that it takes to run those operations, government is not void of the inflation. Whatever it costs to buy a new car, or the fuel, or the oil, or the filter, or put a building up, or the water, it's the same cost to county government that it is to the taxpayer. We're not arbitrarily going out and trying to set fees that are exorbitant so that we can make money. Government cannot give you what it does not previously take from you. I think we're doing a very good job with how we've tried to prioritize our expenses and our cost of living in this county. But we've also kind of beat our heads against the wall to the point where we have a lot of deficits that we have to catch up on, just like road repaving. Sometimes you fail to do things for so long, it costs you more. To build a new road today, it's $1 million a mile. I think I heard the other day, just to repave, it's $250,000 a mile. So sometimes deferring or putting your head in the sand and pretending like it doesn't exist and you can't and you shouldn't do that, that's going to cost you more in the long run. It's like waiting till the roof of your house leaks before you put a new one on. Now you got a leak to fix. We are doing the very best. I can't tell you that I think that there has ever been a commissioner in the history that just
sits on a board and says, I think we're just gonna tax somebody to death and we're gonna, you know, have a savings account with your money and wait for everything to fall apart. I really do believe that we're trying to do the best. And I think every one of us want to hear from our taxpayers and our citizens. But to constantly sit here and poke fingers and just have a negative attitude about it is not getting us anywhere. I think we all want the same thing, and I think the more that we can work together, the better we will be for it. So you've got my phone number, you've got my email. I'm happy to talk with you anytime. But let's be partners. Let's not be adversaries. We've got a job to do, and we got a county to run, and we'll all be better for it in the end.
All right, anyone want to follow that? Well said. Commissioner Kennard, you're laughing. Well said, Commissioner Bays. Any further board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Chief. Okay, this might be the latest open to the first open to the public in time I've been chairing. Open to the public. 3 minutes at the mic. Unless you have a letter on file, let us know, and you get 5. Please fill out a green card, state your name and address at the beginning. I'm sure I've forgotten some instructions. Address the chair.
I know them by heart.
Be nice.
I'll be nice. Ready, set, go. After Commissioner Finnegan stated that the roads were put in illegally.
Yeah,
with-
speaking of the mic,
I'm
please.
sorry, and wait, can I start over? Because I forgot to give you my name.
Yes, start over.
Okay. Terry Weber Nellis, Inverness Villages 4. After Commissioner Finnegan stated the roads were put in illegally within IV4, I wanted answers. And I wanted to thank her for finally getting the answer to the question that I've been asking for years. On June 7th, I called J.C. Charlton with the following questions. Who was fined for putting the roads in? What roads was he fined for? How much was the fine? And did he pay the fine? He referred me to Walt Eastman. I called Walt on June 7th and June 26th, and I had to leave messages for him. I haven't heard back yet. So I wanted those questions answered because I want to know who paid what to destroy lives of hundreds of people within IV4. I want to know what they paid. Is it pitiful, like Commissioner Bays is saying? Is it just a slap on the hand? Do we need to raise our fines? Was it $1,000? Was it a few $100s? I want to know. Was it for one road, 2 roads, whatever? Also, another concern. Sorry, give me a minute. Oh, Commissioner Kennard, a neighbor of mine told me that you spoke with her about staff still looking for solutions to the problems. And I was wondering if you can kind of bring us up to date. I think part of the problem and where the frustration comes from with IV4 residents is the lack of transparency. We want to know, did anybody reach out to FDLE? What's the status with that? What's the status of what's going on behind the scenes? Again, who got slapped on the hand and how much did it cost? And for those of you that don't know, Anton Van Usen's attorney is personal friends with the special master. I find that to be a huge conflict of interest, but the county let it go forward, and I'm referring to the special master hearings back in October, and the special master did disclose that. So he didn't pull anything funky, the special master, but funny how Anton Van Usen's attorney is best buds with him. So anyway, I would love to work as partners, but we can't if we're not getting our questions answered and if we don't have transparency. And we need more than, well, I've had good conversations with so-and-so, and I plan on having more good conversations with so-and-so. We need details. We need specifics. I follow up on things. I know that the septic to sewer is not going anywhere, but that was never discussed. You know what I'm saying? Like, people are really wanting answers, and we're just not getting it, and we've been chasing our tail now for years. So those are my questions. If I can get answers, I'd appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hello, my name is Caitlin Wood. I am here to present a proposal for your decommissioned wastewater treatment plant that you have over off of Highway 41 that is up for auction right now. I'm here to present, and I have you guys, some paperwork if you guys can have it, on the plan. It is, I am proposing that it becomes
As long as you're okay with it going into public record.
Yes.
Okay.
There's a copy, there's two. There's a map layout as well as just our kind of values and things as a family. I am presenting to do a ATV campground there with a little water experience, just because it's in Hernando, and my family does a lot of coming out and riding, and we see that there's a need there. There's a lot of families that come out there. We personally know quite a few riders and racers that race professionally ATV, and we just feel like this would be a great way to put some kind of fun into the county for the younger communities, even the older communities. But not only that, to take this wastewater treatment plant that's just sitting there in all this acreage, and I've talked to the EPA and or the DEP and got all the EPA testing, and they said that there's never been any hazardous remarks there. Everything is safe there. You could put a well in if I wanted. Obviously, I would hook up to the city. Our mission is to bring friends and families together for a safe, fun ATV riding adventure while respecting the environment through responsible riding, along with days of fun in the sun at the Wonderlust Woods Sun Water Experience. We would be family-owned and operated. Our vision is a unique place for the community and ATV enthusiasts alike from all over to come to a clean, safe, well-maintained campground while preserving the natural environment around us. Our goal is also to work with local vendors to keep it into the county as well, to help our small businesses and help this county just grow. It looks like it's all headed in a good direction, and we have a home here in out on Crystal River, out on Salt River, and we just love spending our time here. So we would love to put a family business in here that would just, I feel like, really help our younger communities, even older community, or older people that love to come out and ride, because I ride with some that are in their 80s right now on dirt bikes, and it's just a blast for everyone. So that's my proposal, and I hope I can get all your guys' support in this endeavor for our family.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I don't know if you picked up on it, but we address everyone after everyone's done.
Yes.
Okay.
Come on, baby.
I knew I forgot something in the instructions. Next speaker.
It does not give me pleasure to give this speech.
Oh, boy.
Stephen Schwartz, Beverly Hills. Commissioners, a close friend received a call from a friend that was incarcerated and asked him to bail him out. My friend called the jail, and it rang about 20 times before someone picked it up, never saying hello or can I help you. They placed the phone down on the deck for about 5 minutes on the desk, and my friend could hear a conversation taking place, and then they just hung up on the phone. He then called the bail bondsman, who told him that he could pay the bail tonight, but it was too late at night for his friend to be released. The next day, he paid the bail and was told by the bondsman that they let the inmates out after 2 p.m. When he arrived at the jail, he was told by a person at the front desk that it usually takes about an hour and a half to let someone be released and to wait in his vehicle in the parking lot. He sat there for 8 hours when his friend was released with numerous inmates at the same time. My questions are, is this the way that they treat friends and family of someone incarcerated? They did nothing wrong. Is this normal procedure? Why isn't there a specific release period of no more than a few hours, once or twice a day? If you can't answer my questions, who can? How is a jail personnel held accountable, and to who? The other thing I would like to know is why are social issues and a specific religion entertained as part of our county government? Commissioners are elected to conduct business of the county and respond to the concerns of residents with issues that affect the county growth, infrastructure, and maintaining a safe environment for all citizens, and not taking sides publicly on a social or political issue from the county seat. The last I knew, there is a separation between church and state, which includes the issue of abortion, no matter which side you stand for, and the promotion of a specific God, which everyone doesn't agree. I would hope that in the future, the commissions not entertain subjects that do not stay in the framework of running the county for all the citizens they represent, and either have the invocation mention all 720 gods or none at all. Social issues are not a part of county business, and when it allowed, it takes away from the county business, creates division and animosity, as I observed the slide remarks made as they walked by a person of the opposite position at the abortion hearing last meeting. Not nice.
Next speaker.
Janet Barrett from Citrus Springs. Last meeting, the historic Hernando School was brought up, and there was a group for Club Recovery that they brought ideas and you discussed them, and there was no open to the public at that point. The historic school in Hernando, I've been here, and at least one other commissioner was here, when there was over $100,000 spent to make sure we put in historic windows. Because the board wants it to be kept as a historic building. Okay, when they started talking about renovating, okay, I don't know if they're gonna be able to do what they say they're gonna be able to do, because they have to keep, we want them to keep the historic look to it. Which means they're gonna have to get proper carpenters and proper electricians and proper plumbers. The other thing that got, different things went on, but the one thing that got me was, you're gonna rent it to them for $1 a year. At least that's if you agree to the way it's gonna be written up. Okay, a few years back, Citrus Springs Civic Association rented 127 square feet in a community building, and we paid more than $1 a year. However, the board said that they were gonna look into it and make fee schedules for our buildings fair and comparable and whatever. And from what I'm seeing, it's not ever occurred. Ozello gets a building for $1, okay? Other people get a whole building for $1. You're not being fair to all different organizations in the county. You raised the rent, and the people that were renting it at the historic building, had to move. And then you turned around and you brought in this recovery people who now want to renovate the place, and they want to rent the place for $1 a year for the next 5 years with a 5-year contract after that, because they really want it for 10 years for $10. Okay, so I wasn't able to speak last time because it was just a consensus of what to do or not to do. Okay, but I'd like you to think about what you're doing and what you're not doing with a county building that has a historic designation and a county board of, commissioners that tried to keep it 100% historic, especially when we spent over $100,000. I think we bought 8 windows for the $100,000 because they had to be a certain size, a certain this, a certain that, and it was county money that was spent. Thank you.
Next speaker.
Susan Barrett, 1923 West Rolling Place, Citrus Springs. I want to talk about the builders here. My husband and I did our research, so we thought. We opted not to. We actually met later in life, marriage too for both of us. We got married in October. We had 2 homes that we broke down to come here to buy a move-in ready home, century complete home. Everybody said, you don't need a home inspector, brand new, everything's great. You know, they were like all these stars and all that. That was our foolishness. As soon as we closed on the house here, we got a home inspector. Wonderful man, licensed in the state of Florida. When my husband did blue tape day, he looked up in the roof and he said through the garage, he says, I don't think the roof is right. The trusses look like they're too short and the roof was nailed to itself, basically. The inspector said, everything's good except, the roof. Put in a ticket, they came out. There was broken shingles and nail pops. They fixed it once, then they came out, then every time they fixed it, I had him inspected. He inspected it again with a written report. The second time, they put a whole box of shingles. It was worse because now we had more holes through the underlayment. He says, you are going to have leaks, and their policy is if you have leaks, you have to put in a homeowner's claim, and we weren't going to do that. So we took it upon ourselves. We got a good company, Quality First Roofing, couldn't have done better, replaced the roof, the entire roof, and 4-month-old home, century complete house. They refused after the 3rd report. They said, ticket closed. This is fixed. You know what she told me, Natalie Stewart from Century Complete? She said, stop looking for problems where there aren't any and focus on making your house your home. I have all the documentation and we don't know where to go from here. I should probably be at the code meeting and we're planning on doing that too, but we're gonna be at a family reunion the next couple of weeks. When we come back, we plan to do that. And the reason we chose to come to this state, this beautiful state, is because we read that you guys, your code enforcement on new builds was second to none. And that's why we opted to not, remodel one of our homes and come here to a brand. We figured at our age, I'm 64, my husband's coming up on 69. We thought this is gonna be, and plus I have family here to spend our final years with my family here. So all these things considered and then we, 4 months in and we are replacing the entire tear-off roof. So something should be looked into about that. All right, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Would anyone else like to speak? Seeing none, we'll close open to the public. Board, do you have any comments?
Yeah, I'll go ahead and chime in. Jan, as far as the historic school goes, I know there are some architectural plans that were produced. I would like to see those plans ultimately, if the lease does come forward, I'd like to see those plans attached to that lease so that any renovation that's done out there has to be done in the spirit of restoring as those plans spelled out. And based on what we heard in their presentation, I don't see that Club Recovery would have an issue with that at all. But I think that would help assure that. And let's see here. IV4, yeah, I believe the staff is still looking for a solution. It's certainly not moving along as quickly as what any of us would like, but I do think that the next, I'll say, the county engineer or public works director that comes in, I think we charge them with taking yet another look at it and see if we can find a more reasonable solution. As of today, that has not surfaced. And Caitlin, as far as the ATV park, I love thinking out of the box. My concern there, what I've heard in the past, is that access to that property is very limited. I believe the access is through an easement that I think only the county is allowed access through that easement. So I don't know how that would be, how that could be tackled, but anyway, I like the thought anyway.
Either of you? Commissioner Bass?
Sure. Caitlin, love your enthusiasm, but
having been through these in the past, I would tell you the very first thing, you might want to talk to all those residents that live around that. That would be your first hurdle. And as far as the historic building, Janet, yes, it was $1, but the expenses are on that building are 40,000 plus a year that they're gonna be paying, plus their intent is to make a 300,000 plus investment in it. So that's in exchange for a $1 a year lease, that's a pretty good return for us. I think that's it. I think I've addressed IV4. Would love to, every solution that we've come up with is not attainable from a financial perspective, and that's why we keep looking.
Or a legal perspective. Commissioner Schlebaugh?
Who was fined and how much?
I'm not supposed to take questions from the audience.
No, it just came to me like in a dream. So I'd like to find out who was fined and about how much, if we could get that. As far as the Hernando School, we talked at great length about making sure that any renovations were consistent with what was set up for the historic building and staying within that that guideline. So we did talk about that at great length, actually. I think that's it. Thank you.
You know, I would have gotten the death glare from you if I was sitting down there and you had just, yeah, Commissioner Finnegan?
For most things, I just made a few notes to follow up on. I do have a concern, if that's true, about the special master and Mr. Van Heusen. I could see why that would be concerning. About the rents, just to make sure we're doing things fairly. Mr. Schwartz, the jail, I have some concerns, long concerns. I'll want to check in on that too, to see how they're handling that. If it was a bad day, or is that just every day? The things that you don't like to hear here, I just think that that is freedom of speech. I will have to respectfully disagree with you about praying and such as being a separation of church and state. If someone's asked to pray, that is just their free speech and how they're offering that up. And if they come to the microphone and speak about, you mentioned abortion, they have a right to. There's things that obviously probably each one of us at times doesn't like what someone says, but it's their right to do it. And of course, we welcome anyone to share their thoughts that they think are important for us to hear. Thank you.
Yes, the Hernando School, it's been discussed at length that it will be kept up to historical standards. The rest of everyone else has already addressed that very well. I will let everyone know the moment Ms. Weber-Nellis, you might want to pay attention to this part. If the moment I hear from FDLE, y'all will be the first to know. And I was told it will take months. Okay? So I was thinking maybe around about now would probably be the earliest that I would hear from them. So I will, nope. No, we do not take comments. Point of order, we do not take comments from the audience, please. We have to keep the rules the same for everyone, please. We have another open to the public, and you can come to the mic and speak appropriately in your 3 minutes at the next open to the public, which will be fairly soon because we're going to have the lightning round next. Ms. Wood, ATVs, Avis. I'm addressing her. Fantastic idea. We definitely need things for young people, and not sure about the location for the various reasons mentioned, but love the idea. But NIMBYism is going to be a big issue, as you well know, okay? Right now, we have ATVs running amok through the county, and that's a problem. And once again, please, no comments from the audience, please. I'm just playing the big meanie today. And I think that is it. All right. We'll close open to the public. Lightning round, board.
Motion to approve E1, A through D.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E1? Seeing none, any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E2.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleba, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E2? Seeing none, any board discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E3.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleba, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment on E3? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E4, A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleba, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E5.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any public comment? You're messing up our lightning round.
Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. I have brought Core Civic to you, God knows, every month. That's another 30,000. 30,000, I guess, doesn't faze them. 31,000 doesn't faze them. I'm hoping that somebody is actually taking the time to look into finding another corporation to manage our jail at a better rate of people. Maybe that's why Mr. Schwartz's relative had to wait 8 hours, because maybe they were at 50% staff. And maybe that's why they're not doing things for our community. Working and maintaining between 50 and 75% staff is not good, especially on a daily, weekly, yearly basis. It doesn't look good, it doesn't reflect good upon the county. That's our county jail. We should have people that are running it properly with maintaining a proper amount of staff. And like I said, another 30,000 down the drain.
Thank you. Does anyone else like to speak? All I'll say is that, speaking for myself, I've had staff briefings on what's going on over there. We also have a new warden again, so hopefully things will turn around. However, there's lots of rumblings on this, at least between staff and the board, so we'll see what happens. I think we're all running out of patience. Anyone else like to speak? Seeing none, all those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E6, A and B.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Schleba, second by Commissioner Kennard. Any public comment on E6? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Someone get Commissioner Bays some coffee.
Motion to approve E7.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Schleba. Any public comment? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Motion to approve E8.
There you go.
Second.
There
It's
you go.
alive. Okay, motion by Commissioner Bays. I'm going to call Commissioner Finnegan for the second. Any public comment? Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Howard?
Nothing to add other than we got everything updated online. Veronica had updated some more additional items this morning. We'll continue to keep that in real time updated. And if you have any other items you want to add, let me know and we'll have them on there.
Okay, and you're G as well, so anything?
Nothing else. Thank you.
Okay. All right, I1.
I'll make the motion. I can't remember the guy's name. That's on here.
Robert Bass.
Oh, he's the only one, so. Motion to approve Robert Bass as the alternate member to the Planning and Development Commission.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Finnegan, second by Commissioner Bays. Any public comment? Any board discussion? I think it'll be nice to have him back on the board. See, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Committee reports. Commissioner Kennard.
Nothing.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Nothing.
Commissioner Bays.
Nothing.
Commissioner Schleba.
Nothing.
Okay, I don't believe I had any, but I have a lot coming up. And Commissioner Schleba.
I have nothing.
Commissioner Kennard.
Nope.
Commissioner Finnegan.
No, ma'am.
Commissioner Bays.
Nope.
Well, three of us went to National Association of Counties, so we could
I
say
knew
that
you
we
were
did
going to
that.
talk about that. That's why I said nothing.
Oh, you
So-
just like, were
so
you,
go.
isn't that where you did
We know
Robert
that,
Rules
we
of
know
Order?
that you like to talk about it, so you just take it away.
No, I mean,
we
you know,
defer to you.
people need to know that we're out doing workshops to better the management of the county, so anyway, it was good. What was the coolest thing you found out there? Robert's Rules?
No, no. I thought going to NACO and attending was to listen to commissioners and council people across the United States talk about the very same things we talk about: roads, garbage, workforce housing. I said to one person, I can't even remember what state, "How are you handling workforce housing?" And they're like, "We're not. We're trying so hard." So it's comforting to, another one told me they did a grant program, and of course they were a wealthier county, and they were able to get grants to people and give them money at a very low interest rate to have workforce housing, to be able to have a first home. So I thought that was exciting, but it wasn't within our realm to be able to do something like that. But it's all up in here for if we ever get the
You know, I'm
opportunity.
gonna ask the same thing to you, Commissioner Bays. What's the coolest thing?
So back in, 2010, when we had the BP oil spill, I was at the beginning of the consortium board. And for the people that don't know, all 5 Gulf states were awarded money. But the cool thing about Florida was the money was awarded to each county that touched the Gulf and it wasn't awarded to the state. So they had a bit of an update on that, but what I found really interesting was there was a group there, and it's called the Gulf States Association. So it's an organization that has put together like a team, and they go around and they help all 5 states find monies for resiliency, and I thought that was very cool. And I talked to Mr. Howard about it. They put together some presentations that were really cool about opportunities for helping shorelines and water intrusion and from the Gulf into the counties. So we're going to work on that a little bit together. And I thought it was very interesting. Hillsborough County was there, and they did a presentation on what they're doing with reclaimed water, and heard a lot of interesting information about Purple Pipe. I also just spent the week at the environmental permitting school, and we had a lot of discussions about Purple Pipe and reclaimed water, and various things are going on. But the Tampa Bay region, they're actually taking water, treating it, and at the moment they're injecting it back into the Hillsborough River. But that's coming to an end, and then they're going to be taking that water and injecting it back into the lower aquifer. So, they have a significant amount of withdrawal that's coming out, what they've, taken through their, all the way up into Pinellas County. So there's lots that we should be focused on with water preservation, if you will, and what we're doing in our state. So I think it's always an interest of mine to keep a watchful eye on what we're doing with water and where it's going, and what our future uses are going to be. We're the 3rd most populous state. Our population is going to continue to rise, but over and above that is the amount of tourism that we have in this state. And over the next couple of years, that tourism is expected to be closer to 150 million people.
And when we think about all the hotels and the industry and what that takes, I think we should be very cautious in what we're doing with our water.
We tend to, by the way, if multiple of us go to these conferences, we tend to divide and conquer and go to split up in different workshops so we get as much information back to the county as we can. So I went to economic development, which had a lot of really cool information in it. One thing that I've found very powerful is breaking the cycle of childhood poverty. So another workshop I went to, half of it was addressing how a very red county and a very red state has addressed breaking childhood poverty, which keeps folks off the dole and onto the tax rolls as they age out. That's a 20-year long ball thinking. That's legacy stuff, so I found that really interesting. And then also, as our demographic skews younger and we are trying to attract companies here, a lot of those higher wage workforce people want a lot more elevated culture or more culture that we have here. And so I went to the Arts Commission meeting, which has a lot of mental health benefits for veterans with PTSD, children in the arts, things like that. But it also adds to the culture, and it really fits with our small town charm. And I think that'd be it's a big, huge tourism driver. They showcased what Tampa Bay has done, and Tampa is just on fire. They just can't miss in anything that they're doing right now, just about. Not that we'll ever be that way, and we don't want to be that way, but the small town version of that I thought was really interesting. So really powerful conference. Do you have anything to add, Mr. Howard, since you went?
I think just what you said, what the challenges this government faces is not unique. So you get that when you attend these meetings, but I did the artificial intelligence track, which was interesting to see, what's happening across the country. We're already using some of those techniques. Most people don't even know you're using it with call centers and things like that, but there could be an application for that. Actually, I've got some thoughts on that in the future, my exploratory committee that could kind of look at these kind of things, but it's something that we need to look at, that they're taking it slowly across the country, but there are some best practices that we might be able to implement here in the future.
And again, virtually none of this is plug and play. It is simply learning what another county did for a particular situation they were faced with. And so we take the parts of that that fits our culture and our size and our demographic and so forth. So really, really good. Madam Attorney.
I have nothing, thank you.
All right, second open to the public.
This is on the behalf of Too Far. I should have 5 minutes. I might not take it. Yes, I went to the permitting summer school. Delightful experience. Tremendous amount of information, and had meetings with the FDEP staff and SwiftMud representatives and a lot of vendors as well. A side note from one of the things is that I went to a seminar on the use of drones and looking at the drone flights over the environmental areas. And to my surprise, they're now using LiDAR in combination with AI, artificial intelligence. Extremely powerful. And as a side note, I do suggest that we look at LiDAR in combination with AI when looking at the analysis of the road conditions.
We are actually doing that.
Hooray. You're ahead of me. That's really good.
We're 2 for 2 today.
Yeah.
We actually are doing that.
Yes, it's very, very, very
I
excellent.
told him, he didn't believe me.
So the other thing I wanted to say is that we submitted our permit to SwiftMud, or FDEP, on May 9th. Normally, they have 30 days to respond. They went well over their timeline. Unfortunately, during that time, we lost Marcelo. And that's going to be a little bit challenge internally as well. It's extremely important that the county is a co-applicant in this project of the restoration of the Sasala-Apopka Lakes, especially Commissioner Bays addressed the importance of water. And just keep in mind that this project has the potential of increasing the water storage capacity up to 4 billion gallons. Unfortunately, the FDEP and the SWIFMUD are having a meeting tomorrow trying to decide which agency will even accept the permit. The basis of the permit is based upon a 2008 survey performed by the FWC. And it specifically came up with a calculation of 4 billion gallons and specifically recommended that it was a restoration was required. So the permit is actually following recommendations of a government agency, and now the government agencies do not know how to respond. To make matters worse, they're now talking about not giving us a general permit, which is extremely fast, and now the current conversation is that they might require us to go back and do an individual permit. An individual permit would require us to go back to ground zero and rewrite the entire permit application, and it could take easily a year or more. So I'm requesting that the commissioners somehow get them their own personal observations to some of the agencies, if it's appropriate, to try to tell them the importance of this and that we're following the recommendations of their own agencies. It's extremely important.
Can you write something up and email it to us?
I will. I'll send an email to everyone. It's public information. It's fine. I'll send it to you in recommendations and my statement. There is a sense of urgency because the meeting is tomorrow with the FDEP and SWIFMUD, and their decision might be final, unfortunately. I just found this out just before this meeting today. There is one thing that's very interesting because the county has for years and years and years been conducting what I call lake restoration. It's a form of going ahead and cutting the upper layers of vegetation and harvesting it, and they can go down to a maximum depth of 3 feet. This has been doing on ad infinitum. It's under the auspices of general permit, which is easily renewed. The proposed project is identical to what the counties have been doing for years, with only one exception. Instead of being limited to only 3 feet, we can go down to the original lake bed. That's it. We're not even going into the riparian zone. We're staying in the littoral zone, and we're not in the aphotic zone. So it's essentially this exact same procedure, except we're going a little deeper, and we're not disturbing the original lake bed. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If you send all those bullet points to us in an email, I will personally take care of my part of that tonight.
Okay.
Thank you.
Stephen Schwartz, Beverly Hills. First, I'd like to thank you for your answers pertaining to the jail and keeping abreast of it and being able to inform me that I can inform my friend that there are changes that are going to be made and it's being looked into, and I'm sure that it will be happy. On the other issue, I disagree with you about the fact of an innovation. An innovation is to pray, not to promote any specific Lord. This is what creates problems around the world and why we have wars. Because every person or different people, groups of people, believe that their God is the God. I was born a Jew, but I do not practice Judaism. I have studied every single religion when I went to college. We're here to connect people, not to divide them. If you're going to connect, that's all I'm asking, is not that he is praying with us, because if you look at every religion, at their base, it says love, kindness, compassion, understanding, acceptance, and forgiveness. If we're not going to work together over the aisle with different pastors to the point that they're going to connect us as opposed to dividing us because of people's different religion, it's very simple to just have them say in the name of the Lord, or even if they quote things from Jesus. If you look at spirituality, we talk about Jesus, Christ consciousness, but we never mention that Christ was the Lord. That's all I'm asking for, is respect of everyone.
Next speaker.
Carrie Weber Nellis, Inverness Villages 4. Since none of my questions were answered, I went to Eric Landon to ask him who pulled the utilization permit, who was fined, for what roads was he fined, how much was he fined. Eric doesn't know anything. Eric doesn't know who even told Commissioner Finnegan that the roads were put in illegally and that the people were fined. He doesn't know anything about that either. So I'm back to square one, I guess. I don't know. You can't even seem to answer the simplest of questions. Commissioner Finnegan, literally that question I have been asking that you found out the answer to, I've been asking it for years, years. I mean, how can this be okay? How can you not even answer the simplest of questions? So Commissioner Kennard, now that we don't have an engineer on staff, it's like a revolving door with staff. Now I guess IV4 is on the back burner again. Is that what's going on? Your staff isn't looking into anything because we don't have an engineer on staff. And every day that ticks by, it's more and more money for the folks in IV4. It's more and more damage to our properties, possibly our homes, possibly our safety, okay? I mean, answer the simplest of questions. And if you want to know for a fact if Anton's attorney is friends with the special master, ask Eric. He was at the October meeting when the special master disclosed it. But all of a sudden, he's having a brain fart just now. I am so angry. This shouldn't be this difficult, and we should not be treated this way.
Well, Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. Public, okay. Lousy houses. I have been calling the building department, maybe weekly, every other week, because near my house, actually across the street and over 2 and on my side and up 4, first they came in and they leveled the land. Okay, then they finally put up a thing that said they're gonna be building. Okay, then they came in with dirt and all this other stuff. And I had questions about, is there a procedure? Do you follow this? Because we have been wonderfully blessed with non-speaking workers that go into the woods and pee and poop and change clothes. And there's no porta potty put up because there is no order. And I found that out. Until they get ready to do, until they lay the cement, they can do whatever they really want. Now, one of the other problems we have is the houses are being built and they're not being inspected. If you go to those boxes, number one, they're not writing in the boxes anymore because we're doing it online, so you have to go online. And you see that the roof on the one house failed, and they kept moving and are moving on with the construction. And it's got failure for this, failure for that, for that. We do not have enough inspectors out there for the amount of construction that we are putting up. So when she says she's got a house that she's got a problem with the roof and having a house that's 4 months old and having to give, some of it does belong on the county's part because we do not have enough inspectors doing their job. So we need to start addressing, something like that. Also, multi-GP is October 22 to October 27. You wonder what multi-GP is? Drone racing in Citrus Springs. There will be many pilots, at least 100, and they will be showing off their skills. There will be concessions, which the AMVETs from Beverly Hills will be selling food at the concession stands to raise money to give back to citizens in Citrus Springs. Well, no, not just Citrus Springs, all of Citrus County, because AMVET's money is raised in a county and spent on citizens of that county. It's raised in the county, it stays in the county. We did not go to anybody for extra funding for advertising or anything like that, because we felt this is like the 4th year we're doing this, and I'm pretty sure that the first year Commissioner Davis was here when we did it the first year. But I mean, I think it's the 4th year or the 5th year we're doing this. And it's a wonderful thing if you want to see. And thank you very much. Have a nice break.
Thank you. Terry, there's one more, sorry. I can't see behind, it's like mirrors. If I can't see you, or if
No
you can't see
problem.
me, I can't see you.
Okay. My name's Gary Litvin, Citrus Springs, Rolling Place. I'm talking about inspectors. As my wife, Susan Barrett, was mentioning earlier about how we had to have our roof replaced. Well, I went to look into the, kind of did a little investigating on this. Now, here's what I come up with. Everything as far as inspectors were concerned on homes said orphan inspectors. Now, what is an orphan inspector? Cannot find that out. Never heard of that term in my life. So I don't really know what's going on in this county, what's going on in other counties, or whatever, with the inspections, but it just seems like somebody just writes it off. I did hear from one of the roofing people I talked to that he said a lot of times they just send pictures of the house. They also work off of the actual blueprint of the house, and no one actually comes out to look at that. They just, oh yeah, there's the blueprint, everything looks good, and just kind of pass it on. So is there actually a physical inspections going on, or is it just something that just people write it off and, that's the end of it? Orphan inspector, that's kind of a weird term, but anyways, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. There is no one else behind the, okay. Mr. Howard, would you like to address inspections?
Yeah, I think Eric could actually come forward and talk about that if it's under his leadership. I will tell you, we've added a lot of staff in the last 18 months under my administration. So if there's a lack of inspectors, get them to me, we'll hire them. I haven't heard that yet.
So we brought a new building official on board in August of last year. And at that time, we had 7 inspectors, and he has been heavily recruiting, and we're up to 12 inspectors now on staff. So we've almost doubled in the last 11 months. So whenever he asks for help, he comes to the board asking for help, and you've always been gracious and granted him those new positions. So I think on 2 different occasions, he's asked for new positions, and those have been granted, and he's filled them. So
I think now we have 2 additional building officials.
So we have a
staff.
building official and a deputy building official, but they're both certified as Florida building officials. And then we went from 1 plans examiner. There was only 1 person examining plans when he came on board. Now we have 4. So we have certainly beefed up the amount of staff and the qualifications, and it's becoming a real top-notch department in the county. Something we're really proud of.
How about, can you address the orphan? What?
Commissioner.
I wasn't following.
Yeah, we can follow up with him though afterwards.
Commissioner Schleybaugh.
Eric, obviously there's an order when a permit is pulled and clearing, portalets, the permit box is like the first thing put on that. So there is an order to construction. Someone said there was no order, but there absolutely is an order,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, second thing is, inspectors do go and inspect each property. They don't just drive by, and they don't just work from a blueprint. When there is inspections due, at different stages of construction,
When there's an
correct?
inspection required, they do stop and do the inspection, yes.
Thank you.
And let me just tag on to her question about the order. So if a resident sees that the order is not being followed, there is no permit box, there is no portalet, is that a code enforcement issue?
So if
How do they go to code enforcement to report that?
any citizen can file a complaint with code enforcement or with our building department staff. We actually have building licensing staff that will pursue a case. For instance, if someone's building without a permit or they're trying to get a permit after the fact.
Or without porta potties?
Yes. So at each point, when an inspection is required, someone goes out, completes the inspection. If they fail the inspection, they have to come back and redo the inspection, and the applicant has to pay a fee for the reinspection fee. So they can't continue to move on with the process with failed inspections. I believe our current building official has instituted a new policy is once you fail, I believe, 2 inspections, then you have to go to a private provider and have an architect or an engineer certify the work being done, because he doesn't want the county to take on that liability. So lots of changes have been made in the last year, and things are definitely moving in the right direction.
Commissioner Bays,
You just answered my question.
There are some virtual applications, though, for.
Yes, especially for some emergencies. For instance, if some power needs to be turned back on, a certified electrician can do that, and then they can send the paperwork in after the fact, because we don't want someone going without power if air conditioning or without. We're speaking, power's going out right now. Or if someone's on the oxygen machine, or there are some extraordinary circumstances where the work has to be done immediately, and if a certain certified personnel can send that in to us.
I can tell you from experience, on Christmas Eve, we actually helped a citizen. We actually had an inspector go out to help that home out. They went out to provide power. So and I was involved in that along with Eric and our inspector. And even on a holiday, we provide excellence in customer service.
Yes, if you're new to the county, we have made a lot of changes since Steve Howard came on board 18 months ago. We were not particularly prepared for the Suncoast Parkway, which is why some of us joined the board, is that we saw that we weren't ready as a county. As far as Inverness Villages 4 goes, there are 2 official documents that have all of the answers that have been spelled out over and over and over again. One is the FAQs. Is that still available on the website? The second is the 4-page letter that has an extraordinary amount of detail that I spent an extraordinary amount of time putting together that went to the FDLE. Well, I'm about to reiterate on the FAQs. There was the. Would you like to hear the rest of this answer? The reason we put those 2 documents together, one was for law enforcement purposes, for investigation. The FAQs were because this is a very old case. It goes back to 1972. That is predating computer. That is a lot of county staff retiring or moving on since 1972. Staff did a lot of research to get official answers on every single one of the questions that we were asked back when I was in the thick of this. One of them was, who gave permission for the roads? No one gave permission for the roads. And as far as I know, and that's why you have to be real careful, and I would please encourage my colleagues to make sure that you refer to the official document, and staff do the same. And if you think that there is truly an inaccuracy on that, then you get with staff and figure it out. But to my knowledge, there have been no fines because they weren't able to catch them. We do not have the manpower nor the tax structure, okay, because we are a low tax county, to sit out there and try to catch someone cutting a road when they're not supposed to. So no, I am done. Ma'am, I did not. I'm done with you speaking from the audience. I have never. May I get a deputy in here, please? It's Commissioner Davis, Ms. Weber-Nellis. So rare to make me mad. All right, I'm calm again. Would anyone else like to follow me? All right, composure. All right, we're done with that happy circumstance. Advisory board appointments.
Advisory board announcements. Announce vacancies for the Code Review and Appeals Board. Announce 2 regular board member vacancies and the taking of applications for those positions on Code Review and Appeals Board, CRAB. Upcoming meetings. Regular meeting, August 6, 2024 at 1 p.m., Citrus County Courthouse, Room 100, 110 North Apopka Avenue, Inverness, Florida. Regular meeting, September 10th, 2024 at 1 p.m., Citrus County Courthouse. Regular meeting, September 24th, 2024, 1 p.m., Citrus County Courthouse. Upcoming workshops and special meetings. Preliminary budget hearing, Wednesday, July 24th, 2024, Special Library District at 8:30 a.m., Fire Protection Special District at 8:45 a.m., and BOCC at 9 a.m., Citrus County Courthouse, 110 North Apopka Avenue, Room 100, Inverness, Florida. Strategic Planning Meeting, Friday, August 30th, 2024 at 9 a.m., Lecanto Government Building, 3600 West Sovereign Path, Room 166, Lecanto, Florida. Tentative Budget Hearing, Wednesday, September 11th, 2024 at 5:01 p.m., Citrus County Courthouse, Room 100, 110 North Apopka Avenue, Inverness, Florida. Final Budget, September 24th, 2024 at 5:01 p.m., Citrus County Courthouse, Room 100, 110 North Apopka Avenue, Inverness, Florida.
Thank you. And on a personal note, I want to apologize for my little minor juvenile display to both my colleagues and to the audience. I'm one of those people that even if I don't like the person holding the office, I always respect them. It's Mr. President. It's not, I always say, you know, President, whomever. I do not just refer to them by their last name. This is a teeny tiny little office in county government. And I tell all the staff when I first meet them, please call me Holly. When we're not in this room, when they're in this room, it's always Commissioner Davis. I expect the same out of the audience. I try very hard every once in a while. I can't pull up someone's last name, especially if I know them well. Bob. I always have to go, it's Mr. Rudemiller, you know? I don't call you Bob, or I mostly don't. I try very hard to do that because it's simply a matter of mutual respect. And so I do apologize for that minor juvenile display. Takes a lot to ruffle my feathers, and Ms. Weber-Nellis and I go way back. And with that, we are recessed until our 5:01.
Citrus County in focus. Thomas Jefferson once said, "The government closest to the people serves the people best." In June, we partnered with both Habitat for Humanity and the Citrus County Chamber of Commerce for 2 impactful and well-attended public forums, directly addressing both economic growth and affordable housing in Citrus County. Well, it's a quality of life initiative. Workforce housing is a critical component of quality of life for a community. It also goes hand in hand with economic development. And today's conference, I think, was amazing, just listening to these subject matter experts with all the things that they're doing, the great things they're doing, not only here in Citrus, but across the state.
68% of folks have difficulty coming up with a down payment.
We have these working families, they come in, they're telling us that the landlord has raised their rent $400 or $500.
And so really our housing market is really designed for folks that are moving here and not necessarily for the folks that live here.
If you look across the country, one of the key drivers of really what they call affordable housing or workforce housing is really looking at more of a paradigm shift with planning and zoning.
A single-family house on a quarter acre isn't working for those that are trying to break in and own their own property.
This is really a planning and zoning issue. We're working with a comp plan that was developed over 30 years ago.
Our community has changed, our nation has changed, our family structures have changed.
But the good news is there's best practices that we can do. It's going to take a team approach to get this done. I feel even more upbeat, and I've learned a lot. I've gained a lot of knowledge, and now we got to go to work.
Okay, well, a lot of people have a lot of concerns about the amount of growth that's taking place. They're wondering if the county is prepared for that growth.
This is very important to have a public conversation about growth. Citrus is not unique to other counties in the state of Florida with the amount of growth that is happening across the state.
Let's begin tonight. We're going to start with Representative Ralph Masula.
I think it's extremely important that the community is involved, because without your involvement, growth won't happen, and it won't happen well.
I think, that what we have to do is be proactive with growth, but also every decision we make, we have to make sure that we're doing something for quality of life initiatives for our citizens.
The county is short about 40 primary care doctors. I was flabbergasted. I never would expect it to be that high. I make my living selling real estate, and it gets pretty hard as those prices keep going up.
Back in 2014, we were 73% residential and 26% commercial. Where are we at today? We're looking at 81% residential, 18% commercial.
Over 30% of the county is permanently in conservation, cannot ever be built on. And I think when people say, oh, look at all the trees that are being knocked down, look at all the growth, 30% is permanent forever, cannot be built upon. So we're going to remain the nature coast. That does not include water. So when you start factoring in the lakes and the rivers, a very, very large portion of the county will always remain as it is.
One thing I'm very proud of is the Board of County Commissioners unanimously approved an interactive growth model. It'll allow the county to make database decisions. So it puts us in a far better position than a reactive state, which really I think the county has been operating under for many years. Some of it not because of their own doing, but just because naturally the way growth occurs. So what an opportunity to be proactive instead of being reactive. And I'm confident that collectively minds will come together and find solutions that can move this trajectory in a positive direction. In flat Florida, Citrus County stands out for actually having hills. If you've been to the Citrus County landfill lately, you may have noticed we've added a few more. Here's an update on the massive Phase 4A landfill expansion project, which has reached an important milestone.
The Phase 4A project right now that we're in has been fully excavated. They are putting down the liner system currently. My name is Joshua Yance, and I'm the operations manager here at the Citrus County Central Landfill. Where they're digging currently is approximately 80 feet below where we are standing. This is roughly about 40 feet from the water table, and we are actually the deepest landfill in Florida. The stockpile that you see over here on the 60-acre site, just west of the project, is actually all the excavation material that has come out of the Phase 4A project. We are still going to have a large stockpile for some time, but the soil is very valuable to the county. Approximately 2 feet of white sand is going to be put back down on top of this liner system to allow all the liquid to pass down to the bottom sump of the liner. And then you have your more clay materials that are used typically for cover. And we use that for cover every day. We actually mix it 50-50 with our mulch product that we mulch up from our yard waste that's brought in. The Phase 4A project is expected to be completed around the end of February. Citrus County Landfill actually operates as an enterprise fund. We are not funded by normal tax collection. We operate off tipping fees here collected at the landfill, and this whole project has been funded through those.
Massive power outage throughout much of the Northeast, both of the United States and of Canada.
Millions and millions of people were caught by surprise when the electrical grid suddenly crashed.
FBI alert, China attacks, critical U.S. infrastructure. National security reports, China's attacks on critical U.S. electric grid, food supply, and water systems. FBI Director Wray warns China has successfully gained access to companies throughout the U.S. in energy, telecommunications, water, and has targeted 23 pipeline operators. Another shocking report reveals there have already been more than 70 attacks on America's power grid in a single year. Security experts have raised the alarm for years about the most vulnerable aspect of infrastructure in the United States that puts you and your family in critical danger: our crumbling electric grid. Officials report that attacks on just 9 of
Our goal is to ensure that Citrus County has award-winning government. We're making good on that promise. Recently, more than a dozen Citrus County programs were recognized for outstanding achievement by the National Association of Counties. Here's a quick look at those programs and the talented and dedicated people who make them happen. I'm Steve Howard. Thanks for watching, and please join us each month for Citrus County in Focus.
Just about 500 feet west of the main entrance to the landfill is approximately 14 dumpsters of recycling bins. And we've actually added a roundabout in that area so that it makes it easier to get in and get out. It has helped significantly. You can watch the traffic over there. It flows much nicer. And it has been extremely helpful to our operations over there.
Hi, I'm Steve Howard, and this is Citrus County in Focus. Public safety is a foundational responsibility of county government. Every day, the men and women of Citrus County Fire Rescue, our firefighters, paramedics, and EMTs strive for excellence in serving the people of Citrus County. It is a demanding calling.
So it's both a physically and mentally demanding program. To be a firefighter, you have to be in better physical shape than a professional athlete.
It's super, super difficult. It's hard. It's hot. We're super, super thirsty.
And your mindset has to, basically outdo your body.
Better?
Yes, sir.
They've loaded the hose on their shoulder, and they're going in to hook into the standpipe, and they're going to lay up into the 3rd floor. That's our above grade fire. This is a very tough day for them. This is by far the day where we lose people in the program. So if they get through today, they usually can make it through the rest of the program with no problems.
It's very difficult. It's physically, mentally, emotionally exhausting. It's scary. Our instructors have made it very clear to us, though, that nothing's going to happen to us during our trainings.
We teach them how to remain safe during dangerous situations. We try to put the fire out as we advance into the fire to keep ourselves safe. Morgan Bukowski is a EMT that works full-time with us on an ambulance, and she's currently in the fire academy to become a dual certified firefighter EMT. She's excelled in every aspect of the academy. So today we awarded her with a Jeff Dawsey Scholarship of $1,250.
She is the exact person the Chamber is looking to help. Somebody that's willing to step up, go through, get all of her accreditations, stay here in Citrus County and serve us. And this is what makes our community so special.
I'm always pushing myself and wanting to better myself, and I want to get all the certifications I can and be the best that I can be in what I do because I love it.
We strive for excellence not only in the midst of disasters, but even in their aftermath. We're streamlining county government to make it more efficient in delivering services. Our Geographic Information Systems team is being recognized for doing just that.
Geographic Information Systems is the division that maintains all of the county's utilities data and other data from mapping, like our addresses, our street center lines, the land base for the county. I'm Cynthia Skellhorn, Geographic Information Systems Director for Citrus County Board of County Commissioners. So we recently received an award from the Tampa Bay Regional Planning Council for the GIS applications that we've developed for damage assessment. And we have developed several applications over the past few years. The step forward for us was that in previous storm events, collection had to take place on paper and just using digital cameras separately. With the applications that we have now, we fill out the survey in the field, we take the pictures associated with the property, and everything is then synchronized back to our online mapping systems.
The portability of the tablets is the best thing. So since these applications are offline based, they're allowed to do their work offline and then come back into the office and then upload all the stuff that they need once they connect to internet.
The quicker they can get those numbers back to the federal side of it, the quicker funding can be realized. They're able to do this in such a rapid turnaround time. It really is amazing, and I applaud staff as they continue each and every day across this county looking for ways to implement innovation and best practices. And that's really what this is all about, try to get as fast as we can to help and assist our citizens to be able to get funding back in their pockets to get their lives rebuilt. I'm very proud of Team Citrus in establishing and growing a culture of innovation. In May, our tourism division launched an innovative new collaboration with tourism industry partners to better serve businesses and the residents of our communities. It's called Partners in Tourism.
Well, today's our inaugural Citrus County Partners in Tourism event. It's just a platform where all of our tourism partners, our hoteliers, our restaurants, our tour operators, our attractions, where we can come together once a month and give them information about what's going on in the community from a tourism standpoint and letting them know what they can do and how they can partner with us going forward from a marketing standpoint when we welcome all of our visitors.
The importance of tourism for Citrus is not only the economic gains, but also the investment that those dollars put back in the county. Plus all the job opportunities that these folks are putting back into the economy of Citrus is just amazing.
It provides an economic boom to the local economy in tunes of $400 million in total economic impact. It saves the community, the households, over $400 a year, and those monies help not only enhance our community, but they also enhance our product and things that we have going on for the community as well.
I'm Steve Howard. Thanks for watching, and please join us each month for Citrus County in Focus.
Five words you pronounce wrong 2 years before your brain starts shutting down. Dementia is now known as type 3 diabetes, according.
Hi, I'm Steve Howard, and this is Citrus County in Focus. Citrus County is where nature and community thrive, and that starts with the health of our springs and waterways. That's our focus this month. We begin at Hunter Springs and Crystal River.
Hurricane Idalia sent a huge plume of salt water up into Kings Bay. Obviously, the whole town was flooded. A lot of homes were flooded. In Hunter Springs Cove, the beach sand was washed away, pulled away with the tidal flow, and it pulled that sand off the beach into the spring itself and clogged up this first magnitude, incredibly beautiful spring here at Hunter Springs. I'm Lisa Moore, and I'm president of Save Crystal River. The TDC knows how important this whole entire area is for tourism. So they allocated, and the BOCC approved the allocation of $250,000 to come over here and have Sea and Shoreline bring their pumping equipment over here and pump out the sand that has accumulated down into the spring vents.
We have such a beautiful natural resource, and we want to do our part to make sure it remains for everyone to enjoy. My name is Alvis Cole, Director of Tourism for Citrus County Tourism in Discover Crystal River, Florida.
We're going to pump that spring out, take the sand that's legacy down into those spring vents. So when they pump that out, that will open up the flow again and allow that to be the beautiful blue spring that it used to be in the past.
Our springs are our crown jewels. That's why the state of Florida enacted the Florida Springs and Aquifer Protection Act in 2016. One of the key targets of the state's Basin Management Action Plan for Citrus County was pollution coming from septic tanks. We're working closely with our state and regional partners to address that very issue.
Protecting our springs is a community effort. Florida Springs face various complex threats, including excess nutrients such as nitrates. One source of nitrates to our spring systems is from septic tanks. That's why Citrus County's Cambridge Green Septic to Sewer project is underway, which is jointly funded by Citrus County, the district, and the Florida Department of Environmental Protection. The purpose of this project is to improve water quality by connecting an existing residential development, Cambridge Greens, to Citrus County's sewer system. This neighborhood is currently served by septic tanks, which are a source of nutrient loading to the groundwater and surface waters of Crystal River.
Protecting the springs is important to Citrus County and the entire region. Protecting our springs is really the goal of this. Our springs here are unique and provide a number of recreational opportunities for the county, so that's a big benefit to the community to preserve and protect those. DEP did a Basin Management Action Plan a few years ago, determined that septic tanks were a big contributor to nutrient loading on the springs, so the goal here is to reduce that nutrient loading.
When completed, this project will convert a minimum of 312 homes from septic tanks to the county's sewer system.
Our county's natural beauty extends beyond our springs. Many times we see this natural beauty while driving our county's roads. Roadside litter impairs that beauty. This year we've added an additional litter crew to address the problem.
Trash is everybody's problem. What our job is mainly is picking up litter and trash off the right-of-ways of the roads in Citrus County. My name is Patrick Collins, and I'm a maintenance worker who's assigned to the litter crew,
which is basically a four-man team, and they pick up all county roads. My name is Dan Sherlock. I'm the director of Citrus County Central Landfill.
We don't get every single piece of litter, that's impossible, but we do focus on all the main pieces, big pieces that are very visible. We weigh in every day, we log all the roads we do, and how much litter we pick up of each road.
My I know the guys picked up an illegal dump here the last couple weeks, and they actually hand-picked 900 pounds in one spot. I think that we have a large number of people that want the county to be clean. If you have a small little tiny street and somebody has dumped garbage all over the street, you just call the landfill office and talk to the person there, and we can schedule it.
You get a lot of thumbs up doing our job. People driving by usually thank you and shout out, so we appreciate you guys, which is a good thing.
If nature and community are to thrive in Citrus County, people have to thrive. This month we recognize our county employees and their track record of sustained service to our communities.
This morning we recognize those employees who have completed 5, 10, 20, 25, and 30 years of service with Citrus County. I'm June Randall, Human Resources Director.
Well, our employees are our greatest asset because without them, nothing gets accomplished. And they do amazing work, whether that's in the library systems or public works, transit, GIS.
Yeah, it's Jim Saltmarsh. I'm a supervisor for road maintenance. I started at the bottom. I was a maintenance worker, basically a glorified laborer, shoveling asphalt, trimming trees, and just slowly worked my way up through the chain, through the ladder, and to where I'm at now.
Working at Citrus County, we promote from within, so the opportunity is always there for employees to advance within their career at the county.
You got to work as a team. You've got to train your people, trust your people, and it's a big team effort.
My leadership philosophy is to empower employees, remove obstacles, and not only can we, again, be the best county in the state of Florida, but there's no reason why we can't be the best county in the whole United States. I'm Steve Howard. Thanks for watching, and please join us each month for Citrus County in Focus. I'm County Administrator Steve Howard. Welcome to Citrus County in Focus. Workforce housing is a critical need in Citrus County's economy. Our partnership with Habitat for Humanity is a great example of teamwork, hand in hand with our county's hardworking families.
We have a little over 30 houses up now, about 15 under construction, and all said and done, we'll have 176 homes when this community is built out. My name is Justin Leach, and I'm the Chief Operating Officer of Habitat for Humanity of Citrus County. The housing market today as it sits is just very, very challenging. But with our program and the assistance that we get from our donors, supporters, the county, and their housing program, we're able to get them into brand new homes and become homeowners.
My name's Cheryl Foley. I'm a hairdresser at Vernon Martin Salon in Denellen. I have 2 boys, they're 5 and 7, and I've been an independent contractor most of my life, so I've never been able to get approved for a house.
The families going through the Habitat for Humanity program are our workforce families. They are our EMTs, our nurses, our county workers, our retail employees. I'm Michelle Alford. I'm Citrus County's Housing Services Director.
The county is a huge portion of our program. As a matter of fact, we wouldn't be able to do this without them. They provide down payment assistance and funding through SHIP programs.
In the past 5 years, Citrus County has awarded Habitat for Humanity approximately $1.7 million that will assist 100 families on the road to home ownership. And in some cases, their mortgage will be a little less than what they would be actually paying for rent.
They work side by side out here building these houses, and there is just no stronger bond than you can create than that, putting in the hard work together side by side, and then moving into these homes, raising your kids together. It's just a beautiful thing.
Did you know that malnutrition is one of the top threats to the health of seniors? Every week, Citrus County Meals on Wheels volunteers deliver hundreds of meals, allowing at-risk seniors in our communities to maintain their independence and continue to live at home. Let's go along for the ride.
Meals on Wheels program serves our seniors here in Citrus County who are 60 or older. It's for people who are homebound, who can't get out and don't drive. Hi, I'm Roberta Lawrence, and I'm a Senior Program Assistant with Senior Programs for Citrus County. So 1 in 4 seniors lives alone. Some seniors don't have any family that are in the area, and sometimes the people who come to deliver the meals are the only people they see throughout the week.
Audrey, hi. You okay today? Morning. I know, nice to see you. I got a nice meal for you.
Malnourishment is a big thing in our seniors today, and this is a third of the daily nutrient requirements for seniors.
My mother, when I lived in Minnesota, was on the Meals on Wheels program, and I was working at the time, but now that I'm down here and I'm retired, I can give back a little bit.
I'm Rebecca Bays. So appreciative of the volunteers that we have in our community that do this on a daily basis and come out and help those that are most needy, and making sure that they have a good meal and that they're doing a wellness check.
And our goal is to make them feel happy and safe to age appropriately in their home for as long as they can. So in the long run, you know, it helps everyone to help keep our seniors healthy.
Our kids are our future. Time spent investing in their dreams. That's why Citrus County Parks and Recreation teamed up with Major League Baseball to present Citrus County's first ever Legends for Youth Baseball Clinic.
We are here today at Bicentennial Park in Crystal River to celebrate our first baseball clinic. My name is Alice Mary Herden. I'm a Recreation Program Specialist with Citrus County Parks and Recreation.
This is one of our Legends for Youth clinics. Our instructors for all of the clinics are retired Major League Baseball players. My name is Emily Castro, and I'm a Special Events Coordinator with the Major League Baseball Players Alumni Association.
You don't hit home runs with my arms only. We hit with our legs.
Alice reached out to us asking if we can come do one of our Legends for Youth clinics here in Citrus County. So we normally do about 8 stations at each clinic. We have a base running station, throwing station, bunting, infield, outfield, pitching, and catching.
It was really interesting. I got to learn a lot, and the experience with the Major League really made me see to want to pursue that.
Don't let anybody tell you your dream cannot come true. They came true for every one of us.
Babe Ruth had a quote. It said, "It's really hard to beat someone who doesn't know how to give up."
If he can do it, I can do it too. Or if she can do it, I can do it too. So that community and that connection just go a long way.
Last month, we got an update from the Florida Department of Transportation on its US 19 widening project. Now let's go over to the other side of the county for a progress report on the widening of US 41 in Inverness.
This project on US 41 from State Road 44 to just south of the Withlacoochee Trail Bridge. It's going from 2 lanes to 4 lanes divided. My name is Alejandro Pina. I'm with the Florida Department of Transportation, and I'm the construction engineer for the Brooksville Ops Office. As you can see, there's been a lot of progress out here. The change at Montgomery, the signalization and the arrangement of Montgomery has been already changed for the final configuration. A lot of the trail has already been completed, and we're just getting prepped for the next phase where we'll shift the lanes over from where they are right now to where the new lanes will be, and then continue to the work on the east side of the roadway. Right now, the project is still set to be completed by summer of 2025. There's 2 future projects that are currently in design, so there'll be a portion that will take care of the bridge widening. That'll probably be sometime at the end of 2025, beginning of 2026, depending on the timeline of the project. But that is our goal, to be completed with everything done by summer of 2025.
I'm very proud of the work we're doing and the progress we're making each and every day in Citrus County. We're soaring to new heights in 2024. I'm Steve Howard. See you next time for another look at Citrus County in Focus.
Why did no one tell Florida drivers about this new rule?
If you are currently insured, drive less than 50 miles a day, and live in a qualified zip code, you can get an extremely high discount. Additionally, if you have
Hi, I'm Citrus County Administrator Steve Howard, and this is Citrus County in Focus. There is so much happening throughout Citrus County on any given day, and we want to show you the work and the people who are making it happen. Let's take a look.
When you come into the landfill, if you're dropping off your trash and you see all this equipment, that is our next cell, and that's where we'll be burying the next garbage. My name's Dan Sherlock. I'm the director of Citrus County Solid Waste. As you can tell from the background behind me, we're expanding the landfill. This is phase 4A. The hill up on top, that's the old phase 3. We'll have another 3 to 4 years up there. When cell 4 gets open, we'll have both of them going at the same time. Right now, we're averaging around 12,000 tons in a month. So 144,000 tons in a year. In phase 3, we're figuring 2027, 28. This phase 4, we're figuring probably 10 years, so probably 37, 38. At this time, they're projected to be done completely by December of 24. So December, January, we should be open. We'll be starting putting garbage in it at that time.
We know many of you are waiting anxiously for work on the US Highway 19 in Crystal River and Homosassa to finish. So we reached out to our partners with the Florida Department of Transportation in Brooksville for this update on the final phase.
Yeah, US 19 in Crystal River, this construction project has been going on for a little over 5 years now. I'm Tyler Matthews with the Florida Department of Transportation. I'm the Brooksville operations engineer. As you've probably heard, we've got some voids out here. And what we classify as voids are the underground lime rock layer, all of this heavy construction equipment and material going on, removing the old road. It just kind of shakes some stuff loose. So over the course of the past 5 years, we've encountered upwards of 50 of these voids. It's unprecedented. We do have some of these pop up on other projects. It is a higher number than we're usually expected. But we are hopeful to have all 6 lanes open by late spring. Final completion of the project, all barrels, all equipment, all materials gone. We expect sometime late summer.
We may have no control over what is past, but we can determine our future. Hope is not a plan. Action produces results, and results are the milestones of progress. Let's take a look.
What doesn't get measured doesn't get done. Achieve It allows us to track different project steps through to completion and to ensure that everything is on track and moving as it should. I'm Veronica Kampschroer, and I am the Special Projects Manager for Citrus County in charge of strategic initiatives. Citrus County is made up of many different departments and divisions, all doing their own work in their specified areas. Achieve It will allow divisions within the organization to clearly communicate with one another, reducing siloed information and increasing the team approach to completing these projects. The county's administration is focused on efficiency and transparency. A tool like Achieve It will allow us to communicate internally and externally. There is a real benefit to the citizens and residents of Citrus County in that we will be able to create dashboard widgets to be viewed online. What's there currently is just a taste of what we will be able to do in the future, tracking metrics, additional projects, and providing more information that you want to see on our website.
One of the unique experiences with the Citizens Academy is you get that opportunity to ask those questions that you've always wanted to ask. I'm Eric Head, Community Services Director for Citrus County. This is a free 14-week interactive program offered each spring and fall, and it's open to all citizens. You know, each of the 14 sessions are typically 3 to 4 hours long, one afternoon a week, where we give you a real under-the-hood look at the daily operations, you know, from growth management to public works, water resources, right on through community services like our libraries, our parks, and other areas, including economic development. And of course, let's not forget our public safety with fire rescue, EMS, Department of Health. You know, many of the comments that we get from participants highlight the real educational experiences for them. You have a better sense and a better understanding of what it takes to get things done on a daily basis. We start new classes at every spring and fall, so if you're interested, please visit the website and fill out an application.
We're soaring to new heights in 2024. Our best days lie ahead. Thank you, and we'll see you next time for another look at Citrus County in Focus.
What's the deal with these ads promising solar panels for free? Well, it's not true. You can't get solar panels for free. But I've been a solar panels installer in Florida for 14 years now, and here's the dirty secret of
I'm Steve Howard, Citrus County Administrator. Welcome to our first edition of Citrus County in Focus. As part of our continuing commitment to transparency, we're going to present this monthly update on the many projects and initiatives happening right here and right now in Citrus County and hear from the people that are making it happen. Let's take a look.
My name is Walt Eastman, and I am the Director of Technical Services for Citrus County and the County Road 491 Road Widening Project Manager. It's about a 2-mile long stretch of roadway. We're converting 2 lanes to 4 lanes. The project is going to take approximately 2 years for construction. What's being constructed right now is a temporary lane that'll allow the contractor to pave this new lane and shift traffic to start doing the utility installation. And that's going to take approximately a year. The final year is when we actually start building the road. 4 lanes will be opened somewhat before that, but the project will be about a 2-year long process. As you know, we're doing temporary lane closures periodically to allow the contractor to work safely. So we do ask you to please monitor your speed, maintain your speed at 45 or less. Please be patient. We understand there's backups periodically. And if you are aware of any alternative route, by all means, feel free to use an alternative route to help decrease the volume on this active construction site.
I'm Eric Landon. I'm the Growth Management Director for Citrus County. We're standing here at the intersection of 486 and 491, and we're at the Target Shopping Center, which you can see behind me. So there are several 100,000 square feet of commercial being developed along this corridor, and there are several hundred housing units planned, both single-family residential and multifamily. We're anticipating the first of these shops to open this summer or fall. We just spoke with the foreman of the Target site, and they're hoping to be open in September, and I would anticipate many of them opening around that same date. There's several reasons why development's taking place in this area. One, as I already mentioned, we're at a major intersection of north to south and east-west corridor. Also, right down the street, we have the new extension of the Suncoast Parkway. We are at a high elevation here on the ridge, so we don't have to worry so much about storm surge or flooding, being that we're at a high elevation. And then we have necessary infrastructure in place. We have county water and sewer. So all of those factors combined attract commercial and high-density residential growth. So why are we interested in this site and commercial growth in the county? Well, for one, it provides services that we would otherwise have to drive 30 miles or an hour to find. So it adds new shopping, new restaurants. It also adds new jobs to the community so that we don't have to travel outside of Citrus County to go to work. So it provides a job base. And lastly, it provides a tax base, and it takes the burden off of the individual homeowners. So individual homeowners pay property tax every year, but so do commercial businesses. And if you rely on all your tax base coming from individual property owners, that makes it difficult. So if you balance the tax base with commercial and industrial growth, then they help take the burden off the individual property owners.
Hello, my name is Frank Calashone, and I'm the Economic Development Director for Citrus County. I'm out here at the Inverness Airport Business Park. This project has been underway for about 6 months. It has been about 20 years in the planning, so we're very excited that in the last 6 months we've gotten this substantial completion with roads, a lift station, drainage retention area, and basically moving all the utilities in here to be site ready for some vertical construction, buildings of hangars, and industrial space. This is an industrial site. We're very limited in Citrus County on industrial land and industrial space, so this is going to be a very good addition to our economy. We're also excited because it will bring high-skill, high-wage jobs in the manufacturing, aviation, and aerospace industries. This site will be connected to a taxiway, which is phase 2 of the project, and that means that somebody can take up aircraft right from this site to the runway and take off and go about their business. Some other economic development updates. We've got a planned hangar
Should probably turn my mic on. Call the meeting back to order. For you first. It's been we've been several meetings without a 501.
Yes, yes.
Carry on.
Good evening, Commissioners. With regard to CPA AAPUD-2023-00003, do you have any ex parte communications you'd like to disclose? And we'll start with Commissioner Slaybaugh.
No. No.
No.
Janet?
No.
Thank you. And now I will read the comprehensive plan amendment. At the conclusion of your public hearing, you'll be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending the Citrus County future land use map by redesignating approximately 2.6 acres from the Rural Activity Center District to the Coastal and Lakes Commercial District, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And then you will also be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending Citrus County land use atlas map by redesignating approximately 5.9 acres from the Coastal and Lakes Residential District and the General Commercial District to the Coastal and Lakes Commercial District and the General Commercial District, both with a planned unit development for mini warehouse use, providing for applicability, providing for severability, providing for inclusion, providing for scrivener's errors, providing for modification that may arise from consideration at public hearing, and providing for an effective date. And the applicant is here to make their presentation.
Hi. Nope. Can you turn on? Cat? The one on the left, the button on the left. There you go. There's Cat's back in there. Thank
Sorry.
you. No, that's all right. We normally have someone turn it on for you.
Thank you very much. My name is Susan Swift. I'm the planning director for Boggs Engineering and Boggs Architecture, 607 South Alexander Street in Plant City. And I'm here representing Superior Mini Storage for their expansion plan. And I do have Mr. David Bigford, our client and owner, with us today if you have any questions that I cannot answer. And with that, if I know how to do this, yay, I will figure that out. Just briefly, I want to go over certainly what our applications are for, and also explain our deviation requests, and then I also explain how we kind of got here, and I'll get into that more later. And then explain to you why we think that this should be approved, and give you a little context. And before I go any further, Mr. Hochtel and Ms. Cotu have been very helpful. This has been a long process and kind of confusing with your plan and your codes, so I appreciate all of their help in getting us this far. Keep forgetting this. This is the aerial. There's an existing business that has been operating there for a long time. It's also a self-storage facility, and our clients are asking to expand the existing building into the triangle that is vacant. It's at the intersection of two major roads, highways, and as you'll see when I get to it later, they're proposing two new buildings on the vacant site. I'll explain the confusing part later. I don't want to take away from the actual explanation of what we're doing. These are the current entitlements. The future land use map is Regional Activity Center, where the checkered part is, and that outline shows both the existing facility and the new. And then the zoning atlas is currently general commercial, except for that teeny corner at the end of the triangle on the south, and that is commercial residential. It's literally not anything buildable. It's just where the line ended up, left out a little piece, where the circle left out a little piece just because of the distance of the radius. And that's what we have now. For the land use, we're going from the Regional Activities Center to Coastal Lakes Commercial, just on the vacant piece, and not because we want to, but I'll get to that later. And then the current zoning, again, is GNC, and we're going to leave the GNC on the existing facility and going to Commercial Lakes, no, what's the first word? Coastal Lakes Commercial, to the triangle piece where we propose the new buildings. If I haven't already confused you, so we respectfully request approval of these applications. Again, just on Tract A, which is the triangle, unbuilt triangle, we're going for a land use amendment, an atlas map change, and then all along, Mr. Bigford anticipated when he wanted to expand this, would combine them into a PUD overlay. So the PUD covers both lots and they're being combined into one development. This is our site plan. Again, you can see the existing buildings are on the right. These buildings have been there for many years. The two buildings on the left and retention pond right at the corner. And the thought is this is honestly an expansion of an existing business, small business there. The same access is being used, the one on the old site. There won't be any new access points. The stormwater management will be combined into one system, and it exceeds the setbacks, less traffic, and again, no new driveways near the intersection. So I think it'll be a lot safer. These are the elevations for the two buildings. This is Building A. We reviewed the design guidelines. These comply with the design guidelines, trying to do separation every so many feet of the buildings, having some kind of focal point so it's not one big flat roof, along with the several other design guidelines. This complies with the design guidelines. This is the second building, again, trying to break up the facade and the roof line. So now we get into a little bit more of the complicated stuff. So this covers the overall PUD. The existing buildings total 48,000 square feet and change. It's on 3 acres, and it's 0.5 FAR. That's staying 0.5 FAR now. Then on the new site, on the triangle, there are 2 new buildings, A and B. Combined, those are another 40-something thousand square feet. It's a 23,000 and change and then 19,000 and change. That now is at a 0.3 FAR, and again, I'll get to this later. We have now a 0.5 FAR because we have GNC zoning and RAC. However, because of this catch-22 that I'll get into, this now takes us down to 0.3 FAR. Combined, it's still at 0.35 FAR. So I don't expect you to absorb this chart, but the bottom line to this chart, this shows that the project is 15,000, if they were combined, it's 15,000 square feet lower, below the FAR. And if we don't move forward with this, the 0.5 FAR stays on this site, and it actually would result in more development than we're asking for, significantly another building's worth. So we'll get into the blended, I'll get into the blended discussion later, but this is the result of what we're proposing. And again, it's kind of we've been pushed into this kind of catch-22 because of the language in the plan. I'll get to that later. So the site plan is compliant. The staff report has said it is, but for the buffers, which I'll get to, and this FAR issue, the site plan's compliant with the Land Development Code. It's consistent with the plan. I think they said generally consistent with the plan, but for these two issues. And it's compatible with the surrounding area. It's much less intense than what could go in the GNC right now. So the deviation is for the buffers. And it is true that on the west side, the requirement is 25 feet and a wall. We're providing 15 feet. However, 15 feet of a buffer. However, our buildings are set back 40 to 50 feet on that side, and way more on the other side. But there's still a significant setback, even though there's only 15 feet left for the buffer, and that's because there's a drive aisle over there. The second item, the front buffer, we also asked for a deviation on that, and it's 20 feet instead of 25 feet. And it also has the, I might be able to go back, along 491. That's what I'm calling the front, is the angled side. So that's 5 feet short of the required buffer, and the fence is on the inside of the landscaping versus the requirement for the outside of landscaping. And the reason we did that is, A, the triangle shape is very constricted, but more importantly, we're using the same stormwater. We're just extending the stormwater system and the fence line that already exists on the old site. So that's why the landscaping would not be on the outside of the fence, because there's, first of all, a 100-foot required setback, and we will landscape it, but it just won't be on the other side of the fence. Lastly, the staff report mentions that we would also be required to have a buffer between the two sites, but honestly, that's my bad, because it's one PUD, so I didn't think that would be required. So, and I think it's should not be applicable in this case, because we're combining the two sites, and to have a buffer in between that on the property line just doesn't seem like it makes sense. Let me go back. Okay, that's important slide. So back to the uses that could go here. This use, self-storage, is extremely low intensity. The buildings are big, but the number of people who come here, the number of trips are extremely low. Traffic is very low. We combined all the few trips that we do have into the same ingress egress. Much safer on this triangle on this big intersection. And these are other uses that are way more intense that could go on this site. And instead of the 0.3 that we're kind of being backed into, if it stays as is, there would be more intense uses, and at a higher FAR. So we believe this is much more compatible with the residential, much safer for this intersection, and I think that pushes the envelope on you being allowed to make a flexible decision on blending this FAR, and certainly on the deviation, because that's the only thing that we're lacking. I won't read all these, but these are the several policies in your comprehensive plan that this project is consistent with the plan. One of the most important is the policy that talks about encouraging infill of commercial uses in existing commercial areas. That's what we're doing. This is an expansion of someone's small business, and at a commercial location, but for these little catch-22s. It's compatible with the surrounding properties. There's commercial on 3 sides. There is residences on the west side, but those are on 5-acre lots, so the homes are couple of hundred feet from this site. It's at a node in your plan. It is compliant. As I said, we have 100-foot setbacks on the frontage. We comply with those. We comply with setbacks, height, design guidelines. It's the buffer, the 5 feet on the one buffer and the 10 feet and the wall on the other buffer that need a deviation. And I will now get into what I hesitate to get into because I feel like I should talk about, and I did, our project. But I did want to just explain how we got here. So I think this looks like a bigger ask than it is, because what Mr. Bigford thought when he purchased this adjacent property, he thought all they needed to do is come in for a PUD and combine the sites. However, because of the words on the next slide, so now he needed 3 applications instead of just a PUD in order to kind of undo this catch-22 for the which commercial uses are allowed. So it looks like we're asking for the sun, the moon, and the stars because we have a land use amendment, we have an atlas map amendment, and we have a PUD combining it. So I just wanted to put that out there. In actuality, the opposite is true. The applicant's not getting more than they had or asked for because this change in the land use, it actually takes away the FAR that's on there of 0.5 and takes it down to 0.3. So that's why we're asking for this, for you all to approve this blended FAR, because it ends up, if you combine them on this PUD, it ends up being lower FAR than is required when they're combined. So I'll let that sink in. And the reason is, again, not to just go through all this, but we knew we needed to do a PUD, that we knew, it's on an arterial. A mini warehouse, it was a conditional use, now it's a PUD in this. So there is language that I will go through on the next slide that says, and there's 2 pieces, and they seem to me to conflict. In addition, the policy in your plan says new GNC shall be limited to Central Ridge, and it also says no new GNC. In our mind, that's no new GNC uses, not no GNC zoning districts, because the zoning district allows mini warehouse. So it seems like the plan trumped this zoning. At this point, we've applied for all three of them. But I wanted to get that on the record because it really seems like an internal conflict with the code and the plan language, where there are things that kind of seem like it qualifies that the uses are allowed if you look at this language, but it really doesn't seem like in the context, it reads to me that GNC uses, no GNC rezonings are allowed, not no GNC new uses are allowed in a district that allows, that's called GNC. So this is how we got here, and this is how we got to 3 applications. And again, it sounds like much more than it is because we're asking for a plan amendment, and I realize what a big deal that is, even though it's a small-scale plan amendment. But just in order to expand this business, this is what we were told we needed to do. So I'll put that to rest, but happy to answer any questions. So back to our request, we respectfully request that you approve the PUD, approve the Atlas Amendment, and approve the plan change, in addition to which you would be approving a blend in the FAR and the buffer deviation. And our reasons, just to summarize what I've said before, it's less intensive than most of the GNC uses that I listed on that slide, a lot of which have open storage and open kennels and those kinds of things. It's more compatible with the residential uses next door. It's got much less traffic and a much safer entrance, much less traffic than just about any of the GNC uses. It will end up with way less square footage than would be allowed without this, and a more intense, potentially a more intense GNC use if this isn't approved. It does exceed the setback requirements. The buildings on the western side are 40 to 50 feet from the lot line of the homes, and then those homes are on 5-acre lots. It is below the allowed lot coverage on our site, and then we believe it's compliant with the code other than the deviations. It's consistent with the plan, and it's compatible with the surrounding areas. And with that, I will entertain any questions, and our client, if I can answer them, is here to answer those.
Commissioner Finnegan.
Being the first one out, you may not want to answer, seeing what how the other commissioners are feeling, but are you willing to make some changes on this? I understand completely your argument about the combined floor area ratio, because we'll have a lot more if they don't do this. So that makes sense to me. The change in the zoning makes sense to me. Not buffering between the 2 properties makes sense to me. I understand where you're coming from. The things that I'm hung up on that I can't get past, one would be the variation in the buffer on the side where the residential properties are. I'm not so concerned about that on the highway frontage, but what I don't like is that the planted material would be here, then the fence, then the road. It would make sense to me if, as you drove past this, you just saw trees. You saw the buffer. I don't think that, I don't like that people own properties on the residential side and that we should reduce that buffer. And I don't want to drive by and see the fence and the storage units. It would be okay for me to see the trees.
Thank you. We'll discuss that.
Okay.
Other questions?
Anyone else?
Yes.
Commissioner Schleybaugh.
Can you explain one more time, because you had a lot of words.
Yes.
And you kept saying that the FAR for the existing building is 0.5. Is that what you were trying to say?
The FAR on the existing site is 0.5.
That has the building?
Yes.
Okay. What year was that built?
2012?
Okay, because it just seems like it's
About-
been there forever.
Yes.
You know, I've been here
Yes.
since 95.
Before Mr. Bigford purchased it.
Okay.
It was already built.
So let's say 2000.
Early. He thinks
2004, okay.
2004.
So that being said, you said it's 0.5, the FAR. But if we don't approve this, that the FAR will be more intensive for another usage.
On the unbuilt part, right now, we have 0.5 FAR, which is what we expected to have, even though we weren't building all the way up to it. We're only building 0.34 or 3.5.
3.7, I think you had 3.7.
Or 3.7. It averages out to 3.4. So
that's what I want you to explain to me. You're saying that that triangle right now, the way it's zoned, is 0.5.
Yes. So it's this catch-22 of all these words that brought us to that.
Well, if it's 0.5 right now, then what's the problem?
The staff said that we can't build mini warehouse in that.
You can't from the seat, but do you want to? State your name for the record, please.
David Bigford.
Thank you.
And I was kind of a little confused on exactly. She's done a beautiful job, but I was a little bit not sure if she put that across. The other things that we can build on the project, which we're going to consider if we don't get whatever, like the construction warehouse side or the all the other items will allow me to build up to a 0.5. Okay, I can put a restaurant there and use up to 0.5. I can put a strip center and use 0.5 because they're in the list of things that are allowed to be put on this property. Okay, the storages aren't listed in that. Okay, so we're asking, and we're not going to attempt to try to use the if I go with the other things that I'm allowed to put on there without having to go through all this, I can go 0.5 with all them other. Veterinarian clinic, a Hardee's with a drive-through, whatever. All these other, I can go up to a 0.5 without.
Can you do a Chick-fil-A?
Well, that would be a good idea, but you're allowed to. But we're asking that we're not going to. If we could just get a 0.37, it would take care of what we need for the storage thing and not have to push it to the 0.35. And while I'm right here talking about the buffer, the existing property that we have now, if you know the area where they have the little private airfield back behind there, I mean, it looks like a jungle. I mean, right now there's a fence back there, a 6-foot high fence. I think it might even be 8 foot. Yes, I believe it's an 8 foot high black fence, vinyl chain link on the back, and then we have the ornamental in the front. But there, and we have a buffer on our side of natural Florida buffer, and then our road, and then you can't see 40 feet in there because of the whatever. So I mean, if there's residential through there, so I mean, we have a natural Florida buffer between us and them, and we have to keep it kind of keep from coming out. But it's a really thick buffer that's existing there now and stuff. So, but anyways, so you understand about this.
I understand what you're saying, but I guess I'm gonna have to wait to get the staff to explain to me, because you're not able to do the 0.5 because it's a storage unit?
No. They don't, if you look at number 5 on this slide, yes, it doesn't allow, the current land use is regional activity center.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, regional activity center sounds intense, but then it lists these uses, but doesn't list all the uses that are allowed in the GNC zoning. It lists some of them that I have put here, seemingly more intense than a self-storage facility. And it does say other commercial, general commercial uses are not allowed. Then you get to, one second, this policy that, let me make sure okay. Then it says in this policy down here, no new GNC shall be allowed in the Coastal Lakes River region. So there's a catch-22 of, and this seems to me that it says uses, but in the policies above it, it makes it sound like no uses are allowed, but here's the standards for these other uses. So there's not the same wording in the policies and the code. Bottom line, we were told we had to go, in order to get the use and expand this existing use, this is what we needed: a land use plan, which took away some of our FAR. It took us down to 3, when combined we're only at 0.37. So we're not building to the maximum we have on both parcels, but we are building, if you combine them, we're building a little above the 0.3 on what will now be, what was 0.5, but will now be 0.3. This is what I warned you that it was confusing.
I understand it, but I think the reason why you're saying, okay, this original piece of property, this building that was in 2004 or 5, we were allowed to do this. Now we want to expand, but the codes have changed since then. So now you're saying, well, we could do this, and if you don't let us do this, then we're going to do something else that's 0.5. So it feels kind of intense.
Well, we have 0.5 right now, so we're not threatening or saying we can't. It's if this, which seems to be a much less intense, not only is less, yes, the buildings are bigger, but the uses are less intense than, let's say, one of those uses, which would be a smaller building, but way more traffic and noise. That's all we're saying. We're acknowledging that we're asking for buildings that are more than what, we're asking for buildings that under the land use we have now, but not the land use that we are being forced to apply for because of the weird wording of these policies. So, and I think the most important part of it is we're asking for a use that is less intense than other uses, and much less intense than other uses that could be built. So when you look on balance, it seems that because it's a PD and you have more control over that, and you have the flexibility to make different decisions than a straight zoning district, that this, if you felt that way, that you would be able to approve this based on the fact that it's much less intense than what could go there.
I get that, okay. I have more questions.
I'm sorry
but
to be
unfortunately,
wordy.
I don't think you're going to be able to answer them. And then I'm going to go to staff.
Yes.
But because of the way the procedure works, I can't then go back to you. So I'm trying to get as
Oh,
much
okay.
to ask you.
I'm good with that.
I think that I understand where you're going. I get it. I've been by there 100 times, more than thousands of times. But you wanting a smaller setback is it's niggling at me. So I don't know if you have talked to the applicant about some kind of compromise with that, when even at the PDC level. Because
we'll talk about
I know that it was, I know what it is now,
Mhm.
but that was 2004. Things have changed, and we've raised the bar. So this new section, you want 30-foot setback instead of
No, the setback is actually 10 feet more on this side. The setback is 50 feet here, and it's 40. I might be confusing it, but I think it's, 1 second. I want to make sure I'm telling you the right thing.
I thought I saw 30.
The setback is 50 feet here, and the old buildings are 40 feet. What we're not meeting is the buffer within that setback.
Okay.
The buffer, because there's a drive aisle back there, it requires a bigger buffer. And we asked for a deviation so that it's 15 feet instead of 10 feet, and a fence instead of a wall. And again, that was partly because we're so constricted on the triangle side, on the angle side, because that requires 100-foot setback for all the buildings. And again, the lots are 5-acre lots, and there's no visual.
Okay, so on your triangle, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but on your triangle, let's go to slide.
That slide. I think it's like 3 or, no, 7?
Okay.
8.
I don't know, I'll look at this picture. You have, how big is the setback that butts up to the neighborhood, to the runway?
The buildings are 50
feet away.
50 feet away.
And you're meeting that?
Yeah, well, actually, I don't even think there is a setback over there, but yes, we exceed whatever it is, we exceed it.
Okay. And then the buffer?
And then there's a drive aisle to get back to those units, and then a buffer. And
So you're required a type C buffer.
I think actually a D. We're required 25 feet and a wall, and we're proposing 15 feet of landscaping and a fence.
Okay, I believe you, but I think from what I see, you're requiring a type C buffer.
I don't, honestly, I can't remember. One's a D and one's a C. I'll look that up.
Okay. I'm done with questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Commissioner Kennard? No? Commissioner Bays?
I'll wait.
All right. You're up, Mr. Hockadell.
All right, good afternoon. Joe Hockadell, Principal Planner with Land Development. And this application is requesting to change the land use on the future land use element and the Land Development Code Atlas map to allow for a mini warehouse expansion on the subject property, and it is establishing a planned unit development over both lots. So I'll try to break down each one of these for clarification, because this one does get a little confusing. So here you can see the aerial of the subject property, and the future land use map has both of these lots as rural activity center. And so the rural activity center is a land use that's very specific. It's in the comprehensive plan. and it allows for a very limited type of commercial development. And so just to do a brief synopsis here of the Rural Activity Center, it limits the intensity and scale necessary to provide the immediate rural population with retail and personal services. And then it goes into say that it allows for very specific type of non-residential uses such as grocery stores, motor vehicle repair shops, gasoline sales and service, convenience stores with gas sales, taverns, retail nurseries, building trade contractors, veterinary offices, and animal hospitals with outside kennels, and pet grooming kennels. And it specifically says no other general commercial uses are allowed. And so mini storage is not one of those listed uses in Rural Activity Center. And so in order to get mini storage on this property, they have to then change the future land use to something that does allow it. And so the one land use that does is the Coastal Lakes and Commercial District. So this area is in a region of the county called the Coastal Lakes and Rivers Region. And the comprehensive plan has policies that state that this is a sensitive area of the county and that there are no new high-intensity commercial land uses allowed in this area. And it specifically says no new general commercial districts and no new industrial districts. And so because this is in the Coastal Lakes and Rivers region, GNC is off the table, which would allow for many warehouses. But Coastal Lakes Commercial also allows for many warehouses with a planned unit development. So that's why they have to go to CLC on the future land use map. So looking at the Land Development Code Atlas map, the Rural Activity Center is not a land use that's on the Atlas. So the Atlas zoning has to match or be consistent with the Rural Activity Center. And so you can see here that it's predominantly general commercial. Now, even though it's general commercial, it's still limited to those uses that are defined in the Rural Activity Center. And so even though this is general commercial, they still can't have mini warehouse as an allowable use. And so that's why they are also proposing to change the Atlas to Coastal Lakes Commercial so that it is also consistent with what they are proposing on the future land use map. So here you can see the master plan of what they are proposing. They are requesting a couple deviations for this. As Ms. Swift stated, one of them is a 20-foot wide Type C buffer along County Road 491, which would be the front of the building. And they are also requesting a 15-foot landscape buffer that's kind of undefined with a fence on the west side abutting the residential, whereas the Land Development Code, based on the square footage of what's being proposed, would require a 25-foot Type D with a wall. The other deviation for this comes to the floor area ratio. So the Rural Activity Center, future land use, does have a maximum floor area ratio allowance of 0.5. The existing mini storage site has an existing floor area ratio of about 0.34. So they're not at their max. However, since they can't do mini storage in Rural Activity Center, they have to go to Coastal Lakes Commercial, and Coastal Lakes Commercial has a floor area ratio max of 0.3. So it does reduce the amount of floor area ratio that they would be allowed to have. This proposal is proposing a floor area ratio on Tract A, which has the new expansion in red here, of 0.37. So it would be the Tract A is on the left in red. The building's in red.
Those two are Track A.
Yes.
Two red buildings are Track A.
So the black line that starts right at the one side of the red building is the property line. And so if you look at the development strictly on Tract A, the square footage they're proposing has a floor area ratio of 0.37, which exceeds the 0.3 that the Coastal Lakes Commercial allows. And so that's a difference in square footage of building of about 8,192 square feet. They're over what Coastal Lakes Commercial would allow. And so that's kind of where this tricky part comes in with the floor area ratio because of the allowable uses, the future land use, the Coastal Lakes River region, and what they're proposing. And so they are proposing to have like an average floor area ratio of about 0.35 if you take both sides together. However, the comprehensive plan does not have a mechanism to average floor area ratios. It says if this is your future land use, This is your maximum floor area ratio, and that's it. So this deviation is in violation of the comprehensive plan floor area ratio maximum.
Madam Chairman.
Yes.
Madam Attorney, can you tell me what he just said about the I want to get I want to get Denise's opinion on, or, because you're mixing me up.
So at some point, a board made the policy decision in the comprehensive plan that in the CLC district, there would be a maximum of 0.3 FAR. They did not provide, and I say they, meaning whatever board adopted the comprehensive plan, which is your primary planning document. Remember, your land development code is beneath that. It's the primary document. They did not have any objective criteria to allow for a methodology to blend FAR between parcels. It just so happens that this one owner happens to own abutting parcels. But if it weren't the situation where the owner owned both of them, we wouldn't be having this discussion.
Right.
So there's no process for staff to apply, and there's no objective criteria within your comprehensive plan to provide this blending. This is just it's a creative argument that the applicant is making.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Sure. And so here you can see this is what it would look like.
Hang on
with
just a
this.
second.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Kennard and then Commissioner Finnegan.
Yeah, we're not there yet, and I will certainly make it clear again when we do get there, but I'm not going to support this. It's too big of a reach. There's way too much square footage on a primary corner entering the county, and putting a facility there that this board has been very clear that we really do not want additional mini storage units as the front row business along main highways in our county.
Commissioner Finnegan?
My question is, couldn't the applicant, like many other people have in the county, just combine their properties into one property?
They may be able to do that for ad valorem tax purposes, but for land use decisions, I'm not aware of a mechanism to allow them to do that.
I see. And the reason, just to reiterate why I understood the floor area ratio, because if their first parcel is G and C, they actually get 1.0 and they only have 0.5. The other thing is if there's no G and C, obviously the only thing you could make is coastal lakes, because obviously they've identified the area as being sensitive. So currently, if we don't change it, they could put a gas station there. That doesn't sound very environmentally friendly to the area that we're trying to protect. So again, if we can get there, which you're saying if the attorney's saying there's no avenue to get there, I don't know if we're spinning our wheels, but I still have deep concerns about the buffers. I don't like the way that looks at all, but I would still like to protect that area if that's what we're trying to do. Joe, may I ask you on the back side where the residential is that also fence facing out with the buffer on the inside like it shouldn't be? Because I understood on the front side it was buffer then fence, which I don't like at all.
Based on the conceptual plan they have provided, or the master plan, it does appear that they have the fence on the residential side of the buffer. So it would be closest to the residential properties.
The buffer would be.
The fence would be. So the landscaping would be inside the fence if you were looking at it from.
And I know the applicant had said there's it's so wooded, but I want to remind everyone that it's not for what it looks like now. The burden shouldn't be on the residential property owners to always maintain a buffer. If somebody else bought the property or the homeowner should decide to clear and use more of the property, the buffer's not, the onus isn't on the property owner. That's it.
Commissioner Bays, anything?
I think she meant neighbors. the residential neighbors.
Yeah. I followed her.
There was a question.
Oh, okay.
We're not there yet, and I understand what's going on, but I think the FAR is too much. And just by this. So did you discuss with the applicant about having it at the 3.3 FAR?
Yes, we've had that discussion.
Am I allowed to ask what the applicant said?
We haven't heard from the public yet, so just keeping us.
Okay, thank you.
Shall I move on to the public hearing? Are you done? Are you done?
Yeah, just to
Keep
finish
going.
up, so based on the deviations being requested in the floor area ratio exceeding what the comprehensive plan would allow, staff did find this inconsistent with the comprehensive plan and incompatible with the surrounding area, and the Planning and Development Commission did recommend denial of this application.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to conduct a public hearing. Would anyone like to speak for the applicant? Would anyone like to speak for the applicant? Seeing none, would anyone like to speak against the applicant?
Madam Chairman?
I'm sorry, no what? Okay, sorry.
Thank you, sorry.
Thank you.
Wrong way.
Thank you. Oh, need to turn, yeah.
Left on. Now it's on. Janet Barrick, Citrus Springs. I've been coming here since 1979, and that corner's been there. And I've come in here different months of the year. First time I came down here was June of 79. It was flooded at that corner, and it floods at that corner. My second thing is, eventually we're gonna widen 200, and we're also gonna widen 491 down to that corner. When you take into consideration future, and we're you know, it may be 10 years, but is that, like you said, what we want at that corner for people coming into a main place in our county? And eventually the Holder development will get started and the industrial park will get started. So I look at it and I looked at it and looked at it and I said, my biggest question was the flooding, but then you got the 491, the 4 lanes, and then the deviations from the buffer. If you deviate from the buffer, how close you gonna be to the road when you 4-lane it? So I look at it and I say, I'm sorry, RAC was a good, use for the land at the beginning, and trying to change it after, it's one of these things where it's not something I would approve at all.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to speak on this matter? No, it's public hearing. Okay, seeing none, we'll close public hearing. Madam Attorney, am I running this correctly? Thank you. Gosh, it's been like months since we've had a quasi-judicial.
Did I say that on the record? You're absolutely running it perfectly.
You know,
Because I wasn't on the
Commissioner
microphone.
Kennard, so, it's okay. So I'll chime in on this. I have multiple heartburns on this, both pro and con. And I'm so sorry, but number one, you may actually want to listen to what I have to say. Number two, we can hear everything amplified up here, so it makes it very difficult to concentrate. So I have a few heartburns on this. Number one, you make a good argument on the allowed uses right now are not very appealing. I am with Commissioner Kennard and what we have all said, that we are leveling up as a county. And we want our entrances to our county to look a lot nicer. Mini storage ain't it, okay? What you have is, in terms of your elevations on the architectural renderings, if that were to be what you were building, is certainly an upgrade from what you have now. I pulled up a picture of what you have right now, and that's what I was looking at up here. We will be, hopefully at some point, that intersection will get a little bit reconfigured when the widening of 200 and 491 are done, so that's also a little bit of heartburn, and I definitely have heartburn about not having the buffer outside the fence. And the biggest heartburn of all is going against the comprehensive plan. What kills me is that, as you said, a lot of the uses that could go there now are not any better, and in some cases worse than mini storage. So I can't be in favor of it, but there may be a way that we can do something. Yes, sir. You're going to save me?
Yes. I'm going to make a motion to deny CPA AAPUD-2023-00003.
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Kennard, second by Commissioner Finnegan. Is there any further board discussion? Anyone? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. I'm sorry.
Your next application is OA 2024-00002. And do I have? I don't have an ordinance to read. Oh, I do have an ordinance to read. At the conclusion of this public hearing, you're going to be asked to consider an ordinance of Citrus County, Florida, political subdivision of the state of Florida, amending ordinance number 2012-06, the Citrus County Land Development Code, as it's been amended by amending Section 1800 penalties, remedies, and enforcement standards, Section 2500 types of uses, Section 3101 residential accessory structures, Section 3140 temporary uses, Section 3150 fences, hedges, and walls, Section 3730 animals, Section 11035 final plat required, providing for severability, providing for conflicts of law, providing for codification, providing for modifications that may arise from consideration at public hearing, providing for scrivener's errors, and providing for an effective date. This is not quasi-judicial, so we're not doing the polling.
Okay. I have if someone, I can make the motion, but,
You need a public hearing.
oh, public hearing, thank you. It's been a day. Would anyone like to speak for or against this? Oh, Jesus.
It's been a long day.
There are days when I like being skipped, honestly, but
It's been a
this particular
very
one, I don't think I
long
can.
day.
All right.
You're not next, Janet.
Yeah. There's a lot of items on this particular amendment for the Land Development Code. This is normal for y'all when you have amendments. There's usually a whole bunch of different sections. I'm going to go over a few that were the topic of discussion with the PDC. We can always pull up some of the others that I don't think are very controversial. This is the norm, though, for these kind of amendments for the most part. So the first one is guest cottages and accessory dwelling units. Right now, they are limited on that second unit to 850 square feet of living area. The PDC debated this quite a bit, and they came up with something that I think actually has a lot of merit. 1,500 square feet for parcels up to 5 acres in size, and 2,500 square feet. Remember, this is living area. This would not apply to patios and slabs and pools. For parcels that are 10 acres in size. And they suggested with the conditional use. The reason that's important is I had somebody at the end of the meeting, I'm used to people in my face sometimes with my job, but she said, well, thanks a lot now, you've made us multifamily in my neighborhood. So not everyone's a fan, okay? There are people that also are trying to do this for 2 vacation rentals on their site instead of 1, we know that. So that's why I like what they've put here. It's a conditional use, so it's a case by case. Does it fit the neighborhood, does it not? Sometimes 5 acres is gonna be great, or 10 acres. Other places, not so much. And they added the words, provided site is compatible with adjoining parcels. So that gives us some kind of criteria for that conditional use too. If there've been code enforcement for the last 5 years, probably not going to go so well, depending on what they're proposing. So if it's very clear they're trying to do 2 vacation rentals that are huge on 2,500 square feet each, that one probably wouldn't be approved either. So I like what they're proposing, but it is quite radical because right now it's 850 square feet, period. There's no option to get a variance or a conditional use. It doesn't rely on parcel size. It's just 850. It is taken advantage of by a lot of the county citizens. It's a great thing as far as thinking about affordable housing and how expensive housing is, but it can be abused too, which is why I like the caveats here. And I can stop and discuss each one. It's probably the easiest because these are so different from each other. So if you can
Madam
give me
Chair?
some feedback.
Yes.
Joanna, just to clarify, and I see that you got up here at least 5 acres, but when you were speaking, you said up to 5 acres.
I'm sorry.
So,
Yeah.
and I mean, I just wanted to make sure that was clear. It's got to be a minimum of 5 acres for this second.
You're
1,500
correct. Yeah,
square feet.
1,500 and 5 acres or 2,510 acres would be the max you can ask for. You might not want that much, but.
Joanna, I'm sorry.
I'm fine.
The 850 now, that's not conditional use, right? If they want to
No.
build the 850 on any lot size.
It isn't. So sometimes when they're very, very tiny, that's hard for them, but they do have to meet setbacks, impervious surface, fit their septic and well, et cetera. So those come into play.
Okay, thank you.
And again, that's living area. So, they can have the pool, they can have the screen room, they can have the slabs.
Commissioner Bays.
I think this helps a lot with some people that I've spoke with. Either sometimes they have a special needs child or they have elderly parents. I mean, I'm seeing this a lot throughout our state. This has become more of a norm than an abnormal. So I think this is something I can definitely support.
Me as well. Commissioner Schlabo, you have anything?
Joanna, do you want me to start the 31? Well, you start at 3101.
Yeah, I'm actually just, right, I'm going to go to the other stuff. I'm just focusing slide by slide. I know I'm a little out of order here.
Okay.
It's really trying to save in the hardest for last, but.
I'm thrilled with the 3101 residential accessory use. For 4 years, I have tried to get this across the line, working with staff. So, bravo, thank you, because I think this will make our community better, especially 5 acres and then 10 acres. The problem I have is G, section G, where you have the additional wording, a conditional use may be considered to allow up to 1,500 square feet of living. By putting that in there, you're doing an additional step for citizens to get this guest house built. I think it should be, and I'm no attorney, but I think it should be an accessory dwelling up to 1,500 feet of living. That way, they don't have to do that additional step and come back, go to the PDC, and then come to us. It'll be there, the language is clear, staff will know what it is, and when it goes to the PDC, it can get approved.
Well, first of all, conditional uses don't come to you. They
don't
stop
come
at
to-
PDC.
Well, I know,
Understood.
but it's a second step.
For
PDC
this
wouldn't
additional.
it would eventually, if they said no, it would come to us. That's what I'm saying.
No.
That would be a third.
Yeah, it doesn't ever come to you.
Okay, good, thank you, because that was confusing. But it is an additional step.
It is for that additional square footage, yes. The PDC did discuss that quite a bit, and one of the members did bring that up as well. Nobody wants to have additional applications, but this is a lot. This is almost doubling what's allowed by right now on the smaller parcel on the 5 acres, and then quite a bit more with the 10 acres. And it was a case-by-case thing. Now, what we did talk about is if this is crazy and we're getting 15 of these a week, which I don't think we're going to do. But if we get a few and it's not working, we'll come back to the drawing board. But I think this actually makes sure that it's where it's supposed to be. And sometimes these aren't a good idea to put these larger ones on, even with large parcels. That was the reasoning for the PDC, but I understand what you're saying.
But if we're allowing this, and we are allowing this, why do we have to have a conditional use? Why have that second step? And I misspoke by saying coming to us. I'm
That's
just so
fine.
used to people saying no, and then it comes to us, and we're having to be the bad guy. But I don't think that's necessary because we're approving, this can be done, 5 acres, you can have this, 10 acres, you can have this. And why that additional step? It's unnecessary and it's government bogging us down.
Okay, that's up, yeah, it's a case-by-case thing according to what the PDC was saying. I buy that, but I understand what you're saying as well.
Madam Chair.
Yeah. Are you done?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Finnegan?
The reason why I do like it to take that additional step is because the way it's written, it does not have to be one thing. And we don't have, if I understand from a previous conversation with Eric and maybe you, there's not, when you build a house per se, there's no square footage in the building code. It just has to have, what's the terminology? It just needs to look like a house, like have
Residential character, correct.
residential character. So 1,500 square feet, you could divide that up into 2 or 3 residential characters. So, I mean, that's a stretch on the 2,500 square feet. That's why I think it's important. So people aren't abusing that. We can't assume that they're only putting 1 on there, or can we?
Wait, what?
People can do what they want to do. I think the
Exactly.
conditional use does give it a lot of scrutiny.
Yes.
But
And
that doesn't allow for like a duplex and a quadplex, of course. So, whatever the wishes.
But in the square footage.
Square footage is a lot, right? Sometimes we're finding the new parcels or the old houses are only 850, and the new one's going to be the much larger one, and then they just flip flop.
Right.
Anybody else on this one, or go ahead?
Can I ask
Yes.
Commissioner Finnegan a question? I don't understand what you're saying because it says only 1 such unit is allowed per residential site. So could you explain to me what you're saying?
Then maybe I missed that word. Can you tell me what page we're on? I was on the
It's 768 of the book. So it's it's only 1 such unit is allowed per residential site.
Yeah.
A conditional use may be considered to allow up to 1,500 square feet. It's 1 piece, and it's an accessory dwelling. By putting in conditional use, you're making people go an extra step, which government loves to do. It's 1 unit.
So the
1,500
conditional
square
use
feet.
does not take out so I guess I was reading it wrong. The 1 such unit just is not just for the 850. It would continue for the other 2 parcels.
It would be for whatever size you want to approve for that extra unit. What I got from what you were saying, and maybe I misunderstood, was you were saying that people can do these and they aren't always appropriate, and they can.
What I was saying is, because how I read it, you can have a guest cottage right now up to 850 square feet, and you can only have 1 unit. But putting that aside, additionally, you can have a conditional use to allow up to 1,500 square feet or the 2,500 square feet, and it doesn't say up to 1 unit. So I didn't read that in the conditional use for the other properties, but I see what you're saying, because you read it as it can only be 1. So maybe we can add a few words or to make sure that I would be okay without the conditional use if it was only 1 and it met county standards.
Yeah, so perhaps a conditional use may be considered to allow such unit up to, and we're kind of just referring then to the previous sentence. I think that makes it a lot clearer. Thank you. I didn't interpret it that way. Yeah, right. I didn't
Because
interpret
as we
that.
see people come up here, they say, "Oh, when I read your code,"
I can
and
have
then
3. Yeah.
interpret it in a different way.
Right, definitely don't want that. So I would add the words maybe such unit. So only 1 such unit is allowed per residential site. A conditional use may be considered to allow such unit up to 1,500 square feet. Kind of saying 1. Yeah, thank you.
So,
Madam Chairman.
hang on, I just want to ask, so we are sticking with conditional for the larger square footage?
I don't know, that's up to y'all.
She is, I'm not.
Well,
I'm saying, why don't you explain to this board, if it said only 1 such unit is allowed per residential site, an accessory dwelling up to 1,500 square feet, That means I come to you, I can do 1 unit on 5 acres up to 1,500 square feet. Now, throw in conditional use and tell us what the step is.
It goes to the planning board for a conditional use? Yes. I'm
But
sorry.
if it didn't have conditional use, they could go to the building department, pull a permit, have the 1,500 square feet, they're done. Now we're making them go to the PDC when it's very clear they're only allowed 1 unit that's 1,500 square feet. I'm trying to have a smaller government, is what I'm saying.
And I'm certainly all for that. The PDC was concerned about some sites, which the wording added, provided site is compatible with adjoining parcels. There are some where this is going to appear like a multifamily site, especially even though it's 5 and 10 acres, they can be too clustered up by the road and the rest be forest. I'm not saying that there's going to be everyone like that. That's why a conditional use gives you that control to where these belong. I appreciate what you're saying though, so it's up to the board.
Madam Chair?
Well, I was gonna weigh in and say I'm on the side of the neighbors. So I'm all for smaller government, but staff is on the front lines and they see this stuff all the time. Commissioner Kennard?
Yeah, I just listening to good arguments back and forth, I'm gonna stay with conditional use. I think it's important for us to make sure that we don't turn single-family home neighborhoods into multifamily home neighborhoods.
But even with conditional use in there, you're still accomplishing the same thing. You're making them do 2 steps, but they're still gonna get their 1 unit for 1,500. So by saying the neighbors are worried that it's gonna look like a multifamily, they're still allowed to do that. But
Not necessarily, because the PDC can turn them down.
They
Can say
could
it's not
for-
compatible with the neighborhood.
Then why have the language then? I mean, this is what I'm saying. I've worked on this for 4 years, so it's grueling to sit and listen to it, but it's 5 acres, and this is where there's so many studies that talk about the benefits of having this and having, I've said it before, you all have heard it, a dotty house where the grandparent moves into the 1,500 and then the child takes over the family. And then we don't have tax dollars of having to take care of an elderly parent, they're on site. But by throwing the conditional use in there, you're only accomplishing getting another step in there to have the PDC say no, when it's now being approved that this is a good way to go. And it doesn't make sense to me because the LDC is gonna tell them how they need to build it, what the specs are, everything that has to be done in the permitting process. But we're saying, oh, the permitting process is great, but now we just want them to do another step. And I just think I think it's a waste of time, and I think, we've gotten this far, and, it's up to the board, but I'm just telling you, it's another wasted, expensive step.
For the
Madam
record,
Chair?
well, Commissioner Finnegan first, but for the record, I am a huge fan of ADUs for all the reasons you mentioned.
I have a question and a comment. The question
I'm sorry, I
is.
said you were first, right? No?
You said me.
I'm sorry, this is going to hurt at 1 o'clock in the morning because this is caffeine.
In the LDC currently, if I want to build something that's 850 square feet or less on my property, does the LDC tell me where to put it on my property? Does it have to be in the back of the property? Can it not be in the front? Or, is there can we not have 2 driveways facing in? Are you a shared driveway?
The driveway is a little tricky. As far as where to put it, you just have to meet setbacks like the primary structure does. The 2 driveways, depends on the property. If it starts to look like, I don't know.
I guess what I'm driving at is the point of, okay, it's fine that we do conditional use for the 5 acres and the 10 acres, but we have something hanging out here under the 1,500 square feet. So you could be on 1 acre and not have a conditional use, and they can put that house. So if we're talking about, if we are looking at the neighbors and not wanting to make it more dense than what they thought, they could do it. They just keep it to 850 square feet. So I don't know. I'm just looking ahead, if that's the reason, we're not really accomplishing that. So I don't know if it's not conditional use, if we fix the LDC, so there's something in that they're not all lined up in a neighborhood where they thought that it wouldn't have houses so close to them. I'm making a statement with a question mark at
No,
the
yeah,
end.
I'm understanding.
Okay.
Yeah, so 2,500 is quite a bit larger than 850. So I think that would be the difference between them. But you're correct.
It's
that-
on 10 acres.
Yeah, I don't want to go backwards in that making 850 have special approval or something. They just, regardless, we allow it. It's a great thing. I agree. They're wonderful, wonderful things. So it's up to y'all if you want to,
Well,
take
all of it could be a great thing, or all of it could not be. I guess it
Yeah,
depends
I think
on
the bigger we
who's
get, the
putting
more
it, where on the
right.
property they're putting it.
The bigger we get, I think the more likely we're starting to get a multifamily feeling, and we're getting into that vacation rental world. So that's why I'm just a little cautious on those, but point
Madam
taken.
Chairman, I think that's an opinion, though, not.
Exactly, absolutely.
And please be careful of that,
Well,
because.
that's kind of my job, but I understand you guys are the ones that pick the vote, okay? You guys make the vote. But you guys decide. So I've given you my
No, it's
opinion.
not kind of your job okay.
I understand, and I'm not making the vote, and that is up to y'all, okay? Please.
Commissioner Bays.
My question is, what did we do in our LDC about storage units? Because, I mean, we had people, I mean, they were moving in, they would have a storage unit in the back, they were moving in containers, I mean, that were 1,200 square feet. I mean, you had multiple things going on in a backyard. I got calls about it.
You fixed that. You already fixed that.
Right, but that's my point. I
Yeah,
mean,
you did, and there's some more on this ordinance amendment along those lines. But yeah, the idea of using a storage container for permanent storage is gone. You can't do that on a residential lot.
I mean, we have to be honest. We have people buying storage units and moving them into their backyards, and people are living in them.
Mm-hmm.
That's a fact. So, we're not collecting any taxes on that. Somebody's gonna build 1,500 square feet or 2,500 square feet, you're adding tax to your tax rolls, and, I think there's, everything has to be looked at equally, I think, when you look at the property and it comes in, but I'm not sure that, I think that almost needs to be done at the time of permitting. We need to have some rules in place and not just keep chasing down rabbit holes, because, sometimes I look at what we do here and I'm thinking, oh my God, how do we make these decisions?
Commissioner Schleybaugh.
I want to go back to what Commissioner Finnegan said. And I would like you to tell me that rule. Right now, on 1 acre, we can build 850 square feet. Is that conditional use?
No.
Okay, so she made a very good, valid point, said it much better than I did. 5 acres, 1,500, but with a conditional use. 5 acres is bigger, like she said. It's gonna have bigger. On 1 acre, it's definitely gonna feel like a multifamily. Then you go to 10 acres, and you still only have that one unit on 10 acres. So I thought that was a very valid point. What I'm saying is, we can't say it's your opinion that it's gonna look like multifamily. This isn't gonna look like multifamily, the 1 acre is. So you either have it conditional use for the 850 and everything, or you don't have conditional use for the 850, 1,500. That's the point I'm trying to get. And again,
Okay.
figure it out, one or the other, but it's Mod Podge right now. And it's taken 4 years to get to this point, so I'm a little frustrated because government is grueling. It takes forever. And I've been trying to do this for 4 years. So the board decide, I've given my opinion, let's be consistent.
I have a question. So a long time ago in Pine Ridge, I built an extremely large, according to a lot of people, barn that was almost the size of the house. And because I have a design background, I was very cognizant of that, so I put it short end to the road. So it was a much smaller visual footprint from the road. It was also set back behind the house. So it passed the Architectural Review Board for Pine Ridge. Can we work, so I'm envisioning 5 acres, and that parcel happened to be 3 acres, so I know pretty well what 5 acres feels like. It is the visual from the road or the neighbors that counts, especially from the road. Is there any way that we can write in there rules that don't have, I'm picturing having a house behind the house, okay? Doesn't have the visual as it does from the road, or at least setback, or at least some separation horizontally, parallel to the road. And then we could get away from the conditional.
It's a little challenging at the moment, thinking about it up here at the podium.
Especially when you may have neighbors on all sides that end up having
Right,
visuals
that was why the conditional use was another thought, is that parcels are so different from each other, and you're thinking of a nice Pine Ridge lot that are generally rectangular, and not all lots are.
Right.
So, I don't know. I assume we can always do something. It's just I hadn't thought of any kind of criteria like that. We have some coming up about metal facades, but not about the secondary
Did you
structure.
say this was the easiest thing we're
I
talking
know.
about tonight?
That's
Just
what I was just
asking.
thinking. I'm like, oh no, no offense, but.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Finnegan?
Yeah, that's what I was saying about making the changes in the LDC. You're exactly right. Like, could there be rules? Only one driveway going in. And that's what I'm picturing too. You can't have your main house and then one ahead of it with a separate driveway. That's almost like having a totally different lot. So I think if we put rules, then that would fix the problem with the 850 feet because,
Well, Commissioner, are you okay, Commissioner Bays?
Let's make it fluid.
Well, no, that's a bad idea.
Here's where I'm getting hung up on that. Number one, these are supposed to be dwelling accessory units. They're not meant to be something else. So I don't know why we're going off in a rabbit hole. I mean, if you're talking about adding driveways for the convenience of somebody, I mean, then you are making it into something different. Then you have the opportunity to make it into a business, Airbnb, whatever you're talking about. But if the intent really is to be a dwelling accessory, then the driveway is the driveway. And, if you don't want somebody, blow Joe every week coming through your driveway, then don't make a separate driveway.
Well, that was my point. It has to be addressed in a rule.
Right. So, I mean, otherwise then you have to have you have to have a mailing address, you have to have a post office box number for it. I mean, you're going down a whole nother road that I think is not, the intent is not to make another residence on a property. It is meant to be a dwelling accessory. Whatever, same difference.
Well, personally, I'm not comfortable with moving forward without conditional use at this time, but I think there's been some really good ideas discussed that we could improve further.
Well,
and that way we could at least get it going.
No, we're not gonna talk this crap to death. We need to make a decision and go for it.
That's what. It's an accessory dwelling. I didn't think y'all would go all down this rabbit hole to just for conditional use. We already have it set up. This is there. I just was trying to take another step out of it, an unnecessary step. And somehow we're on driveways and down this rabbit hole. It's an accessory dwelling unit up to 1,500 living square feet. Only one such unit is allowed per residential site. Y'all just need to decide, do you want the people to do another step, an unnecessary step, or not? That's all I wanted to. I don't want to do it that way, but it's up to the board.
Commissioner Kennard, where are you?
If we make this change, the 850 square feet goes away.
No, it stays, but if they had 5 acres, they could go up to 1,500, and 10 acres up to 2,500, with or without a conditional use, depending on what you decide.
I think we got to keep conditional use on there.
Commissioner Finnegan?
I think we have to keep conditional use because the LDC doesn't address all of these other issues. So maybe in the future, if it's addressed with all of it, the 850 and these, then maybe we could drop that conditional use, but not right now.
Commissioner Bays? I know where you are, but I will call on you.
Well, I can see where it's going. I mean, to get this thing over the hurdle, but I think if you want to leave the conditional use in there, leave it in there. But I would like to see staff come back with some remedies to eliminate the conditional use. I think it's a step that's not necessary, but I have full faith and confidence in staff that they can figure that out, how to get us there and make it appropriate.
I would also further say that if all of them come forward and it ends up being pretty by rote approvals, we're gonna absolutely just take the conditional use out. The issue I have is she mentioned vacation rentals and some other kind of serious neighbor issues, and that's why I'm just really worried about it. I totally agree with Commissioner Schleybaugh about reducing the size of government and eliminating the step, but I'm hesitant to take that step right now. Commissioner Schleybaugh?
I just want to move on, but right now, does this change the 850 square foot unit to conditional use?
Absolutely not, no.
See, that's what I'm saying, we're not consistent.
I understand.
Oh my God, kill me.
I know, government is so much fun.
All right, so that's the easier one. Okay, so going on to animals as pets. So what's happening in the animals as pets listing, this is the listing, and you can see the existing and the strike-throughs is as people are having menageries of all of these. So they're having 4 ducks, 6 rabbits, 4 chickens, 12, et cetera. What the PDC pointed out correctly, old language is here. We regulated guinea pigs and hamsters. Now, granted, these are outside of the residence, but I'm not really sure why this was done. It was there. It was suggested to take out those animals. Why on earth are we regulating it? And just clarify, you can have one of these. You can't have 6 rabbits and 4 ducks outside your house. This is outside of the animal schedule. If you're a lot that's big enough to make the animal schedule, that's fine. You go. This is outside of the animal schedule. It doesn't work for you, so you have a personal pet outside of the residential district. I'm happy to take these animals off and just clarify that you really have to meet the animal schedule or not the menagerie in one kind of animal.
I think you meant outside the residence.
Yes.
Not residential district. You said outside the residential district.
I'm sorry, I've been talking
Sorry,
too much.
Yep. Commissioner Finnegan.
While you have that slide, I don't understand why, and I don't agree with it, the keeping of one type of the following animals as personal pets. Because what if you want 1 rabbit and 1 duck?
And if you can meet the animal schedule, which is on a whole nother section here, that the animal schedule, for example, some of the districts, you have to have 2 acres in a house. Some you have to have 1 acre in a house. Then you do however many that allows. This is, you're not meeting the animal schedule, but you still want an animal. And the reason is because we're seeing in code the people that are doing all of these. You know, if the board doesn't agree, that's fine, but that's what this was addressing some code enforcement citations because they were doing all of them.
So currently, because people have bunnies, if you're just on a regular lot in a regular house, you can have your little bunny?
It depends on the zoning district. If you have 2 acres and you're in one of the areas that are usually our 2 acre lots, then yes, you can, and you can have several. This is having a rabbit outside on a lot that doesn't qualify for the animal schedule.
Inside's okay.
Inside, you can have whatever you want to live with. We don't regulate it, so.
Okay, thank you.
Anything further on this item?
Guess I should have started with this one, sorry. It was a very, very controversial at the PDC for a while. There was a lot of discussion about this one.
I live where I live.
The other thing, and I don't have a slide for, was the a line that says that for the animal schedule, if you've got at least 10 acres, you are exempt from the animal schedule. The Planning and Development Commission did not support removing that. They thought if you have 10 acres, you should keep that in place. So I didn't make a slide for that, but that is one of the comments here.
And that's where I wanted to chime in. So I have a case in my district that went on and on and on and is still ongoing. I would like to amend that to say that I agree with the PDC it is not subject to the restrictions of this section except the restrictions included in paragraph 3730A4. I will. Any barn, stable, pen, sty, or other similarly utilized building or structure shall be located not less than 50 feet from any property line. This provision shall not be construed to apply to a perimeter fence. We have a fairly newcomer to the county. They came in a few years ago. They apparently have a fairly bad reputation where they came from as being a bad neighbor. And they have 40 acres, and they have penned all of their brood mares and foals right up against the perimeter fence in people's backyard, basically. So all the time that it is summer, humid, and hot, these are acre lots. I got out, and it's a whole line of houses. It's Quail Run?
Quail Run.
I got out to do a site visit on the road in front of these people's houses, and I'm a horse person. I have a pretty high tolerance for the smell, and it knocked me over on the road. These people cannot use their backyards because these people have decided they have 40 acres of beautiful grass, and they put in pens up against the perimeter fence. So literally the mares are actually eating trees over the fence of these people's property, and it's, as a horse person, I would say that's very bad neighbor type thing, and good horse people don't do that.
Maybe it should be conditional use.
It's not ag, which would be a hard no for me because I'm not going to mess with ag, but ag is not part of this, so.
Chair.
Are you saying a perimeter, like make a perimeter around the?
No, the perimeter, so they have a perimeter fence around the 40 acres, which is fine, and it's right on the property line, which is fine. What they did is they took fencing, actually temporary fencing, which is part of the way they've kind of gotten away with things, but it's not temporary, it's been there for years now. And they created, using the perimeter fence as one wall, they created paddocks, which are very small, like each paddock.
Suggesting, are you asking for you have to be off, like so many feet?
You cannot, well, the mares and foals, with what I'm suggesting, the mares and foals, if they were free to run in a large pasture, they could come all the way up to that perimeter fence and hang their head over their neighbor's property, but they're not going to do that because they have all this room to run in grass and everything. What they did is what's called a dry lot. So it's under trees and there's no grass there, and they put in these side fences that keeps them penned up. So each paddock is probably at most the size of this room and probably closer to 2/3 of the size of this room. And they have a whole multitude of paddocks behind all these people's houses all the way down. And there's just acres and acres and acres that are not being utilized. So
what's your fix? You read it.
So what we're saying is that all of these restrictions do not apply to 10 acres or more. So all of these restrictions would not apply to the 40-acre farm, except for number 4, which is any barn, stable, pen, sty, or other similarly utilized building or structure shall be located not less than 50 feet from any property line. Okay? And that was, thank you, Madam Attorney. We figured this out in the briefing yesterday. Yes, ma'am.
The problem I have is you're changing, because of one bad apple, we don't know the ripple effect of doing this.
The law of unintended consequences, I'm aware of that. And
So
I
one
discussed
bad
it.
apple, we're going to make it now.
I discussed it at length with staff, and I brought that very thing up. I said, any law of unintended consequences here. And they said, since it's not covering ag, we're fine. Ag would be a big problem. "50 feet is not that far. Any reasonable human being is not going to pen their animals right up against a property line.
I understand that, but I'm just saying, you're coming to this because of one
No, I'm coming to
complaint.
this because about 10 families are very, very impacted, and their property values are heavily impacted. They would not be able to sell their
That's
house.
one bad apple.
But there's at least 10 families that are affected.
And by doing this,
And
now
where-
you
and
can
where
make.
there's one-
Wait, I have the floor. By doing this, you can make that bad apple move those.
I think they'd be grandfathered, wouldn't they? I
No.
don't think you can apply it
Yeah.
after the fact.
They're temporary fences, though.
I don't know if he even has a perm, I don't,
We permit barns,
Well,
but
if this
not
doesn't
pens.
fix it, that should have been brought up before now, between my briefing yesterday and now.
how would we ever know? Like, they don't come in for a permit.
Right, they do not for
It
pens.
becomes,
So
does
it
it
would
not
be a
become a
code-
code violation? Does it not?
It would, if they claimed though to the special master that it existed prior to this ordinance, I don't know that we would
It's
be able to.
literally step in plastic stakes with tape. It is not a building.
Commissioner, I think that you have identified a problem, so later, whether that's hashed out, I support you in identifying an issue that could happen in the future, and you're preventing that, so I support that with you.
Thank you, I appreciate that. This first came to my attention probably 2 years ago, and I've been hounding staff to figure out a way to fix this. Because where there's one bad apple, there's always more. So, as long as it doesn't have law of unintended consequences.
But it doesn't fix the problem.
We don't know that. I believe it would. Anyone? Commissioner Kennard, are you okay with that?
I've got it, thank you.
Commissioner Bays? Carry on.
Okay. All right, for temporary uses, this also came up as a result of code enforcement cases. What this proposes right now for like construction trailers on a construction site for non-residential, they can do 1 year with 2 one-year extensions, period. It's not changing. For residential, it's proposed to go from 1 year with 2 one-year extensions to 1 year with 1 year extension, simply because we're having residential sites that are lengthening the stay of these construction trailers and not really constructing. So that was the reason for this proposal. You'll have some comments from the Builders Association about this and how it might impact the building permit timeframes. I don't think it does because we removed commercial and residential. We're giving them up to 2 years. So that's why this is proposed.
Any comments from the board? Comments, questions? Okay.
All right. I was completely wrong on what was controversial and what's
order.
not. Yeah, okay. All right, so the last thing is any elevation of a single-family residence that fronts on a right-of-way shall not have prefabricated steel panels or metal material construction with a visible metallic appearance exposed. This criteria is not applicable to basically mobile homes and does not apply to soffit fascia or downspouts. Now, Mr. Gaston Hall, I want to say I've had a lot of communication with him about this application. I'm sure he's watching. And the things on this slide on the bottom are his suggestions. They're great suggestions. Although him and I don't always agree up front, we usually can talk it out, and we have on this one, and I think we're on the same page. These exemptions are wonderful. They're not meant to actually prohibit things. So what's happening is people are turning in things like this. This was really easy to find. They're coming in more and more and more, almost exponentially more in the county. This is not a mobile home. Sure looks like it. It's in a site-built place, but this is what was proposed. The wording that's proposed would stop this, and then on the front elevation at least, they couldn't have that visible metal that looks like that. Here's another one. It actually has a breezeway in between the 2 sides on the front, so you're looking at almost 2 houses. There's the 1 entry and then a breezeway. Again, we're getting calls on why are we allowing industrial warehouses in residential neighborhoods, and that's what we're trying to stop up front. If we can help permitting, at least stop the metal facade on the front. This is not all 4 sides. To try to give more of a residential character for these neighborhoods and help our permitting staff, that will help. Here's another one. It's 2-story. You can see the street elevation. The waterfront elevation is beautiful, but the street elevation is clearly what looks like somebody's warehouse or somebody's office building. This is another one. This is how they come in, and I'm hoping that at least if we pass this, when they come in, they won't quite look like this to start. That top elevation is what they propose to have this face the street. Now, this one has a happy ending because this is what they finally came up with after working quite a bit with staff. So permitting is really struggling with this, so I would like to try to do this. Now, Again, Mr. Hall was very helpful on this. He wanted to come up with some aesthetic standards. It's very hard countywide to come up with aesthetic standards, so this was our proposal. But he did offer to come up with something that he thinks might work in the future countywide. And now that we have this conditional use discussion about the accessory dwelling units, I'll throw that with him too. And I think he'll probably come up with something to bring back before you between the two of us. But in this particular one, it's not on the proposed ordinance. I would suggest we make the changes as he's proposed to exempt these items. The sectional garage doors, I was very against putting garage doors in, but sectional makes sense. I didn't want to say you can have a metal garage door and have those big pull-down warehousey things, but when you call them sectional, that makes it a residential one. So I think it's a good thing to try to help permitting.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone?
I just was going to ask about that to make sure we included his suggestions.
Absolutely. All of those exemptions, soffit, fascia, gutters, downspouts, sectional garage doors, front doors, window frames, fixed glass frames, screen doors, and metal roofs. All, no objection. Those are perfectly residential character items. Absolutely.
Is pool screens on there or porch?
Well, this is front. This is the fronts on the right of way, so you usually wouldn't see the pools. Screens, yeah.
There are some houses I know in certain neighborhoods that have the little screened-in front porches on the front, and then, well, even my property, the house, I mean, it's kind of covered by bushes, but you could probably see the top of the pool screen because it's on the side of the house instead of the back of the house.
Right, so we're trying to do visible metallic appearance. I would think that's probably not a visible, most of that screen, unless I'm only seeing frame. We do say window frames. I think you could argue that that's probably going to work. It's screen doors are exempt, so.
As long as that's considered.
Yeah. The idea is not to be a hammer here so much as, to stop this stuff.
Okay.
Any other board comments? Okay.
I did go backwards. I apologize. I went with what I thought the PDC said, so that's my mistake. There are a few other items in here. They are kind of no-brainer items. We removed a presumption about rebuttable enforcement proceedings. The attorney can explain why that's a bad thing, but it came up in a code enforcement case, and it was not successful on our part, so we had to take out that weird wording. We took out in the 11035 that Ms. Lynn was stuttering over there early. The following text shall be shown when roadways and/or easements are dedicated. Right now, our code says if you have to put on there that you give Citrus County an easement. Well, if there's no roadways, why are you giving Citrus County an easement? It was kind of a no-brainer, but this clarifies that. So the PDC did hash all of these over. We had to go one by one and vote on them. And so they finally recommended approval on what's before you, but not the 3730A that Commissioner Davis has put in. Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to do the public hearing, and then I'll make the motion so I can read in what you get. Did you also give this to Joanna?
I gave her a copy, so you, the final one will incorporate this if that's what is voted on.
Okay. All right, I'm opening public hearing. Would anyone like to speak for or against this?
Going over this back and forth, I had concerns about different things. It's called residential property, and if you're making a 2,500 square foot building as a residential accessory building, how big would your regular house be? Okay, so to me, you're looking at possibly people putting these up and renting them out and making B&Bs out of them. An accessory building to me that you're talking about, if you're doing a mother-daughter or a daughter and grand, that, 850, that's why there was 850, because that's more than enough for a living room, a bedroom, a bathroom, possibly 2 bedrooms, or possibly 2 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms. That's why I thought it was at 850, which to me wasn't a bad amount, okay? The houses in Beverly Hills, the houses in the old section of Beverly Hills, and in the original section in Citrus Springs, they're only 900 square foot, and those are full houses. So you're talking accessory buildings. The new standards are 1,400 minimum square foot on a lot of the places, and 1,500 square foot. Okay, so if you're looking at a building that's 1,500 square foot, I see B&Bs coming our direction, and you're gonna have a lot of people complaining about the fact that, well, they're renting it out, I don't, it's not related to them. And that is a problem I see down the road, okay? All the other discussion that you had about conditional, and it's a conditional use. How do you know it's not their cousin and they're paying rent? Or, they could say, well, my cousin's coming, or my nephew's coming, okay? And they can turn around and be B&Bs. And that's what they've been doing in a lot of the area. Okay, size-wise, 1,500 square foot house pays property taxes. Does a 1,500 square foot accessory building pay property taxes as much as a house? Yes. So it would be, so these are questions I had, and I wasn't privy to any of the, I do like the animal thing. I think that'll curtail a lot of things that, people are trying to get away with. A minimum, it's a residential. You don't need all these animals, and they're, and I like that. I like the way the buildings, the metal buildings, if you're gonna do the metal building, some places, they only allow you to do the aluminum front if it's this direction, so it looks like clapboard. And then they put shutters on the window or shutters on the door, or they make a wider door so that it does look nicer. And it makes for aesthetics. We want the community, we want the county to really excel, and we want people to love living here. So we do need some things that make it look really nice. But those are just things that I thought of.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening. John O'Connor, 3835 West King B Street, Lecanto. I spoke about this conditional use permit during the planning, and it was just as confusing then as it is tonight. It hasn't gotten any easier. My point here, we've been residents of Citrus County for 25 years now. We have had cattle and horses on our property. Not once has the conditional use permit ever been brought up for having animals on our property, and we have put our kids through Lecanto School. We've been involved with 4-H. I don't agree with a $650 permit, of which I've had cows and horses, as I've said, for 25 years now. I'm in total disagreement with this, to have to do this. There has to be some kind of a better way, because we now currently are sandwiched into two very large developments coming in on the north and south side of our neighborhood. Every single property in our neighborhood since the early 70s was LDR. The county came in and changed, I can only speak for our property, in 2004, 2005 to MDR. So now that means I have to get this $650 permit, which I don't think is fair whatsoever. That's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Paul Darty, 3481 West King B Street. John's one of my neighbors. The thing we're talking about mainly is the 3730 animals, A section 7 here, the raising of animals described in paragraph 1 and so on. My neighbors recently went to get one of these permits, conditional use permits, to allow them to put animals on MDR property. I don't know whether it's gone through or not, but they have a number of cows, chickens, things like that on their place. It's a 10-acre place. I live right across the street from them. Doesn't bother me a bit. I live on a 10-acre place too. Everybody on our street has 5-acre, 10-acre places. Some of them are subdivided to 2 acres or so on. The actual thing here says that we have to have a minimum lot area shall be 2 acres if you want to put animals on MDR property. Okay, that's fine. I'm puzzled why this is even in the code to start with. But more specifically, I'm guessing it's because they wanted to make some kind of divide between LDR and lower density and HDR and higher, and they just chose to take MDR and place this in there to kind of keep people or restrict them from putting animals on MDR without a permit or without adequate acreage. The neighborhoods that are going to go in north and south of us, most likely in the near future, are going to be built on MDR property for the most part. The commission has already given the preserve this. They'll probably do the same in the future with the crossings. Most of these lots are going to be 1/6 of an acre, 1/8 of an acre. People are going to be packed in like fish there, but still on MDR property. Just suppose that somebody comes in there and really likes animals, and they buy one side of the street and have 2.1 acres, and they apply to you folks with a $600 permit saying, I want to run my cows right here in the middle of the preserve or down there in the crossings or something. How are you going to react? What are you going to do? You've let this big fat loophole right in your code. I suggest that you revise it, remove it, somehow adjudicate the situation in a more equitable fashion. Either say MDR belongs this way, it belongs that way, or cut exceptions, whatever you need to do. But as it stands now, we have to pay to put animals on our place, and it can be abused by others for weird purposes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Would anyone else like to speak? All right, we'll close the public hearing. Ms. Katu, I'm now thoroughly confused.
The items that the last two speakers brought up are not proposed for change. That's existing language. Their land their zoning has not changed since 1990. We've demonstrated that to them. The language they're proposing is not part of this application. It's already existing and it's not proposed for change. But
thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If we're keeping the language that it doesn't affect over 10 acres, does that not fix the king bee problem? Or is it because of their zoning?
no, they're not 10 acres in size. Their zoning is MDR.
Oh, because he said that he has 10 acres, the neighbor has 10 acres.
I think they have multiple parcels,
They
possibly. Yeah.
Aggregate.
Yeah.
Yeah, MDR is not in Section A, so.
Right.
Madam Chairman? So
Commissioner Schleba.
you're saying that number 7, the conditional use approval, which I agree with you, don't like conditional use, but they've had that anyway, so they've all along had to apply for a $650 permit?
I can't even tell you how much it costs, but that's been in place since 1990, yes.
The problem is, nobody turns them in, you
No.
know.
No,
I
no
mean,
intention to.
No, code compliance is only complaint driven. So these folks have lived out there and nobody's bothered them and they haven't bothered anybody. So but the code section has always been there. Their main concern is that they're gonna have 40-foot lots in the new subdivisions on either side of them. We've been seeing these folks from King B come to PDC a lot because of the new developments, and we hear them. So what their concern is that the new people are gonna come in and then they're gonna call code on them for not complying, and that's when the problem might happen. So that's why the young lady, I don't remember her name, went in for a permit because she wanted to make sure that when the neighbors came that she was permitted.
That sounds wise, and that's a one-time fee? It's not an annual fee?
No, it's a one-time fee.
Yeah, that sounds wise.
She wasn't happy about that.
There's not an after the fact.
She was not
penalty.
happy about
I'm sure she wasn't. I wouldn't be happy about it either, but, you know, versus moving because your new neighbors move in and then complain about the animals that were already there.
But there is an ag campus on the school on the other side. I don't know how likely it is that they're gonna complain, but we'll see.
Yeah.
But I get
better
it.
to have it than not.
Yeah, I get it. I mean, I understood, I talked to her and I understood what she was saying. She wants to comply with the law. She wants to follow the rules.
Yeah. Do you have anything? No? Anyone? Any other further comments?
So, just for clarification, so it's a combination of acreage that makes up 10 acres for them? You
Yeah,
said, because
yeah,
they're
those
saying they
those
have 10
lots aren't
acres.
very large. Yeah, you have to have rural residential and 10 acres, yes. And they have MDR, and I think they're usually 2.5, might be a little more. But if you have a lot of lots and you put them together, then that works
I'm confused. They're saying they have 10 acres.
on one parcel. Okay.
Okay.
Nope, sorry. Legal proceeding.
They're not in one of the districts that would allow the 10-acre exemption that we're talking about. MDR doesn't.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
The 10-acre exemption that Commissioner Davis is talking about wouldn't apply to them. Because those are,
They're MDR.
That's
these folks are MDR, but her 10 acres is, do you have the code
This
section?
entire section is all about nothing MDR. It's
coastal-
low-intensity coastal and lakes
Right.
residential, Central Ridge residential, low-density residential, and port districts.
Yeah.
Right.
That's it.
That's why Commissioner Bays.
Okay. So,
So here's my concern. You know, we need the future farmers of America, and we need kids to be able to raise animals. And if somebody lives on 10 acres, and they've done everything, and it's just because things are changing around them, I mean, I don't get it. I mean, I'm more worried about our kids being able to learn how to farm.
but we're
Yeah,
not changing
Madam Chair,
it.
this isn't what we're dealing with tonight. Let's put it on, I agree with you.
I agree with you
But
too.
let's
but
put it
that's-
on the agenda and have that
Yeah.
conversation.
Yes,
Have
please.
all the backup material.
Yeah,
Right,
because I'll back you up on that.
We've had a lot of
Because
instruction for criteria on the accessory dwelling unit too, so we'll be coming back to you.
Yeah,
We've put that on.
I am incredibly backyard ag friendly, so as long as you're good neighbors. All right, so I'm gonna make a motion that we approve OA-2024-00002, amendment to the LDC multiple sections with the change to the paragraph that says, in addition, developed parcels in the above noted districts containing more than 10 acres are not subject to the restrictions of this section. The red line addition is, except that the restrictions included in paragraph 3730A4 apply.
Chair.
Would you like this?
Yes, please.
Second.
Read your mind.
And also
Madam-
with the changes proposed by Mr. Hall, excuse me.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. To the metal facade exemptions.
Part.
All right, so motion by Commissioner Davis. It was Commissioner Kennard, yes?
Yes.
Second by Commissioner Kennard. Is there any further board discussion?
Chair, did you catch to amend your motion to what Joanna Coutu was saying about the changes suggested by Mr. Hall?
Oh, I'm sorry, what was that?
The changes proposed by Mr. Hall, the exemptions for the metal facade, all of those criteria that I read out would be also added to the
Okay,
ordinance.
do you have a printed copy to give to?
It is on my
Madam Clerk?
slide, but yes, I can get that for you.
Okay, yes, I amend my motion. Commissioner Kennard?
Yes.
Okay. Any further board discussion? Yes. The starting gate bell is about to go off. Okay,
So I need elaboration on what that motion is.
okay. The motion is to approve what I read out, which is U2B, plus I did all that other. And then,
Okay, what you read out is what I'm talking about. I do not have that because I don't know what you were reading off of here.
oh, the OA-2024,
Yes, ma'am, I have that.
okay,
I'm talking about the change to the paragraph.
Right, so we're going to add the underlines.
So you're basically going to say the change to the paragraph, adding gutters, downspouts, sectional garage doors, front doors, window frames, fixed glass frames, screen doors, and metal roofs.
yes. Do you want to read the whole thing back, or no? Or are you comfortable? So
No, I'm
you
good
you
with
have
that, if
you have
that's
her
what it
paper and my paper, and we've amended our motion and second to incorporate those two papers.
Yeah, I don't think Amy's got it.
I don't think she knows that your thing is different than what Joanna just gave her.
Okay,
I was talking to you about yours and then she gave me hers.
okay, got
So,
it.
Sorry about that.
that's
I
okay.
thought we were on the same.
So
So.
you want to
in
add what
section-
Joanna gave me?
In
That was the
section,
amendment.
in the backup, okay, in
Mhm.
section 3730, animals. The section A, animals in selected land use districts. The last sentence, it's one sentence, the last sentence that is highlighted in the backup says, in addition, developed parcels in the above noted districts containing more than 10 acres are not subject to the restrictions of this section. The PDC had recommended that we leave that in. We are agreeing that we leave that in with the addition of what I said to you, that with the exception of the exact use the exact language, but with the exception of A4 needs to be followed even over 10 acres.
Okay, so the exception is the red sentence, and that's what you wanted added to it. Okay, and then the amendment was adding the verbiage she gave me.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Appreciate the clarification.
Any further board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, and we are adjourned.